Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. As you can tell by the title, this is going to be something a little different. And if you followed my work for any amount of time, you know that I have a lot of different interests and I get into a lot of different things. I do have a couple videos popping up this week that are very much the types of things I get into. I don't want to get any spoiler alerts, but I still do that kind of a thing. But I like to look into a lot of other topics, and this has been a topic of interest for me specifically for about 2.5, 3 years now. And the reason why is my whole life I had taken these personality tests. In fact, I think I left a link in the chat. If you guys want to, it's free. So it takes maybe 10 minutes to do, but you can do the 16 personalities test. And there you go. I just sent it to you guys if you're interested to find out what your personality type is. And it's a good idea to do. It's always good to learn more about yourself. My point is that I'd taken that throughout the years. I always came up with the same answer, an INFP, and I would read it and think it was cute. I looked at it like a horoscope, mostly throughout the years. It's like, oh, okay. And of course, we know better than to follow astrology and horoscopes and things like this, but you get my point. It's one of those things. It's like in the comics section in the newspaper. Remember newspapers? Do they have newspapers anymore? And in the comments section, you'd have your daily astrology message. Careful, today is going to be a little gray, but with a little inspiration, it'll all go away. Something kind of dumb like that. But so I never really gave it a lot of credence. But then, for whatever reason, a few years ago, I took the test again, and it came up with INFP, and I started reading it, and it really started sinking in. It was like, whoa! It's for whatever reason, I finally listened. And I was just like, wow, this is, and I started looking up all the other personality types to make sure that it's not just some blanket kind of a thing. It's not, there's definitely different types, and they are different types of people. And I've always been interested in this to the point of even reading some Abraham Maslow, if you know who that is, motivation and personality. He was a psychotherapist. He's died many years ago, but I had motivation and personality. I still have it somewhere, but just bookmarked or dog-eared and wrote notes in it. But he covered a lot of personality traits and types too. He's also the man that brought to the idea of self-actualizing or becoming the best version of yourself. If you know anything about that. No, he's not new agey and all that. You'll find some of these teachings in new age stuff, but that, to become the best version of yourself isn't new age. I believe that's even in line with us who follow Christ, and who have the Holy Spirit. It's more, though, about learning to listen to the Holy Spirit, and it'll guide us to become the very best versions of ourselves. You see, it's kind of like how that plays out in my mind. But INFP, and I started paying attention, and it really just gave me shivers, man. It really it filled in a lot of blanks, and then I started looking more into it. It's just one of those subjects I've been into for a few years on the side. I don't talk about it all the time, but if you follow the channel, the last few months I've mentioned having this show where I'm just going to put the link in a few minutes. I'll put the link in, and I invite other empaths of, introverts, feeling types, if you know what I mean, empaths. Come on in. I'd like to hear your stories. I'd like to hear your situation. Maybe you have a funny analogy or a story. Maybe you have questions. Maybe you have some experiences you want to share. The other reason why I felt this is important to do, because I've been mentioning it the last few months, is my point of mentioning that earlier. If you've been paying attention the last few months, I've talked about doing this. Just, it's timing and all this too. And also it's part of being an introvert is just, you're constantly analyzing and trying to figure out, the best time to do this, but then you get stuck on another project. And then 4 weeks later, you come back to that, and it's just gets a little crazy. Anyway, I feel like the timing's right. I know a lot of you are into this. I know a lot of you are these types of personalities. It's not that there's anything against the other types out there. That's fine too. If you want to jump in and have anything to add, if you know about the personality traits and have something to share, that's fine too. I really want to keep it open, but mostly let's hear from those introverts out there. I'll show you something here on the screen real quick. Let's see. And this is from the test, from the website right here. And that's the free personality test, 16personalities.com. You can check it out if you like. I'll show you the first page of mine of what an INFP is. and I'll show you the part when I read it a few years ago and it finally really stuck with me. And I'm just going to read just the introduction, like the top page on this. But also, some of you may not even know what your type is, and you may, this may resonate with you. You may be one of these types. I don't know. It says a mediator INFP is someone who possesses the introverted, intuitive, feeling, and prospecting personality traits. Making up only 4% of the population, these rare personality types tend to be quiet, open-minded, imaginative, and apply a caring and creative approach to everything they do. Mediator personalities are true idealists, always looking for the hint of good in even the worst of people and events, searching for ways to make things better. While they may be perceived as calm, reserved, or even shy, mediators have an inner flame and passion that can truly shine. Comprising 4% of the population, the risk of feeling misunderstood is unfortunately high for the mediator personality type. That's another reason I wanted to do this show and also just kind of read some of this, is oftentimes we feel completely alone. We feel misunderstood. And I don't know about the rest of you, but my whole life, like in real life situations, I've always been underestimated. Excuse me. When people first meet me, I've always been underestimated. I would always achieve what I needed to and go beyond. I'd always fight real hard, but always in the beginning, people just never really looked twice at you. You guys, you know what I mean by that? You may have had that too. Anyway, here's the part that I think, here we go. Being a part of the diplomat role group, mediators are guided by their principles rather than by logic, excitement, or practicality. When deciding on how to move forward, they will look to honor, beauty, morality, and virtue. Mediators are led by purity of their intent, not rewards and punishments. Now, here's the part It says here, now here's the part when I read a few years ago that stuck out to me the most. Then I'm done reading this and I'm going to invite you guys in. At their very best, these qualities enable mediators to communicate deeply with others, easily speaking in metaphors and parables, and understanding and creating symbols to share their ideas. That's the part that always stuck out to me when I read this again. It finally sunk in. And I was like, well, this is what I do, and this is how I process and what I think. And as I said, the more I started getting into it, and the more I started reading it, it's just made a lot of sense to me. We can definitely be considered odd ducks. Many people in real life, when we've gotten out there and met people, they may think we're kind of weird, for a lot of different reasons. But anyway, before I just keep rambling on, let's just go ahead and grab the link. Let me put it over there for you, and let me put on a different screen here for us to watch. Let's try this one. There we go. It's cool looking. And let me grab that link for you guys and just come on in. Come on in. Thanks again for being here, by the way. Moderators, thank you as always. It's the main two that are usually here are Effie and Tamara. Thank you two so much. I appreciate you. All the rest too that come and go, I appreciate you as well. Just thanks whenever you guys can. It's always awesome. People, just you out there listening, thanks for being here. Let's take a break from all the doom and gloom of the world for a little bit, focus on a different topic. And just have some fun, have some conversations, some story time. How's that sound? All right, let me jump over here to the comments and throw that chat in there for you. Okay, there's the link. It can only hold 10 at a time. Okay, it can only hold 10 at a time here, but you'll be able to fit in, and I'll put the link up again a little later as well, once people start coming in. And also, you won't be on camera, so don't worry about that if you're concerned about being on camera. Okay, cool. I got my first person in here. I see Gypsy Woman. And I'll get right there with you, Gypsy Woman. I'm going to keep putting this link out there. And don't be shy. That's the other part of some introvert types is being very shy. Don't be. I think this will be good for people, for all the other introverted thinking people out there that feel alone and misunderstood. I think it'll be really good. Let's go ahead and get started. We got some people coming in here now, and I'll go ahead and get started with Gypsy Woman. Are you there?
Yeah, hi. I'm surprised to be the first one. I'm not echoing, am I?
Yeah, I'm going to change my... There we go. Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
That's perfect. I had to change my audio because you were coming through the computer. But hey, thank you so much for being here.
And, thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope this was a good idea. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah,
No,
we'll see.
I think it is, because I know there's a lot of us out there, and to me it's an interesting topic. How do you relate to it?
The INFP thing. Mine came up as a meteor as well, but also a turbulent personality, which at first I was like, oh, really? The internet's putting me down. But as I read into it more, I was like, okay, yeah, actually, this suits me to a T. I didn't like some parts of it, but,
Yeah.
work in progress.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
always the hard part is, there's always the negative sides of some of this, but, it's important. That's even something I've been doing actively, is working on the negative sides of mine. One is we can be major loners and even be hermits. And I've definitely done that a lot through my life, but,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm definitely a loner and introvert, but it's weird too, because it's like I like to be left alone, but I don't like to be alone, if that makes any sense, I
yeah,
don't know if that makes
yeah,
sense.
no, I think so. I think that's hard to find, because I've thought about that, about, finding that mate, or whatever, that can be in the room with you the whole time, like all day or all night, but they won't really be bothering you, like they'll allow you to just be in your own world and your own place for a little while, for like a few hours and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Does
It
that make
is hard
sense?
to find people like that. Yeah. Sorry, I
Yeah.
just got distracted because I can see the screen on there. I was like, oh, a yellow thing. I love that. I love seeing when people donate to you. It's like, oh, they're so generous, but you're so wonderful. I mean, I'm glad that God is compelling people to be generous when they can, especially these days when there's so many job losses and stuff too.
Yeah, yeah, and thank
Yeah.
you very much for that donation too, Thomas. Yeah, everything kind of changed a few years ago, especially with YouTube and their censorship and all that. But what's
Mhm.
happened now, and they've deplatformed so many people, that now it's turned into more that, it's the people support the ones they like, is what it turned out to, which is, it's
Mhm.
wonderful. It can be stressful even on my end, again, because I do, I'm always kind of concerned about them, and I even pray that these people get, Lord, please, provide for them 10 times more. And you know what I mean? It's just, you always,
Yeah.
and I think that goes back to the personality type. Is it's hard for, I don't know about you, but it's hard for me to accept, uh, sometimes, like, a lot of love from people. I don't know if that makes any
Yeah.
sense.
No, I hear you. I understand. I totally hear you. Sometimes it's like, what's wrong with this person? Why do you like me so much? I'm horrible, And they're
Yeah.
like, what are you talking about? You're too hard on yourself.
Well,
So,
and mine's not that. Mine is just that I feel that, because when I'm around people, again, I really feel them it's on a different level. I'm not just, it's not just a surface thing. So then some people, I can feel their baggage, or I can feel their weird energy, or I can feel there's
mhm.
something off on them, or that they might be bad. I know that sounds whatever,
Yeah.
but, and
No, I feel
yeah,
that too.
and then those people sometimes will get, be attracted to me, or want to be in my life. And then, you
Mm.
see, so that's where it's, I just don't have the time for it. And I can't be around, people with a lot of anxiety and negativity and weirdness, because it just, I'm absorbing it. I can't, separate
Yeah.
myself from that.
No, it's true. When I'm around a negative person, I find I end up becoming more negative myself. But when I'm around more positive people, it's kind of uplifting. Like I don't know. It's almost like being a sponge, but unintentionally, like of the energies. Or sometimes some of them just give off such erratic energy. It's like, whoa, like what are you? I don't even want to be around you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Just
there's
like it,
sometimes even when they're perfectly nice too. Like there's this one woman, I worked for this wonderful man years ago, just before I started waking up. And he had been single for a long time. And then he got involved with a woman and he was very happy, but I just never liked her. But I could never pinpoint why. And then about 3 years later, he was my boss. He owned this little corner store back in my hometown. And about 3 years later, or something like that, he, went to go open up the store one day, and the cops were putting the chains on there. And he was like, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Your bills haven't been paid." He's like, "What are you talking about? My girlfriend's been paying the bills." And they're like, "I don't know what she's been doing with your money, but she hasn't been paying your bills." And I guess she was confiscating his mail. She just screwed him right over. And,
oof.
and it just out of nowhere, that's how he found out. And it's like, wow. but
That's
could I
rough.
have warned him? Like, because there was nothing to say, she's not a good person, because she always seemed very nice, always had a smile on her face. She appeared very helpful.
Yeah,
But it's
well,
just that
some of the
feeling.
most skilled narcissists are. A lot of narcissists are very attractive people.
Mm-hmm.
Men and women, and they're extroverts, and they know how to smile, and they got the charm and the yeah, and that's why. And then there's the gaslighting, of course, goes with all that
Mm,
they do to their victims constantly. But yeah, so a
yes.
lot of people have been taken by those monsters and didn't even see it coming, and then next thing
Mm-hmm.
you know, their heads are spinning. But well, hey,
Yeah.
anything else you wanted to add to all this?
Uh Sorry, I've all week I've been like, yay, I can't wait to talk to KJ. And now that I'm like the first one talking to you, I'm like drawing a complete blank and I feel like an idiot.
No, you're fine. I
Yeah.
mean, you're fine. Not everybody's used to being on here, and and I'm not trying to push you ahead. I'm always trying to
No,
make room for
no, I'm sure
everybody.
there's other people waiting to talk to you too. And I don't want to keep anyone waiting too long when I'm drawing a blank. And then later on, I'll be listening, going, oh, yeah, I hear that,
Yeah.
like talking to the screen as I often do when listening to you and other
Uh,
people.
right.
Yeah. But all right, I'll get out of the way. Oh, I just wanted to apologize for last time because I was listening back to the parts that I missed with the little one being up still, and I realized I was like, oh my gosh, you seemed like you wanted to ask me questions about the carnival, and then it was too late. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah. No, that's okay. Yeah, because there was a point about 3 years ago, right? Because the last 4 years, YouTube every year has been, it's more censorship, more channels disappear, more demonetization. But it was
yeah,
it was getting so bad about 3 years ago that I was just about ready to hang it up because I left 3 different times over the last 3 or 4 years and got part-time jobs at points. But I
mm-hmm,
was just about done. And with my history, it's very colorful. I was a bounty hunter. I worked in Hollywood. I've done a lot of stuff. And
mm-hmm.
I was really looking at the carnival life. And I even found a school I could go to where
Oh wow,
where they train you about different things and, putting together a roller coasters and stuff like this.
oh
And
wow.
I was like, man, I'm down. I think I'm going to go to this carnival school. I'm going to go join a freaking carnival and write a book or something and just travel the world or travel America or this little carnival. So I was really wanting it. And but see, that's the other thing. I'll get these ideas, but when you try to tell people they love you, they think you're nuts. But that's the
Yeah.
same thing that happened with Costa Rica. When I said I'm going to Costa Rica, everyone was like, why Costa Rica? And you're crazy. But that goes back to, again, the personality and the processing and just being true to yourself. But anyway, well, no worries on that, Gypsy Woman. It's always nice talking to you, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, nice talking to you too. And you should write that book someday. And hopefully
Yeah.
people get to read it, even if it was just published online or something. It'd be a real interesting read.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I want to do that sometime for sure. We'll see. But I appreciate you. Hey, take care. Okay.
You too. Have a great evening.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye bye. All right. And so I got a full house right now. Well, no, I don't. I'll put one more link up there for y'all. Still got a little bit of room for now. Everybody, thanks for your patience. Now we got Edgar coming on, or Watchdog. It's Edgar. Hey, Edgar.
Hey KJ, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. Thanks for joining us. How's it going?
It's going. A lot of reflection going on.
Yeah, that's what this time has been, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just for me. It's been a journey from I would say years, and just to see it unfolding, it's really interesting. And because behind my mind always had doubts, like little doubts of how I'm reading things, how I'm reading codes. There's a lot of confusion, I would say.
You mean?
And I see some confusion in some people, and I can see like clearly, but in the same way that I can see the confusion on them, is there somebody seeing the confusion on me? You know what I mean?
I'm not sure, honestly. I mean, so now you mentioned about symbols. You mentioned you see confusion. Then you're concerned if they see the confusion on you. Now, what do you mean? But I'm guessing that you're another introvert as well, or one of these kind of thinkers.
In certain topics, certain topics I can relate with the sensibility. I always kind of known myself like a bullshitter caller, but I never knew exactly what it was, but I was right, on people and stuff. So I'm really sensitive to the vibe of the person surrounding me.
Yeah, that's definitely a part of it for sure. I mean,
But
do you spend a lot of time alone? Oh, and by the way,
no, well, eh,
I want to say thank you, Pat. I'm not sure what the message is. It's time for a booster shot. I'm not taking one, but anyway, go ahead, Edgar. Sorry.
not a problem. I guess what I'm trying to say is we we are alive and we sense and we kind of perceive reality with our senses, right? Like with the vision and with the taste, feel, all the five senses, and then we try to interpret them intellectually in a way, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And yeah. So the question was like, is that all like by chance or it was created? That's the question I always go back to when I get confused, because
About
when you
symbols?
about the what but well, yeah, symbols everywhere.
Okay, let me ask you. Okay, because I think I know what you mean. So you're asking that whenever the way we see these symbols in all the movies and TV shows, is that natural or is it created? Is that what you're saying?
uh created because you can take the route of the conspiracy theory and say that everybody's on it, but it could as well be in a spiritual way that
Oh,
you
absolutely.
you,
Yeah,
you know what I mean, like you're not really conscious about it but you still do. um
absolutely. Edgar, I've said that for years. That's I always tell people it's one of two things. And there's movies that are examples you can see where the people are Masons or they're aware of this and they're doing it on
yeah,
purpose.
yeah.
But then there's a lot of these movies where, like we're talking about, I believe it's spiritual and it works through creative people or sensitives, like us, sensitive
I'm an
people.
actor. I've
Yeah.
been always been surrounded in artistic realms or artistic circles.
Right. So,
um
and a lot of these people don't know Christ. I feel they don't have the Holy Spirit. I worked in Hollywood and creative circles. And so I think that these spirits can work through these people easier. And then they just place the symbols in there as well. It's very interesting. They're working in unison with the Masons or the Illuminati, if you will, and they're all putting out the same stuff.
yeah, and like 3 years ago when I was starting to like actually talking to people, because I started going crazy maybe like 7 years ago, but I would not talk to people about these things, right? So I had this friend that he's like a designer that does logos and stuff for companies, like business cards and whatnot.
Yeah.
Um, and we were talking about it. I was telling them that we get programmed. Back then, I didn't see it the same way I do it right now, but it was kind of the same sense that we get programmed by see like our mind being like a computer. Whatever content you put in there, consciously or unconsciously, is whatever you have to work with in life. So if you see something repeatedly, it's gonna pop up more often than others. And he didn't believe me, but he started seeing like all his artwork throughout the years and all the pyramids and all the symbols. They were everywhere, everywhere. And then he started like trying to make why he did that, but he said the only explanation is that I don't know, that he was attracted to the symmetry, how it looked, and he couldn't give me a straight answer for it, but it was there and it's everywhere.
It absolutely is. And I think that in fact, I've wondered, because do you remember back before December 2012, everybody was saying there's going to be an ascension and all this? Do you remember that stuff?
I do.
Okay, so at that time, I was living in Austin, Texas, in a house with a bunch of musicians. And one of the guys was a DJ, and he was going to take his girlfriend down to the pyramids down South America and be there for the ascension. He was so convinced it was going to be a literal thing, that they were going to go away and that the gods were coming down and all this other stuff. He had all these theories, man. I thought I was the conspiracy theorist in the house. I was making videos back when I first started making videos, but around that time. But of course, needless to say, nothing like that ever happened. But I have wondered if, because that's around the time I started making more videos and doing stuff. But I wonder if that really was kind of an awakening through, a godlike or a heavenly Father awakening on the world, to where people started seeing the symbols more. Then we started seeing them using the symbols more around that time, and it all started exploding and coming out. And that's even where there was a time where channels like mine were juggernauts, which means we were huge on this website.
Yep.
And unstoppable. It was insane, and
At the same
anybody.
time, the confusion grows faster. Like that, what you're explaining reminds me of the story of the Tower of Babel in the Bible, how
Yeah.
the civilization was going so fast by that time, and the communication that it was so much out there that we all got confused because we not even know what we are, if we're created or if we have a mission, or it doesn't matter. That's
drive
original.
you nuts.
Huh?
That'll drive you nuts.
Yep. So it's I mean, but it's square for not to be designed, for sure, I think.
Yeah. And I would say, and I don't think you're letting it bother you. I hope you don't, but I think there's a small elements of a predestination in our lives, but then there's free will, and that changes everything. Free will, man, that is the it's either your blessing or your curse, it's whatever you make of it.
Yeah. So how I see it is that God created the possibility. We make our choices.
Even though he knows what we're going to choose, it's a trick.
Yeah.
He already knows what you're going to choose.
It's like a father trying to tell him the kid not to do something all his youth, and then you leave, and life like bangs you up and makes you go back and tell your father that he was right, and now you're worried because you don't know how to pass down to those things to your kids, because you never. I cannot teach Chinese if I never study it or being exposed to it. I just can't, and sometimes you become a father without knowing that. I mean, becoming a father, you gotta figure it out. Okay, is there a way to manage things, or does it really matter? And if it does matter, there's a lot of responsibility, because you're talking about generations. You're trying to pass up a message with like the life instructions, per se. You know what I mean? Like the basics. It's like buying a car. I mean, it's a piece of technology that you have all these engineers behind it. But if you put in the middle of the Amazons with a tribe that hasn't been exposed to technology, I mean, they're probably gonna end up doing whatever they want with it, and like storing stuff in there, or for whatever, not the purpose of the engineers. And if the engineers see that happening to the car, they'll be going crazy. Like, what are you doing? That's how I see it sometimes.
That makes me think of why, I love finding UFO videos and footage and stuff. And I find,
kind of noticed that.
Right. And man, I find so much, from Central and South America, and it's some of the best footage I can find. But I also find things out there that I feel, and I've talked about it when I show it, that I feel could be maybe some Project Bluebeam activity. And I think it's interesting, kind of, you're talking about tribes, and I know it's not as bad in Central and South America. It's great out there. I lived out there. But I'm saying that I think that they purposefully, that's why there's so many sightings in those areas. For one, I know there's a lot of black magic in some of those places also. That conjures things up.
I mean, you believe it or not, they do believe it, and they rule their lives by it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Does
that make sense?
It does. Well, when I lived in Los Angeles, I used to notice all the MS-13 gang graffiti in East LA, but they had a lot of satanic symbols in it all the time back then.
Well, you can go all the way back to the pyramids in Teotihuacan or Chichen Itza. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same symbols.
Such a trip, man. Such a trip. Well, Edgar, anything else you wanted to add? It's been a real pleasure talking to you. I'm not trying to push you off. I'm just trying to move everyone along for the next one.
Yeah, just one more question. I was just wondering, do you believe in absolute truth?
Yeah, I believe that Jesus is the absolute truth. That's why I always say that's always been my anchor. At the end of the rabbit hole, we can get into all the weird, fun stuff. I love looking into it. But at the end, to me, it's always been Christ. That's all that really matters. So that's my ultimate truth. That's why I don't get deceived by much. I may for a little bit, but I'll always come back, because I know I can go back to the Word. I can go back to Christ. I can go back to God. That answer?
Yeah, yeah, it does. Cause it's just like the saying. I mean, it's better to know that you're lost than not knowing that you're lost. At least you can try to fix it. I mean,
Yes, sir. Good point.
all right.
Uh,
It was nice talking to you too. Thanks for the time.
Edgar, you too, man. Take
Appreciate
care of
your work.
yourself. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to
All right, man. Thanks, Edgar. All right, next up, I got Watchdog. Hey, Watchdog.
Hey, how you doing, KJ?
Hey, I'm doing great. Doing great. Nice talking to you.
It's a pleasure to get to hear your voice in person. Thank you for all that you do, my friend.
Oh, man, you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate the fact that I've got people to share my videos with and do shows with, honestly. So thank you.
I tell you what, you're definitely a servant for the Lord, and definitely opened my eyes a little bit. I'd say more than a little bit. I'm sure a lot more. But I mean, just the way you put everything together, I think you do an excellent job.
Thank you, sir. Well, how's
I
it
actually
going
have
tonight?
friends that pretty good. I'm actually in Northern California. I'm in Orville, California.
Man, that's pretty up there.
Yeah, it's right by that dam that's about to break.
Which one?
That Orville Dam.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know about that. I haven't heard about this. Is that a real thing? Is that
You didn't hear
happening?
when it broke like a couple of years ago or whatever? The
Oh,
spillway broke.
okay.
They
Yeah,
evacuated 200,000 people.
you had me thinking about Hoover Dam for a second. That's all. It was just I was thinking of the wrong dam. Because if Hoover Dam breaks, that's going to be a lot of destruction, man.
Oh yeah, this place is a pretty big lake too. So right now, luckily, it doesn't have that much water in it. But the
Good.
spillway, there's like water pouring in the back of the spillway, and they're just, I mean, it's $2 billion. I mean, it's a joke. I mean,
Wow.
it's just a matter of time. They
Well,
still like patch it up here and there, but yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. How's that?
yeah, man. Well, I hope everything goes okay. Hang in there. Get a surfboard, I guess.
Yeah, I'm a swimmer, but I'm not that good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to take up too much of your time and stuff. I just wanted to thank you for all that you do, and God bless you, my friend.
Oh, you're welcome, Watchdog, and thank you for that, man. And it's really nice talking to you. Thanks for calling in just to say hi and to pass that along. And just I appreciate all of you out there, man. You guys
It's another reason I wanted to tell you, a lot of the things you talk about, believe it or not, I was trying to get to Costa Rica. There's just so many similarities. It's just amazing. I never got to go.
Well, if you ever still get a chance, I can never go back, but I highly suggest you go back. You go there. It's amazing.
Okay, well, I will. Well,
All right.
You go take care of everybody else, my friend. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, that was nice. Hey, Sarah is up next. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Healing
That's
from a
great.
broken pinky finger, but other than that, we're doing pretty good.
Ooh, that's too bad.
Yeah, I had to face off with the meth demon.
No way.
Speaking of personality types, yeah.
What happened? What happened? I have to hear this.
Oh, you want the whole story? The whole dirty story?
Sure, if you don't mind. I mean, why not? We're just
Sure.
chatting tonight.
I don't think he'll ever hear it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. No, my brother has been battling meth for probably about the last 5 years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, and I've just tried to basically stay solid with him and be the same person the whole way through. And he's never really done anything to me, although they make some pretty bad decisions, that's for sure. I think probably the craziest thing that ever happened, it was right in the middle of it. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to try praying. I'm going to try praying in my head while this is happening. Because I don't know who I was listening to, but they were talking about drug use and certain drugs as demons, right? Are you still there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
still
yeah.
listening.
So they were talking about that when you're empty and you're looking for something, then that one of those demons will come in, right? So you have meth or cocaine or crack or anything like that. So I started praying in my head, and immediately he stopped fidgeting and just stared at me. And it wasn't my brother anymore. So definitely creepy.
Did his eyes change or?
Well, no, they didn't do the slitty thing, but you can just tell when someone's personality changes, almost like if you were watching somebody who's bipolar change. Kind of thing, right?
I've seen someone in a manic episode. I know what you mean.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they're kind of gone.
Yeah. Yeah, I had mentioned that just because I think I was talking about this in one of my recent shows, but I had noticed this trend on some of these investigation discovery shows. They'd be talking to victims, and I noticed this trend where almost every victim was saying when they noticed their partner or their friend quote change or caught them in the middle of a crime or something, that their eyes had changed, and not slits, but like all black. Their faces even changed. They just looked different. They were no longer the same person anymore. So I've always been really fascinated with that. So me, I'm rambling. Go ahead. Are you there, Sarah? I guess I am just rambling. I hope you guys can hear me. Hey, Sarah, I can't.
Me?
Oh, there you are.
Hello?
Now I can hear you.
Well, that was weird.
Yeah.
I could still hear you.
Oh, okay.
Rambling away.
Oh, there we go. Oh, so please, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. So he's been to rehab a couple times and really got on his feet, but it's almost like a situation where when people don't want to change, they don't want to change. Right? Like there's a comfort when you are sitting with your demons.
Right.
And I went to go rescue him from the city because we live in a smaller town, and I thought for sure we were going down on lockdown because I've been watching the crown virus probably since about the middle of November.
Yeah.
And kind of saw it come over here and went, oh no, we're in trouble, right? Mm-hmm. So I didn't want somebody who's an addict stuck in the middle of a big city all by themselves.
Yeah, for sure.
So brought him back here. Everything went pretty well. He had some work, went out, came back, but was using my house more as a recovery than anything else. Mm-hmm. And then tried to steal my son's birthday present, which my son got back from him.
Wow.
And then the whole tussle was he was trying to steal my daughter's birthday present that she got in the mail.
Man, that's so bad.
Yeah,
Sorry
so I wasn't. That. Yeah, well, it sucks, but it's like it becomes so exhausting, right? Like I can see why families end up not sticking together when something like this happens.
Sure.
Because it's so tiring, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard not to give up on them. I know,
Yeah. Well, for right now, just for the safety and my own sanity, I've kind of gone, you know what, you can go do that. Whenever you're done, you can come back.
Good.
Because it was a purposeful stomping of the hands. So I ended up dislocating my pinky finger in 2 knuckles and breaking the bone.
Wow. Yeah. Sheesh, you've been through it.
Yeah, quite an interesting experience, but we're doing pretty good.
Thanks for sharing. I mean, we haven't even got started on what you really want to talk about, but thank you.
No. That's because I ramble.
No, that's all right. I like it. We're just having conversations. I like to do these. It's what we do. Of course, I have topics. We don't always have to stick exactly to anything, but I like it. It's nice to do this, especially in this time where a lot of people are indoors and just talk. So please go ahead. Yeah,
well, I know last time I was on, you had asked if you thought I was a INFP, and I didn't know what you were talking about.
Right. Yeah, that was
right. So I went to go look it up, and I'm actually mixed between an ENFP and an ENTP.
Oh, okay. More extrovert.
Yeah, more extrovert, but I've really kind of learned to like being with myself. I think it's important that we learn to like being quiet with yourself. For an introvert, it's something you guys do that to recharge, right? Like if you go out somewhere, you've got to have that come back and be alone.
And sometimes I don't even stay at places very long. If I go out to something, I won't, I'll just kind of dip out. So maybe there'll be some introverts here tonight that know what I'm talking about, but it's the famous escape. I'm the escape artist. I'm known for that. I'll go to a house party and then be gone in a couple hours. I used to do, I'm not as bad now, but mainly if I didn't know a lot of people, it's one of those things. I can't be there for just all night, but that's just me.
Yeah. Well, that's, shoot me down, but it's definitely your sign as well. So
yeah. Yeah.
If nothing else, I've always been friends with Pisces, and you're all kind of the same way.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yep. I got the double whammy on the introvert and the Pisces for sure. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, if it works for you, as long as you don't get overwhelmed, right?
No, that's why I take so many breaks. That's why I take my time on the stuff I do and the videos and all that, and it's just, you got to be that way.
Yeah. You've definitely been putting out a lot more often though.
Yeah. Thanks.
Still got like 4 hours left to watch. So it's just like, awesome. Normally it's not a problem, but it's like, oh my goodness, Casey, settle down.
Good. Well, I've been trying to. Go ahead.
Yeah. And I did want to bring something up that was totally beyond what your topic was today, but I know people were kind of blowing up about the cats as demons thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I just wanted to kind of clear it up a little bit, because we look at like the reptilian people or, the tears. with the slitty eye kind of thing. It's one of the first things, and you'll
Yeah.
see a person, their eyes, their windows to the soul or their eye. So I think that's one of the reasons why we see that first.
Right.
As for the whole cat situation, and you go back and you look at the cat worship in Egypt and Sumeria, and a lot of ancient cultures thought that cats were the halfway point between the living and like the land of the living and the land of the dead.
Yeah.
And I know you've got Chubbs. Do you ever notice that Chubbs notices things when you don't notice them?
Oh yeah, of course, all the time. Yeah, I've definitely with that on cats. Yeah, they're super sensitive and they definitely sense stuff. And yeah, yep.
Yeah, like even when things aren't there,
Mhm.
they're looking right at it, right? And
Oh
I know
yeah.
I've got 4 cats, and they're constantly guarding. Like they always sit in the same room and they watch your exits.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he always likes to have a central position somewhere in the middle where he can watch everything. Every
Yeah,
room, yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's really cool. So I just wonder, like, when the terrors actually become fully revealed, is it the people that are going to have the cats that are going to know first?
Wow, that's really cool, man. That's a good Hollywood script right there. Tell
I
you.
know, right?
Yeah, I'll make you a millionaire, kid. Let's
Yeah,
sell
it's
it.
like all the zombie movies. You never see a cat. It's like, well, I wonder
Seriously.
why.
With as much as we love our cats, man, people love cats. That would be such an amazing movie. Like the cats are the heroes, and
Yeah, the
yeah, I
cats are
love
the
it.
one thing they can see it, and they're terrified of them.
That's so great. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's so crazy. I really always stay open to all possibilities in this crazy world, and especially now that things are moving a lot quicker, just with the lockdown of the planet and things like this. And now we're starting to see some really big moves. So,
Yeah, holy.
if we follow the Bible, I mean, we're going to see some really crazy stuff. And I'm working on a video that's going to show some crazy signs in the skies over the last several months. And
Yeah.
there've been a lot more of those kinds of things. And, the pit's supposed to open up. We're supposed to see some kind of creatures that won't attack those with the seal of God. We got to keep that in mind. I mean, we may be seeing some really crazy stuff here, folks.
Yeah,
Like,
and I wonder I wonder about that too, just with the ability, like the ramp up, right? Like obviously if you've got a generation that'll follow anything you do, you can just scare them and keep them in their houses, right?
yeah. Oh,
But
yeah.
I do wonder, with the massive amount of satellites that have been put into our atmosphere,
Hmm.
the push with CERN, and CERN's not the only hadron collider that we have. They're all over the place.
Right.
So far from what I've looked at, they're on lines, so it makes you wonder that, right? With the one with CERN being over top of Abydos, I know they were pushing really hard, and they had said that was their plan. Their plan was to create a portal,
Right.
right? So it does make me wonder if they've succeeded.
Gosh, I don't know. That's another one of those fun ones to keep an eye on. I just saw something earlier today about CERN. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but CERN's one to watch. I mean, they put out Symmetry, that short film, and it's filled with occult references that are so obvious to us. And so they know, they know what's
Yeah,
going on, and there's more to it than, what they say. So yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
Oh
Like
yeah. There
I
was
know.
a,
Yeah, go ahead.
no, the statue they have there is, what is it? Shiva. They
Yeah,
have at
the
CERN.
destroyer and crater.
Well, I've got something I'm putting together. I'll show everyone. It's one of the things in my video, but I got an image of President Xi with the World Health Organization in front of that, not the one at CERN, but a different statue of Shiva in an office. So it's just something I'm putting together right now. But yeah,
And
yeah.
what would a Chinese president need with an Indian goddess?
Well, he did say, President Xi did say famously, this was a slogan he put out there for a few weeks back. I found that after, what is it? After this, the sun shall rise, or something like that. But it's something else. But he said after whatever, the sun shall rise. And his son, of course, could possibly be a loose reference to Lucifer, to the
Yeah.
Antichrist. So
Well, the sun, the morning star. I mean, that makes sense.
yeah, yeah.
But it just blows my mind with the amount of sightings that we're seeing. A lot more people. Those little kind of white creatures in the woods. The hairless sort of cave
Oh yeah,
dwelling creatures.
yeah. Yep.
There's been more sightings of those.
Yeah, I
So,
put those in my movie, by the way. I don't know if you saw that, but in my
oh
movie,
yeah,
I've
no,
got
actually, I saw your movie and then I shared it with the Yellow Vest group. So
oh,
who
cool,
knows
thanks.
how far that went?
Hey, hopefully real far.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was even in that one, there's like 5 or 6 clips of that same white creature. And if you guys, I don't know how long you've followed, but I showed a clip from it was a channel. It was just like some vloggers, like this regular guy and his girlfriend, and they were in
when they went splunking.
right, and they saw that white thing crawl on the wall.
Yeah.
I should have put that in there too, but that's another example. So whatever that thing is, those things, they're out there. You know,
yeah, well, they're kind of like the idea of Slender Man. I think you put out the one too where that guy started talking in tongues when the one was coming up in his backyard.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
you remember that one? Yeah. See, I think
Oh, yeah.
I need to make sure that hadn't been taken down because Vimeo took down 2 of my channels. I had all those extra. Yeah. So I need to go make sure that's still up. That's one of the good ones. Real good
Yeah.
ones.
Well, it's hard once you get a hold of the good ones. Then
I
they're
know.
gone, right?
Well, I just want to say quickly, if the people are wondering what we're talking about, there's a video I had. It was a man that was recording from inside of his back patio. It was enclosed, and he was looking at his backyard, and he was recording this huge white-looking, almost like a big ape or something, but it wasn't an ape, but just this big white
like
figure.
Skinny, pale man without hair.
Maybe, I don't know. I pictured it just
like
squatting down, but yeah, I know she was like a white-looking person. Maybe I don't know, but it was weird. Whatever,
Yeah,
I don't know what it is. But yeah, that's what it was, folks, and it was very real. You could hear the guys. He was actually calling, I think, his pastor, right? He's calling his pastor while he was recording this and talking to him and telling him what was in the backyard. And these guys' voices trembling. And I went to the channel, the YouTube channel, and checked it out. And the guy's a legit, just regular dude. Doesn't put up paranormal videos and UFOs. It's none of that kind. Just a family type guy. So yeah, it was really creepy. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that was really creepy. And then I think he had like 2 or 3 more after that with the encounters, and then one of them he was talking in tongues, and the creature thing just took off right away.
Yeah,
like, wasn't having anything to do with it.
Yeah, weird.
But I think if you're up for doing some kind of video to educate people on how, I know this isn't, you're not a pastor, you say that constantly, but how to educate people on how to rebuke things.
Oh no, that's important. I have put that in, I will say, in a lot of videos. Even in when demons, aliens, and angels visit your bedroom, and that one I showed the clip of that from the movie The Nightmare, where that girl who wasn't a Christian before had so many of these experiences of night terrors, and she called out Jesus' name when I just said, I felt like I'd call it Jesus' name, and they went away. You know, so yeah. Same thing with the aliens or the grays. You know, if you ever have people out there having gray alien problems, call out the name of Christ. My best friend, I've mentioned this, that I grew up with out here in the Midwest. I won't go off into all his stuff, but he's had those experiences, and he's so not into any of this and weird stuff and strange. And so, you know, and I told him the same thing. He hadn't seen him since, as far as I know, but hopefully he'll do that. But yeah, thank you though.
And that was actually something from you, because my daughter was having shadow people visit her in the night.
Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that. I hope they're gone now, right?
Well, actually, thanks to you, they are.
Oh, great.
Because I didn't know about the calling out Jesus. I was still, you know, more Wiccan than I am Christian.
Oh,
so I tried the salt, I tried a whole bunch of stuff, and it didn't work, right? And I was listening to your show, and that was your shadow people video that you made, I don't know how many years ago. It's hard to tell now.
Way back, right? 2014, I think.
And I said, well, here, you know, like, and Rochelle, like, my daughter's been a believer right from the get-go. So I just said, here you go. Here's a Bible. You know, as soon as you start feeling afraid or anything, start reading it.
I love it. I love your conversion. That's so beautiful, for real. Thank you. Thanks for sharing
no problem. Yeah. Well, it just kind of fell on my lap immediately. And then to the point where if you have a scientific mind, that's exactly what God's going to use to show you.
Oh, yeah. That's great. Good point.
Yeah.
I love it.
But yeah.
All right, Sarah. Well, anything else you want to share with us before we go?
Not really. Just stay safe. And if ever anyone's protesting this stuff, don't be a jerk. I've seen a lot of people protesting this, and, you know, people are just going overboard. No one's going to listen to you if you act like an idiot.
Yeah, we got to calm down. Plus, some of the powers that be would love for it to turn violent. Then they can bring in the forces, and then you're in real lockdown. So, okay.
Yeah. Well, I know in Canada we're already in martial law.
That is so crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you, because that guy scares me. Justin.
Yeah, Justin is
JT.
Just creepy beyond all measure. That I can't even. And he's just really he stayed in his cottage. It was his wife that was lockdown,
Yeah.
and they haven't been together since 2016 or something like that. But
Wow.
he stayed in his cottage for like 3 or 4 weeks.
He's just, who knows what that guy, he just looks like, he looks like a little yes man for the globalists, yes sir, anything you say sir,
and the money, he's just spewing out money to like foreign entities, the UN, like just spewing out money, right?
Man, yeah.
And I live in Alberta, and we don't even get a mention when he names the provinces. We're not even mentioned.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's just like, what? And then he went to his cabin in another province with his family.
That's why I get sick to my stomach every time I hear this. We're all in this together from these celebrities and these politicians.
No, we're not.
Right? Yeah, they're really having vacays. They're having a good time, mixed drinks, all the drugs. Some of these people, you can imagine all the drugs, and then maybe the prostitutes. Who knows? But they're doing just fine, folks. They're not in this with you. Meanwhile, there's literal food lines, that go a couple miles in places all through America. So
yeah, we don't really have that in Canada. If you've made, I think it was $5,000 and are over the age of 15 and a resident of Canada, then you pretty much get the benefit. Sort of like a universal income. You get $2,000 a month.
Oh, really? Well, How far does that go though in Canada? I don't know. I've only been there once. I've been to British Columbia when I was in the Coast Guard.
Nice. Were you right on the coast of British Columbia?
Victoria, I think it was.
Lucky.
It was beautiful.
Did you like it?
Oh my gosh. I when I got off the boat, I was like, you could eat off of those streets. It was incredible.
Oh yeah.
The place was clean. Yeah. And just beautiful. Yeah. I thought it was great. I got a lot of family from Canada, and my parents are always telling me, you should go get a trailer and move to Canada. And, it's beautiful. The pictures I see up there, it's just amazing. But anyway.
Yeah. And Alberta's like Texas, basically. Like we're ranchers and farmers and pot smokers. It's
nothing wrong with that life.
Beer. No, nothing wrong with that life. But it's just been absolutely demolished. The working sector has just been demolished. Like we had the NDP government, which is there's kind of like an extreme liberal. I could totally have that wrong because I haven't voted my entire life. But they just destroyed people's livelihoods, shut down the oil sector, the whole 9 yards.
Wow.
So it's just been super rough. So people, they live in Alberta and they go and work on the oil rigs, and their jobs were gone. But of course, they're thousands of dollars in debt from all their toys and their houses, and then they had that fire up in Fort McMurray that was a little suspicious.
Well, it's enjoy the show, I guess. It's just one of those things. It's it's just going to keep getting crazier around the world.
It's going to get so weird. Like, and like with Bill Gates putting out the advertisement with Marina Abramovich.
Right. Yeah.
You just go, really? Like, how many people do you think don't know?
There it is. Well, that's what, it's also a good sign, because they are having to fully come out. It's all coming out. It'll all come out. It'll come out.
And they have to. But there's so many people that just don't see it as well, right? Like you try and bring that to their attention. You're like, what are you talking about? Bill Gates is a great guy. You're like, could you just open up a web server?
I know. Trust me. Well, Sarah, we could probably keep going, but I probably need to keep moving. I'm sorry again.
That's okay.
I need to move, but it has seriously been a pleasure. Really great info, great chatting with you, and just take care, okay? And thank you so much.
Yeah, you too. Say hi to give Chubbs a hug and a kiss for us.
Will do. Thanks.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye. All right. Netherworld, it looks like. Netherworld.
Hello?
Hi. Can you hear me, Netherworld?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's Nether.
Hey, man. How are you?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How's things?
Getting there. Very quiet at the moment, obviously with everybody locked up, but people like us introverts, it's just it's normal to us, isn't it?
When did you realize you were an introvert? Did you always kind of know, or did you have some kind of a moment where you found out or figured it out?
When I was a kid, really. I've always known. I always had it, thought it was like anxiety. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
And it still bothers us today. I mean, I can be a bit of both. I can be introverted, and then when I decide to be, I can be really extrovert when I want to be. Like, obviously going back to the sound engineering and the DJ, and that's like, you have to be a bit of an extrovert, you know what I mean? But
Oh,
I think I used that to maybe, like challenge myself, because I like when I'm getting the anxiety and it's I like to challenge myself. Do you know what I mean? I like to challenge the anxiety. I go,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you're not going to change my behavior, so I'll do something like outside of the box. Do you know what I mean? It's a
That's
weird
good.
thing.
No, I
But
do
I'm a,
like it. It's good. I say think, because what it is I think part of kind of our personality types is we are constantly trying to become better and evolve, and always trying to. Don't you feel like you're always in self-reflection? I'm always trying to figure out,
constant.
right? Always
Constant.
trying to figure out new things about me, or things I'm interested, or subjects, and it's not a narcissism focus on yourself. It's deep, it's just like you can't get out of your head, and you really kind of don't want to a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'd rather be by myself exploring.
Yeah.
Like on the like I spend a lot of time just on the internet exploring stuff. Ever since like it started, like I think as well. You remember when we were talking about drugs the last time, and that lassie there that's just been on, Sarah, I think her name was. Am I right there?
Yes.
Hope I got it right. She's on about her brother and that. It's sometimes with that, and I'm talking from experience here. Like I was saying, we were talking about last time. We were talking about drugs and the certain ones like cocaine, meth, amphetamines, anything. Well, when meth is really an amphetamine, but anything like that is it's just an open door to let in evil, whether you want to call it demons, whatever you want to call it. It's just an open door. And sometimes, like that lad, and I know this yourself, because I spent 4 years on heroin back in the like early 2000s.
Wow.
And it's because of the anxiety, the introvertism. I think a lot of people who are like that sort of gravitate towards drugs because they're just sick of feeling. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, listen, you're speaking my language. That's why,
Like,
I've been honest that I use marijuana, but I've used that for like 20 years. I've got the legal stuff.
It's a
and all that,
lifesaver.
yeah, and the same thing. Even as a teenager, I never did heroin, but I did everything else. Right, and because same thing. I just didn't, because you feel too much. Even back then, as a kid, I would feel people too much, and
when I was a kid,
it was torture. It turned the voices down. Not that you're hearing voices, but it just the noise. It kind of silenced the noise. You know what I mean? Doing drugs.
Like, I can't, like, to this day, I can't stand it. If somebody just falls over, bangs their knee, I feel it. Like inside in my gut, like, and it's like a stabbing in my gut, and all the person might have done is just fell over and banged their knee or something like that, and I'm like, like, and I feel it right inside of us. Somebody's crying. Like, I mean, I don't know if this is anybody else, but I've noticed that people who are empathic, if you're out with someone and you say you're out on a drinking night and somebody starts to be sick, you automatically have to be sick with them. Why is that? It's because you're feeling what they're feeling, and for a lot of people, it's torture. Like when I was a kid, it was absolute torture, and it's not till lately, like the past couple of years, I've started realizing, like, you feel too much. You want to see the best in people all the time, and these people, again, it can be a detriment to you because you feel and you want to see the best in everyone, and the psychopaths and the narcissists, that is just food to them.
Oh yeah, they feed on. I had one of them. I had one of them attach itself to me. Many years ago. It actually inspired me to make the video called "Narcissist: The Psychology of Demons," which YouTube took down so many times. I gave up on putting it up on YouTube. It's on my website somewhere now. But yeah, no, you're right. They those creatures they love feeding off of our energy and our empathy and our care and our love, and they've killed us. I know they have. They've driven some of us mad. I mean, it's a very dangerous situation.
Well, I told you the situation that I was in the last time, and that's what led to that. Just again, and I do it again and again and again, and we'll never stop doing it because we're just like that. Do you know what I mean? Which is, you just want to see the best in them, even if you know that you think, oh, you're a bit of a evil, horrible person, but there's some good in there somewhere, and you want to see it. And sometimes it's to your detriment because they want that. Do you know what I mean? They want you, just like the lad who's just been on about our brother. I know it's your brother, right? But it wasn't when going back to the heroin, it wasn't until my entire family just was like, nah, that's enough. And they stopped talking to us. And that was when I started to realize, like, look what you've done. Like, look what you're doing to yourself. But I know, like with heroin, that is a good. What that does is it blocks all emotion, all of it. And I think that's why a lot of people, like, who are empathic or introverted or whatever you want to call it, or that's why they sort of gravitate towards drugs. And cannabis is fine. Do you know what I mean? For me, it's been a lifesaver. I remember the first time I had it when I was about 12-year-old, and I was like, wow, I've never felt this calm. All the noise is gone, and I never turned back from that day. And I've used cannabis since, off and on, since the age of 12. Really, I'm 42 now. Do you know what I mean? And it's never had any. If anything, all the bad decisions and all the horrible things in my life that I've let in has been through alcohol. Not even other drugs. Alcohol is one of the worst ones, if you ask me.
I think so too. I don't even bring it to the house. I don't buy it. I may go to a bar and have a drink with a friend.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. But I'll not, like, I try not to have it in the house, or if sometimes I'll go in a shop and it's like, just get it. It's like, no, it's like, because it can lead people to drugs. And sometimes you've just got, like what she said, like, I mean, he's stamping on your fingers and things like that. You've just got to go, right, that is it. And sometimes that's the shock you need to either come out of it or not. And it's a sad thing to say, but like, it's a lad said to me once, it's like, there's 3 endings to this. He's like, yeah, they come out of it, you go to jail, or you die. That's what happens. And that was another shocker to me, because I was like, whoa, like, this guy's right. Do you know what I mean? And it was once my family, when my family were like, no, we don't want anything to do with you. Get yourself sorted out. And that's what was the final one, that way I was like, right, I've got to get this under. And I did. I got out the other side of it, and it made us a better person in the end. But it's hard, I think, and introverted people that struggle a lot, and they don't know. I mean, I once did a night. I started a night once called Introvert when I was doing the sound, and nobody turned up, funnily enough. Because people just, you'll sit in your bedroom, like, it's the bedroom sitters, isn't it? The people who've always wanted to just sit in the bedroom, and they're quite happy with that. But everybody will look at you and say, oh, well, you're a bit of a weirdo. It's like, well, no, I'm happy in my own skin. I'm happy just sat by myself. And these people, I think it's you that's got something wrong with you. If you can't sit with yourself, then there's something about yourself you don't like.
Yeah, that was one of those things that when I finally took that personality test 3 years ago again, and I saw that and started looking into the INFP thing, it made me feel better, because at that point I had been living a lot more where I was just on my own, kind of isolated. But you know, people call, you still talk, and I'd still can go out and be, it's not like, you know, we're weird. I mean, I just like you, I can be very extroverted out in public or in big situations. Like, I'm not afraid to talk in front of, you know, the whole thing. Like, I'm good with all that, but just in doses. Then if I go do that for several hours, I need to go home and chill for like probably 24 hours, you know.
Afterwards. You need like the chill out time after it all. I mean, like, and I'm saying, like, and that's what I used to do when I came off the gear. We call heroin the gear in this country. And when I came off the gear, and I was thinking, like, what am I going to do with my life? That's when I was like, right, I'm going to build a sound system and this, that, and the other, and I'm going to get back out there and I'm going to do it all myself. And that's what I did. But again, like, to me detriment, but because I wanted to just help people. But I learned about myself, and it was all a challenge to challenge that bit of us where it just, like, the bit of us that just wants to stay in all the time. It was like, right, you've got to try and push yourself. Do you know what I mean? And go, right, I'm going to do something. And it could be, for me, it was DJing in front of a crowd full of like thousands of people. Do you know what I mean? Or setting a sound, like doing it. That was the thing for me. And being in that where it's just hectic mayhem and trying to, you know, keep your head together and just do a job while you're doing that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you were numbing yourself for sure. I'm sure.
For years. I mean, for a long time, I was just not. And it's only been, I don't know, past 10 years or so that I've realized about it all. And I mean, I still slipped up a couple of times and went back to drugs for a little bit. Like I was saying the last time, the ketamine and all that. I think that was just kind of replacing heroin, but it was hard. And like I said, now I'm just on the other side of it. It's like, it just made us what I am now. Do you know what I mean? I don't even look back at it with any regret or anything like that. I just think that was something that happened, and part of the reason was that what we're on about tonight. Like, and I think a lot of other people will be thinking, yeah, I'll do that. So I hope it's give people a little bit of insight into their own mind. But you definitely with the drugs thing and you've just got to call a cut-off point, and it will be better in the end for that lad. And I'm praying for him because meth is a terrible one. Like, it's right up there, isn't it, with the horrible one.
Oh yeah, it made me feel so guilty. I did it years ago, and it was before I went to the military, and it was one of the reasons I did, because I was at a crossroads. I could keep partying and probably getting more into that kind of lifestyle, or I could go to the military. Is kind of how it turned out for me. But
I mean, it just
bad stuff.
Yeah, it just turned into like a 10-year party for me. That was what it was. It was just constant, every week, three times a week, or midweek you'd do a job, and you get there and all the temptations there, and it was probably the wrong place for us to be in, but it was just me trying to challenge that introverted anxiety part of us and just thinking, you're not gonna control my behavior. I'm gonna be in control of it. And it does work. It did work.
I understand that. No, that's good. That's,
sometimes you just have to do that. Do you know what I mean?
I do. It reminds me of. I'll just share this real quick, and then I'll probably move on here, man.
Yeah.
Unless you have anything else. But when I was in film school, we every year they would have this kind of a conference at our film school. It was over on the East Coast, and they would have different guests come in from Hollywood and stuff. I mean, Bruce Campbell, who that is. I mean, we'd have some kind of random big names, but nothing major. But the point is that they always tried to put us through these little training sessions and stuff. And we had this one year that these two guys showed up. They were brothers, and they wound up being the most hated people ever at my school. Everyone hated these guys because they kept putting us through these really weird situations to help us, quote, grow. But here's one of the things they did. And as an introverted personality, is one of the toughest things I ever had to endure. But the film school was pretty big, and there's 4 years to it. So we had, hundreds of people in this auditorium.
Yeah.
And they had a podium set up in the middle of the auditorium, and each person had to go up and stand I'd say maybe not hundreds. I'd say maybe about 100. But each person had to go stand at that podium, and everybody else in the whole place had to yell and scream demeaning, hateful, angry, mean things to them. It was very strange. Yeah. And it was roaring, and people were vicious. And I remember doing that and just feeling all of the energy coming at you, and all of even though a lot of it was just manufactured hatred and anger, because we didn't really know each other at that point, but some of us didn't, but just, feeling it was just so intense. It almost brought me to tears. And it's not like because they're saying bad things about me. It was just, I felt so much of it, man. I was trembling. Yeah. I'll never forget.
If I see someone cry, I want to cry. It's like, and not everybody's like that. You just think, well, not everybody's like that.
No, they're really not.
And it takes a lot to realize, like, some people, you just think, why are you not feeling what I'm feeling right now? Like, you can see that they just stood there, blank face, somebody's crying or somebody's hurt themselves, and some people can just stand there and just not react, and you just think, there's something wrong with you, your wiring's wrong. Do you know what I mean? But everybody, for each to their own, everybody's got a different wiring set up in the head, haven't they? It's what you're born with and what you've been exposed to a lot of the time. A lot of these people who were like that are just have been exposed to trauma all their life, so they're just used to it.
And many of these people that aren't quite as feeling are needed, extremely needed in this world. We need some of those types as well. Yeah,
they're the soldiers. Obviously. They're the frontline guys. They're the guys like the police force and people like that. The people who have got the stomach for it, and just some of us I know I haven't. I try to. Where I come from is a very, egotistical, manly type of upbringing. If you weren't like a macho man, do you know what I mean? And I always knew I'm just not like you. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, I'll let you go. There was one more thing though before we went.
Please
I sent you an email on the slitty eyes thing. Do you know the Jenna Bush? I don't know if you've got a program over. I just caught it by accident. Somebody was playing this video, and I was like, "What happened to her eyes there? What another one? Do you know Jenna Bush?"
Man, I've got other videos. I got one in my movie with her
with her on, right?
transforming.
So she did an interview the other day with Tom Hanks's wife,
Son?
creature.
Oh, wife. Yeah, she is.
creature.
She's
The
scary.
creature,
Yeah.
oh God. Anyway, they were doing an interview trying to pretend that everything's all good at the minute with whatever's going on with them. Like, we won't go there. But she's in the middle, and there's somebody called Hoda or something. Today Show with somebody called Hoda. And right?
Yeah.
So there's
I know
three
that
people
is.
on this thing, and then she's on the middle screen. So there's three separate screens. So we've got Hoda on the left, her in the middle, and then the creature on the right. Okay. As the video gets on, about 2 minutes, it's only a 4 or 5 minute video. And as the video got on, I'm going, what's going on with her eye? And then you're looking, and the same thing that we've seen many, many times. And I mean, I'm very skeptical about all of this. I just think, wow, like it could just be a glitch. It could be this, it could be that. But I've just got to a point now where, hold on, it just keeps happening with the same people over and over and over and over and over again. And
she's the bloodline of Crowley, man.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, we know about their family and like what goes on with them. I don't even think half of the women in the families are actually women. When you look at them, you just think you're not a woman.
Man, there's even a picture of not Barbara Bush. What's her name? What's W's wife's name?
Barbara Bush, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Maybe it was.
She
mom's name too. I thought. But,
is it? I don't know. But
anyway, she does. But I'll say this: that she's several videos I've seen with her eyes getting weird, and also there's a picture of her. I don't know where it is now, but you guys could look it up, where she's standing at the White House lawn, literally doing the "as above, so below" symbol that we see with Baphomet, and her hand below is in the devil horns pointing down.
Oh, they do it all. I mean,
that's not by accident. Yeah.
No, well, we know this now. I mean, it used to be a case of like, oh, that's just an accident. It's the way the picture's being caught or whatever. No, not anymore. And anybody who thinks that anymore, you haven't been watching and you haven't been looking. But I sent you that video anyway to your email. So have a check of it when you're checking your email and that. But I'll let you go. I don't want to keep too much time because I know we're rambling.
Hey, that's all right, man. It's always a pleasure. I look forward to seeing that video. And
just check your email, man.
Yeah. Hey, we'll talk again. Take care, okay?
Yes, you too, mate. See you
later. All right. Next up, I've got Gibson.
We'll talk again. Take care, okay?
Hi, Gibson. Oh, and Gibson, if you can hear me, do you mind turning your volume down on your computer, please?
Okay. Hi, Gibson. Oh, and Gibson, if you can hear me, do you mind turning your volume down on your computer?
Yeah, KJ. Is that good?
No, I'm sorry. There's a lot of feedback.
Does that help?
That's better.
Yeah, KJ. Is that good?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's still coming in pretty bad.
Something weird's going on. Does that help? Yeah, we're getting
Can you just turn the volume down on that end? Oh, no, I'm sorry. There you go.
Does that help? Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect. That was totally perfect. But now it's coming back again a little. Now it's perfect. Oh, that's perfect. That was totally perfect.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, sorry, but I keep hearing me. Let me see if I'm echoing. Oh, that's perfect. That was totally perfect.
Yeah, it's in a loop. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, sorry, but I keep hearing me. Let me see. Yeah, it keeps feeding back to me. Sorry, there's a really bad echo.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I mean, don't leave. I'm just going to move to the next one and maybe work on that for a second. Would that be okay? It's a really bad echo. And then I'll come right back to you, okay? I mean, don't leave. I'm just going to move to the next. Okay, so Gibson, yeah, that was getting crazy. Sorry, Gibson sisters, I think. Yeah, on my end, man, it was, I could hear everything I was saying echoed back. Plus, on top of that, there was some other like crazy static noise and stuff in the background. So I'm sorry about that. Usually the best thing, if you can, try to have the volume down completely down on your end, and it should help, but who knows? Sometimes there's different setups and things happen. I'll come back to you next though, Gibson sisters. All right, Lynn, are you there?
I am. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thanks.
I number one was I can't believe I was waiting online and you're having a conversation that is so applicable to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm a very, very introverted, very always. Even when I was a kid, I was very quiet.
Yeah.
But then I ended up being a bartender for 20 years, so wow. I kind of relate to the last guy.
Oh yeah. Well, then I guess you probably had to really crash out hard after the job every day, right?
Oh, it was intense. It was a great job because you got to meet a lot of people. But to this day cannot go to a bar and sit on the other side of the bar and have a drink with it. Like, I can't be in that side of the bar. I had to, I was fine as long as I was working, but it was a great job too. I enjoyed it, and it was good money,
Well, if you've got that introvert side, you may be also have that kind of healing side. So I wonder do you have that? And if you do, did you ever use it? I always thought I've thought about being a bartender in the past, but it'd be a cool way to even heal and help people along the way in a very subtle sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there were times when I prayed with people over the bar, and God led a couple of people to Christ right there in the bar. And my dad hated it. My father just passed away 3 weeks ago, and he hated me bartending when I first started. And I kept telling him, like, people that are in church don't need to find the Lord. They already did. People in a bar, they need the Lord, And I find that most people were attracted to Christ in me,
Yeah, I understand that. And, that's sometimes trying to explain that to a hardened religious person, they won't get it. Because even before I was awake to the stuff I am, before I started, as KJ Osborne, everything I do, I went to film school, and I went to be a horror and science fiction writer and director. But I was a follower of Christ then too. I was baptized and saved at 11. And then I went my own way pretty much for many years, but then I came back, and the whole thing. We all had our stories, but the point is, so I was on board with Christ, all through film school, and that was my whole idea was, I will bring, these kinds of hidden messages in through horror and science fiction. I'm going to put the good messages in, and I was writing movies about the New World Order. I had a movie about a guy that becomes the Antichrist because he finds this amulet in his backyard one day when he's digging a hole for his dead dog. And when he puts it on, whatever he tells people to do, they'll do. And I wrote this whole thing, and it's a long story,
wow.
but at the end, this guy gets it and wants to be president, and somebody shoots him in the head. It's the whole thing. But I'm just saying that even back then, my mind was into this kind of thing and conspiracies and whatever. And
Right.
But yeah, same thing. I wanted to use it to, my own kind of brainwashing. We know it's mind control, but I was like, I'll get in there and I'll put, messages about truth, about what's coming. And I knew nothing back then that I know now. I thought I did. Most people kind of know. Oh, I heard of the New World Order. I get it, but wow.
Yeah.
Once we start really looking into it. But go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry. I want to say, Lynn. Sorry, Lynn, but your audio, I'm having a little bit of trouble with your audio. It's coming in very kind of broken and far away.
Hold on 1 second. Let me try and fix that.
Okay, thanks. Just want to make sure we got that.
Is it better now?
That's
Is
much
that any better?
That is much better. Okay,
Good
go
deal.
ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I want to make sure I get this in. I have the most unique problem in the world. I think it is anyway. And I've sent you an email about it, but I am 100%. There's these lights, and I noticed the first picture I have of them is from November 21st of 2016.
Wait, Lynn, I'm sorry. Do you have a YouTube channel?
I do.
I've seen all of these. I went and watched all of that.
Get out.
yeah. I just don't comment because I'm real. There's so many weird rules that come along with running a YouTube channel like mine that I've created for myself through the years. And one is I'm real careful about commenting anywhere. Now, I don't think it's as bad now. It doesn't feel like it, but a few years back, the trolling situation was just off the chain. All of us who are, talking about this kind of stuff, it was government trolls. It was just hater trolls. It was everything. It was groups of people. But so you might leave a nice comment on someone's video, and then 2 days later, you've got all these messages from people about how big a piece of trash you are, and you're a liar, and you're filth, and you're a shill. And you see, and then it would bring negativity to other people I never wanted. It sucked, man. I mean, I put a message on Trey Smith, I think his name
Yeah.
is. Yeah,
I love
left
him too.
I like him. I like
Yeah,
him. I left a message on one of his videos years ago, even asking him, this is how I'll approach people I want to meet and do shows with. I'll just say, hey man, I really like what you're doing. My name is KJ with Scariest Movie Ever. If you'd ever like to come to a live show, please email me and I'll do stuff like that with people. And I did that with Trey a few years ago. And the angry, hateful backlash I got from quote Christians was so fierce. I mean, it's shocking. And so again, and I'll also say this, I think a lot of these people, they're faking being Christian YouTube channels and stuff. I think that happens a lot. But then there is that element, kind of the Pharisees, if you will, the ultra religious, those that all are about the law and not the not grace and whatnot. But there's the religious spirit is all it is, a very angry, hateful thing. But anyway, go ahead.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, so if you've seen the videos, then like I mean, I'm not just, I've got proof of what I'm saying, and people still think I'm crazy.
Well, I'll tell the folks if they don't know. Lynn has contacted me on email. I'm glad I got back to you. Sorry, I missed some of them. It's just I'm spread all over the place online, and I try to keep up, and you just can't. But the point is, and she's having so many of these sightings of these the things. I think they're spirits. I believe they're the demons, most likely, the shape-shifting orbs I've been showing you guys for years. What I didn't ask you, Lynn, and I didn't notice, and I hope this isn't the thing, but have you talked to these, or you don't try to talk to them or bring them in or anything, do you?
Well, okay, so there's like a pretty interesting...
Oh, I'm sorry, Lynn, your audio is muffled real bad right now.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
There you go, perfect.
Okay. There's an interesting story that goes along with it. I'll try and compact it to a very brief one if you're willing to listen to it.
Oh no, of course. I'm very curious.
Okay, so when I start, I'm looking at one right now. They're all there right now. There's 14 of them. They're always there. I don't believe they're demons because I have had experiences where one's tried to come close to me, and I immediately, just like a reflex, put my hand out and said, I cast you out in the name of Jesus, and it went off like a light switch.
Love it.
So
Love it.
When this started like 3.5 years ago, I would tell people like, there's lights following me. And at the time I was addicted to heroin. So, you start, of course, you think it's like the police are following you, and, of course. And then at one point they were always following me. I would curse at them. I would pull over and be like, go away. Like it was really because so I went through this whole process where for a little while I tried to avoid them. I would drive like back road. My grandkids live like half an hour away, my daughter and my grandkids. And I would drive back roads and go under the trees to try and avoid them. And they would come under the trees with me. So, I spent time ignoring them. I spent time praying and casting them out. Like I really spent a large amount of time and energy with these, and they're not orbs. God at one point made a very clear distinction to me that they're not orbs, they're lights. And I used to call them creepy lights. And at one point I really heard the Lord say, don't call them that anymore. And they are not creepy. They actually bring me a huge amount of comfort. I believe 100% they're from God. I know they're interdimensional, and this is how I know that. When it always, so once I ignored them for a while and blah, blah, blah. So at some point, like the Lord said, pay attention to them. And so I went out and took a video. There was one out in my, I was standing on my porch, and almost all the videos are me standing in my house or on my porch, like they're right there every night, no matter where I go though. So I was flashing a flashlight at that one light, and it started flashing back at me. And so I grabbed my phone and I took a video, and I went in, and the next morning, I think it's on my, like the third video on the channel, I think. And I looked at the video the next day, and there were 6 lights, and those lights weren't there when I took that video. So it had like a particular pattern where there was like 4 on one side and then a little gap and then 2 on the end, and those 2 were flashing on and off. So, and you know, I didn't realize it at the time, but this was the Lord teaching me what they were. So I went to I watched Morfugal. I don't know if you know of Morfugal News.
I've heard of it. I've never watched it, but I've heard of it.
It's a really great show, KJ, because it's a lot of people around the country just kind of banding together and like eyes on what they see. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of format kind of similar to this.
That's always a very good idea. You know, that's definitely. Yeah. Do they have people call in and give tips and stuff? And
it's a live call-in show. It has a bunch of military. I think there's like hundreds of military members, and there's 3,000 people a night in his chat room, and it's just live call-in. I've been on it a couple times with the lights, you know.
Yeah.
So,
well, I want to.
So let me. I want to.
Oh, I'm sorry. You finish,
Sure.
And then I'll add my bit, please.
Okay. So, like, I was watching that, and somebody called in and talked about there being live cams all over the world, and for whatever reason, my husband was sleeping right next to me, and I was just. I had just realized that the heroin addiction was. It started with back pain, the same as most people. And I cast the demon out of me. And immediately it was like a switch went off. Like it just, I had to use Suboxone for the physical part of it, but the mental part of it was gone. Praise God.
Wow. I'm really glad you got over that. You got rid of that demon, honestly.
Yes. So my husband was sleeping, and I logged into, he said there was a live cam in Mexico City right on the beach. So I logged into that live cam. First time I've ever done that. I logged in a live cam on my laptop, and there are lights, and they're in a very similar, and I don't know what it is. They might be houses, they could be cars, but they were staying in the same places, and they were oddly similar to the lights that I just had the weird video with a few nights prior.
Wow.
So I videotaped my laptop. You can even hear my husband snoring in the background.
Hey, Lynn, before
Yes.
you continue, the people in chat are asking what your channel is. They want to go watch your videos. What's your YouTube channel?
Lynn M is the channel.
LYNN space M.
Yep. Correct.
Mom. Okay, cool. Thanks, Lynn. Please continue.
Okay, so I videotaped that. And the next day I went back to that live cam again, and it was over the ocean. I mean, I was blown away. And that's how God showed me that these are interdimensional. They don't respect time and space like we do.
Yeah.
And they are not demonic. I know they're not, because I have cried out to God on my knees, you know, and helped me understand. And he has brought me through this. I don't know if you got to see one of the last videos I've done was at the very end of it, I was playing a song, and at the very end of it, the light gets very big and almost looks like a flower, a white flower spinning. It's beautiful.
Yeah. That's really interesting. And you know, I'm glad that no matter what happens with your experience with these things, I'm glad you're praying about it. And I'm glad you're making sure it's a thing with God, because I've seen videos in the past from Christian women who will get on camera and they were just talking about the Bible and stuff like this, or news, you know, I'm subbed to all different kinds of people. But some of these particular people, I would notice in their bedrooms, in the background, they would have a lot of these little orbs floating around, the little bitty baby ones. And they were obvious because they were making different directions and changing places, and it was just incredible. But so my experience has been, everything I've studied is, I feel like there's both. Now that's just been what I've found. I think there are good, but perhaps that's the mockery that Satan does, is he's taking these beautiful white little energy orbs And then we see them up in the sky now as the diamonds and the shapeshifters and different colors and performing and putting on a show. You know, there's God. I don't see God doesn't now. Maybe this is the signs and wonders in the sky, or a pre that, you know, or something like this.
That's what I absolutely think it is.
Right. So I associate that part more with, you know, the spirits of the Nephilim, you know, or the demonic spirits, the interdimensional beings. But I feel you on the other side, and just I know you're being careful not to be deceived. I have seen orbs, I believe, around people that I believe were Holy Spirit filled good people, you know, in the rooms and stuff. It's a different thing, though. You know, they act different, they move different. I certainly don't know everything about them. But, you know, go ahead, though. It's really cool hearing your perspective. Honestly, I love it.
I think the difference is that they don't try to approach me. Like I said, I would. And another thing I noticed, so there were all these little experiences that brought me to this place. One of them was when I went to the ocean with my daughter last summer. And I don't know if you saw the one that's called Surfing Star.
I'm not sure.
It's hard to see it, but some of them it's harder to see than others. I mean, it's hard to capture a light that's out at night. But I was walking down the beach and it was almost embarrassing because all these lights are following me. I'd be sitting on the balcony, you know, it was right on the beach, you know, and I would sit on the balcony and just all these lights and they're not way up where stars are. They're down where trees are. At least prospectively, like I'm standing I have like a sunroom, and as I'm standing in my sunroom, I can see two of them right now that are always, and they're always in the same spot, but that spot moves with the season. So it'd probably be interesting to see, like if we took all the videos and did like a progression of what happened over the last year, because that's how long I've been keeping a YouTube channel, is a year. You know, but 200 some videos of the same exact light from the same exact, you know.
And it's not a planet. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but you've checked that it's not a planet, right? Because it could be.
No,
okay,
I don't think it is. I don't think it is because, well, I mean, anything's possible. I believe they're angels. I 100%. I have a weird thing for angels too, which is funny. I have an angel tattooed on my back. And I'm a sculptor, and the only thing I do is sculpt angels.
Oh, wow.
And I don't sell them. I will only give them away.
So that's so cool.
I have angels all over my house. So I have always had a thing for angels. So I was very careful. And 3.5 years I waited before I was decided I would talk to people about it. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about, really important, though, I want to make sure I squeeze it in, and I don't want to see it's something else. So I started noticing, you know, I have videos of them over a truck stop in Iowa, the lights, you know. So it's a long story and it's complicated, but the drones I started noticing would be in my backyard. I'd look out my bedroom window and to see my beautiful light friends or take my video or whatever. And I'd notice these drone lights. And we're talking 3, 4, 5 drones a night in my backyard. That's a lot of time and money, you know? So I was really excited last week, or several weeks ago, I guess it was now. I saw one. I was looking out my bedroom window and I've been taking shots at them. Because I have a 23-year-old daughter, and you know they're right outside my windows.
What are you packing?
Well, I have an AK, a 22 rifle,
nice
shotgun.
Wow.
I mean, we've
not mess with Lynn.
But then we found out that it's illegal to shoot drones down. So I saw this drone down by my pond, and it was 1:00 in the morning, and I can see them with my binoculars sometimes hiding in the trees. They hide. It's ridiculous. And so I ran down and I saw the drone and I took a video, and you can actually see the drone it's I think a 3-minute video. And it's the only one I've gotten that proves 100% because people think I'm crazy. You know, as a matter of fact, I broke my leg a year ago, and my husband and my sister who both have seen the videos and seen the lights, we're both like, well, she does see lights.
Well, I would just add, and there's always different perspectives on things, and I don't think you are worshiping an angel, but better, of course. We got to be careful with that kind of thing, and be careful, of course, just not to be deceived by any of the bad ones. There's a guy named Prophet Yahweh. Have you ever heard of Prophet Yahweh?
No, I've never heard of him.
He's from 10 years ago or so is the last time I heard much from him, but he made it on national news, and then I followed his work for a couple of years just out of curiosity. Not that I was following Prophet Yahweh. Yeah, Prophet. Just I'll explain it. He made it on national news because he's one of these guys that was able to summon the orbs. He was summoning UFOs.
Oh, wow.
Right. So you just go to the sky, go, oh, the next thing you know, it's like, right?
Oh,
and
that's scary.
Even the newsmen were like, oh my God, there it is. You follow him around. So
that's how, but the drones,
the demonic side, though. That's me.
Right.
Go ahead.
And I've been super careful about all that. Like people say all the time, like, oh, you need to cast them out. Listen, there is nothing I haven't done to try and figure out what's going on. Like, I'm standing on my porch right now, and there's a drone probably 20 feet in the air flying across my yard. So the drones prove that the lights are something very, very strange. They can't be planets. They can't be stars, or nobody would invest that kind of time and energy into trying to figure out what they are,
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So the drones almost prove that they are something that people, and I'm telling you, nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to, because nobody can explain it. So it's easier to just, but how I finally got my father before he passed away to understand and believe was, I said, Noah's family probably thought he was crazy. They were probably like, it's not going to rain. There's no way it'll rain. And I said, how did they know what star to follow? How do they know which star is, whenever they went to see the Lord, when he was in his birth, how did they know to follow that star? Unless it did something to indicate it's an entity, so.
Perhaps that's a very interesting perspective. Wow.
Well, so that's my story, and I'm really glad that I got a chance to tell you that, and to tell you that you are largely responsible for my wake up. So I just want to let you know that your work is really waking people up.
It's humbling and it's an honor, and I appreciate it, and thank you.
Yeah.
And nice talking to you too. Thank you for them videos. Just stay safe and be careful and keep praying. And, I know you're doing right. I just don't want to see you get tricked or anything, but what's up. So here I am lecturing you. You know better than I know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. And I'll let you go get another call, but
okay.
Thanks for the time, and let me get my story to you.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right,
thanks. All right, I want to try the Gibson sisters again. Hi, ladies. Are you there?
Hi, KJ. Is this better?
Oh, that is so perfect. You're coming in crystal clear.
Good.
Thank you. How are you?
We're good. Yeah.
I'm glad you're joining us. So what's on your mind? I get the feeling just from our first introduction, you may be a bit introverted, perhaps.
Yeah, we jammed up the system there somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, we are both. I believe we're both INFPs, actually.
Oh wow.
We're also best friends and sisters. So.
Oh my gosh, I got so many questions. I'm sorry. First thing is wait, please continue. I just want to throw this in there. I just want to know what it's like to be so close to another INFP. So please continue.
It's pretty amazing, really. It's something that I'm always grateful for, just because it can be very hard to actually find people you relate to. So to have that as a family member, and someone, we live together, so someone they see every day and share a very basically intimate relationship with, it's definitely a blessing, I would say.
That is so great. I mean, I even want to ask both of you just about some of our quirks. I'm curious, but uh, do you ever find yourself obsessing over things that happened, minor things, little interactions in public or something, and you'll catch yourself. I've become really good at not doing that anymore, but if I let my mind just roll, do you find yourself just doing that sometimes, obsessing over, oh, in that moment I should have been nicer to that person, or I forgot to say thank you, or you know what I mean?
Oh, yes.
Oh, most definitely.
Definitely overthinking most interactions.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and interestingly, I've had like no internet presence for years. You know, I've just kind of been an observer and just sat back and watched everything. But lately, with everything that's been going on, I've had this new piece of myself emerge where I felt, you know, kind of urged to say things a lot more, and not in a negative way, but you know, I'm finding that just stating, basically putting yourself out there in any way, and I believe this is why I avoided it, but you know, it's just opening yourself up to just get negative feedback. And yes, it can be hard to digest that for people that are sensitive and you know, just overthinking of everything. So
Yeah, that's where my faith, I think, honestly filled the void, because you know, I don't know how long y'all followed my work, but man, especially going back to when I came back from Costa Rica, man, I had just gangs of people online hating on me and calling me a liar and it's all this stuff. I mean, it's been a lot of stuff. I don't even like to revisit it and think about it. But the point is that, yeah, there's been a lot of that. It's really has been literally blood, sweat, and tears doing this kind of work for 14 years now, off and on YouTube. But it's just the fact that I believe in the kind, even calling it a gift, I feel like that's being all, you know, I'm puffing up my chest, but I believe in the gift. I believe in what it is I do. And that's the one thing that's kept me going through everything. It's just believing and knowing that I believe it's a gift from the Lord and I'm doing the best I can with it. That's the only thing, man. It's it, because gosh, I've really had to learn, you know, exercise and diet over the last several years and getting out to nature. I have to do that now between all the videos I do and shows. And gosh, it's been so good. You know, I finally figured out, you know, I had a heart attack 2 years ago too, you know, so that changed my life. And I'm young, I'm still in my 40s. So I had a heart attack a couple of years ago. And that was another big wake up call. It's like all this stuff may be literally breaking my heart, you know, so I had to kind of look at it from a new perspective, I guess.
Yeah. You have to take care of yourself for sure.
And what do y'all do, if you don't mind, for a living? You don't have to tell me exactly, but is it something where you're out a lot around people, or do you work from home, or just around a small group?
We work from home.
Yeah, I work. I have my own business. I sell vintage and antiques online mostly. I also have an antique booth. So yeah, but like basically I do have a degree. I have a degree in documentary film, but never used it. I mean, other than some small pieces and things, wasn't able to make a living with that. So yeah, for the past almost 7 years, I've been just selling things online, and it's nice because I don't get that system overload that can so accompany certain personality types. So yeah, I'm grateful for that every day as well.
Do you all have trouble returning phone calls and being on time with texts?
Yeah,
I do.
I mean,
at least she's probably better at it.
I
than
don't
me.
like talking on the phone. I never have my entire life.
Yeah.
Text is fine, you know. I can mostly keep up with that, but there are times even where, you know, you might just be in a mood where you just need to not be in touch with anyone. And
yeah, I do that so much. I'll even have a guest and really enjoy it. It'll be a great show. And I'll tell them after the show, hey, let's do something maybe next week, you know. All right, cool, man. And then like 2 months later, I'm contacting them. You know what I mean? And even then I have to explain. It's like, and they're always really gracious because I do it quite a bit. I try not to, but then you know how maybe you do, but with my mind, and I'm a creative person. So if I'm working on videos and stuff all the time throughout the days, even though I'm not posting something constantly, I'm working on it. So I get I'm obsessed with what I do. I'm obsessed with creativity. I'm obsessed with learning about everything that's happening. I'm obsessed with all of it. I'm really obsessed with it. And that's where I tell you, I've had to learn to kind of balance things out. And I do good. I have good family. I have good friends, stuff like this. I do fine. But it's been a real process of doing that, because I can get just obsessed with a subject and be working on it for 2-3 weeks and not want to answer texts or, calls immediately, and just kind of want to be left alone. I don't want to look at my emails. And over the years, I've had to learn, really to take people's feelings more into account. I feel like I wasn't even doing that kind of for a while, because I'd be so obsessed with whatever project I was working on that's all that mattered to me at that time,
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Oh yeah. No, I totally understand that.
Do you like documentaries, or are there any do you watch very many documentaries at all?
That's
basically all we watch. That, or like your content or similar. Yeah, I love documentary. There are a lot I could recommend. I haven't found any really good stuff coming out in the last, I don't know. It seems like it's been a while. There was a lot of stuff that I was at least even moderately into coming out for when I was in college and everything. But yeah, it seems like most documentary content now is biased, or it's
agenda driven.
Yeah. Agenda driven, or just really superficial, just.
That's the other thing, is I bet you two are both really good at that as well. Every time I watch a movie or a TV show, beyond the symbols I see and messages and things like that, it's the obvious kind of political agenda or social agenda that's being forced down my throat. I literally see producers shaking their hand or their finger at me like, you will accept this lifestyle as this, or this is that. And, it's ruined so many things for me throughout the years, which is for the best. You see too much. You almost can't turn your brain off on all of it anymore, which is a good thing. But yeah, and it's the same thing with human beings. And that's probably why we can enjoy time alone so much, because, I just feel, I don't know how to put it into words, you know what I mean? I get around people and gosh, it's just, you just know them, you just know people, and then I'll get to know them and realize I was right, like I'll just know them, you understand?
I do.
Completely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Without even saying anything, you can know a lot about people, and it can be just a lot to have to process. I mean, that's why I really, there's been these jokes about, you're an introvert when during quarantine, your life doesn't really change much.
Haha, so true. I've been saying that to people. It's like, this is a regular day for me, man.
Yeah. Yeah, mine has not really changed much at all. But I mean, with regards to how much I go out for social, trips or anything. But yeah, and I think the other thing is that a lot of people on the, in the INFP and these types of sensitivities and things, you actually really enjoy your own company.
Yeah.
I find that's true for me. I can spend hours in my head or, just in my own world and not feel bored for a moment. But then, I can try to go do something that's supposed to be fun and just, like you said earlier, want to pull an escape act and get out of there.
Oh yeah, I was real bad, and when I worked out in Hollywood, I was real bad about that. Now, don't get me wrong, where I live now, there's friends who have little dinner parties on the weekends, and we'll go play poker or just hang out. There'd be like maybe 10 of us or something, that or less. That's perfect. There's the people and you're comfortable with. I don't dip out on places like that, but when I've been to big parties and things like this, big events and things, and Oh man, and just all the noise. And my friends where I live, the ones I grew up with, they're all into heavy metal and really loud stuff, and I've been to some of these little bars. The worst scenario I could ever be in, I pretty much try to avoid it now, but it's one of the worst scenarios ever, and it's the kind of thing these guys love. But they love going to these little bitty small bars here in this little Midwest town. There's hardly any room. Everyone's smoking cigarettes in there with the loudest, heavy metal cover type band, guys from around the corner you've ever heard in your life. You understand? You can feel the tension right now, can't you? Me just telling you.
Yeah, I know exactly the music you're talking about too, and it really hurts to actually have to into it.
But we are friends with a band that are really good, and I'll go watch those guys play. But even when those guys play, and they've been around, they've toured and stuff, but when they go play, even then I won't stay the whole night, just because it's the same scenario. I still like the guys. I like their music, and we have friends there, but it's smoky, it's loud. I can't talk. That's what I hate when I go to those places. I can't talk to you. I need to understand you. Hi, my name's KJ. Let me get into your brain for a while,
Yeah. And you can't hear yourself think, I find, in things like that. I just can't hear myself think at all. And I can only take that for so long.
I agree. Well, ladies, anything else you wanted to throw in there? Anything else you wanted to add?
The only thing I was going to mention is that, as crazy of times that we're living in right now, I, on a positive note, have seen at least that it does seem that there are a lot of people that are considering things they've never considered before. There's just so much information going out right now from, of course, there's many sources, but I feel like even if it's not the complete truth, not that, any of us can say that we know the complete truth, there are fragments that people, I think that typically would never even cross the radar are actually starting to consider. And some of these things are coming out of the darkness in a way that I'm grateful for. That's one thing I'm grateful for right now. So
I love that. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
That
all.
was it. Well,
Yeah.
I just want to add to that because I've mentioned that in a few of my shows, I guess fairly recently. But yeah, it's good, and of course I understand where you're coming from. It's good to see the positive side of what's happening, and there are a lot of positives. Even on really big scale, potentially positive. That the whole homeschooling thing, people are broke free from that system right now, the public education system, the indoctrination system.
Exactly.
And maybe this is bringing parents closer to their children. Maybe this is a chance where we're seeing couples getting a chance to get closer and really get to, spend time together. And that might not necessarily be the best thing all the time in these cases. We'll see. But this is, again, it's a time of testing, isn't it? So that's the test. So we all have our own tests we're going through. And I'm with you, though. I see good things happening. Globalism has taken a hit in a lot of ways. Now, ultimately, I know what the end of the game is. I know where we're heading and everything, but I'll take good news when it comes. It's the same thing I do with Trump and everything, because, it's not a completely black and white thing for me. If he does something good, something I agree with, I like it. If not, I don't like it. That's it, but just a blanket statement, he's horrible, I don't like anything, or I love everything he does, that's just as bad,
Right. Yep. With you 100% on that.
Well, ladies, it has been a pleasure. I love it. Just talking to you, it's been soothing just talking to you. You have soothing voices and presences, so thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. It was great to talk to you. I've been following your work for years, Rachel too, and I was waiting for the opportunity to call in, and I saw the Introvert hangout was happening. Oh, there it is.
Good. I'm so glad you took the opportunity. You two are amazing. Take care, and hopefully you'll call in the next time I do another show, okay?
All right. Thanks,
All right.
Kate.
See you later. Bye-bye. All right, everyone. Thanks for waiting. Still got a full house over here. Snow is up next. Snow, are you there?
Yeah, I am, KJ. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. How's it going, sir?
Going very well, man. I've been listening to you for years.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm actually an introvert, pretty big introvert. I realized it early on in elementary school when I began to treat my observations of people, my judgments of them as kind of a survival mechanism. Being able to accurately, gauge who someone was without having to interact with them in any way.
Yeah, good way to put it. Yeah, go ahead.
Up until age 26, 27, I was an atheist. And I went through a series of pretty catastrophic life events. My mom gave me to social services when I was 14, and I lost a child in the custody battle when I was 20 and was home off and on. Yeah. So I had a very difficult life for a very long time. And in my late 20s, early 30s, I began experiencing sleep paralysis. And I've been sober at that point for several years. I'm 35 right now, but I partied quite a bit, did quite a few drugs between the ages of 18 and 20. And at one point, I dabbled with crystal meth.
Oof, me too.
Yeah, powerful stuff. And I
really was. It was so scary. I'll just add this in, and this is, and again, we're being honest. Sometimes you may get a handful of people like, I can't believe that they're not as holy as we are. But hey, man, we were young and stupid. But I remember sometimes whenever I did meth with my friends and things like this, it's like, and they'd be passing a pipe around and things. Yeah. But after you would take a hit or something like that, I remember being so on edge, wanting them to hurry up and stop talking and get that pipe back over to me, and things like that. Like, that's horrible. I remember that feeling of the control it had just in the little bit I did it for probably about a year. We'd do it on weekends, things like that. But yeah.
Yeah, totally. So I came into contact with shadow people at one point.
Oh boy.
And so that's when I got sober from everything. And I stayed sober for a very long time. And I would have sleep paralysis off and on. And the way that I would describe it is the most visceral, out of this world experience I've ever, had, several of anyway. Like I compare it to the first time I saw my son. He was a small baby. And
how old were you when this first started? I'm sorry.
Where was I? Like geographically?
No. How old were you when the first experience you had with the shadow people or sleep paralysis?
Shadow people was age 19 when I was doing meth. Sleep paralysis started off kind of minor. I would maybe see a bug crawling on the wall next to my bed, and then I would wake up, because I'd freak out like, oh God, there's a spider on the wall. And then I'd wake up and it wouldn't really be there. And later on, the manifestations got to the point where it was like I'd be awake and I'd feel like there was something in the room with me. I never opened my eyes, almost never. And usually it would just feel like there was something in the room with me that wanted to kill me.
Yuck.
And it was just this oppressive, disgusting, horrible force. And I began to, I was always kind of fascinated with the occult, but it was dabbling, you know what I mean? Like, I'd read about it and think, oh, well, that's kind of cool. But I began taking it seriously when I had, these manifestations got to the point where I would actually wake up. I woke up at one point and I could actually hear someone in the room talking to me immediately after I woke up. And then I said, okay, this is too much, because as I said, I've been sober for several years. So I couldn't chalk it up to anything, alcohol, any of it. So I began to, speak with people that were Christian and began to get into Bible study and things. And I came at it. I came to Christ by actually learning about the fact that, we are in a spiritual war. And
wow, that's such a, how blessed I feel like you were for that, because because that experience, I told y'all a few nights ago, I'm watching this show on Travel Channel called These Woods Are Haunted, but it's really demonic experiences these people are having. Of course, a lot, and they acknowledge that, but it's that same thing, because a lot of them are the same way. They're like, I was an atheist. I didn't believe in God. I never thought of stuff like this. Exactly. And now I know there's something out there. So that's a blessing. I'm like, wow, God really wanted to get your attention, man.
Yeah, and he did. I can actually feel myself getting chills right now. I mean, it's incredible. And so academically, I started moving into this stuff because I'm very analytical and I've got a great sense of discernment. And I always knew there was something wrong with certain people. And you know, I don't want to get too deep into it, but my big love in the Bible currently is the book of Genesis. And, you know, anytime I'm talking to people, I'm like, well, do you know that in the book of Genesis, it talks about the firmament? Do you know about, you know, the fallen angels and the Nephilim and all this stuff? And people are just blown away. And I find that stuff fascinating. Recently, though, I've been getting into the children of Cain in the book of Enoch, where it talks about the fact that Cain didn't just wander out in the middle of nowhere and die. He actually, you know, had a progeny. And then so I began to learn about that. And I think that may be where, you know, a lot of, you know, the Illuminati bloodlines and all this stuff comes from. It's actually.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead. I've done some videos on that as well. It's fascinating. The sons of Cain, the seeds of Cain.
Right. It really is. And then I got what I'm into right now. Well, not, you know, what I'm learning about right now, as I feel it has very real, you know, applications to what's going on currently, was Babylon working. And that whole situation with, what was his name? Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard.
Oh, yeah. Jet Propulsion Labs. Yeah.
Yep.
JPL. Yep.
Yep. L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, and Aleister Crowley. And then the other thing was interesting was Jack Parsons was actually married to one of the sisters from one of those larger defense contractors, not Raytheon, but another one. And so I began actually digging into the government and learning about weaponized possession. And that's when I started getting into MK Ultra. And that was really, really deep for me as well. And I began, and you know, like what's going on right now, this is just, I really believe it's massive trauma-based mind control light.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not as effective.
It's preparing people though because we know it's going to get crazier, you know.
It's opening them up. Between the isolation and the shock, it's opening them up to influences that they wouldn't otherwise have. And I definitely think we're seeing a separation of the wheat and the tares too.
Yes.
I personally, and I don't mean to, you know, just make this all about me, but
you're fine.
In the last 30 days, I've had someone just walking down the street, mind you, I've had someone pull a machete out of their pants and offer it to me as a gift. I've witnessed someone throw themselves in front of a car talking about God being dead and the world ending. And I have heard, you know, I live near downtown Denver, Colorado. And so I have to go out every once in a while just to keep my sanity up, to just take a walk around. Sure. And all the things that I'm talking about happen in the early morning or afternoon. And so
let me say this. I'm honestly not even surprised these things are manifesting before your eyes because of the way the Lord woke you up in the first place. So he's got something for you, obviously, and you may already know. I know you're searching if you don't, and it'll be really cool and to see what it is for you, and it's going to be really amazing. And I just feel you're going to do some really good stuff, man. That's really, really interesting.
Well, yeah, thank you. I think God called me to just really become aware of technology and coding. That's what I love. That's what I do. Is you know, things to do with technology, web development, but also moving into security now. And
cool.
Honestly, it scares the hell out of me, KJ. And I'll tell you this: I feel like the only thing that can save the world and give humanity another chance at this point, beyond having to go through what's talked about in the Book of Revelation, would be an EMP, a global reset. As scary and as horrible as that would be, as many lives as it would cost, I think that's what we need for any kind of a chance that wouldn't involve, you know, what's in the Book of Revelation. It's for everybody to go back to a more rational, you know, normal way of life. But,
almost 1800 style, you know, Little House on the Prairie.
No, totally. Yeah, I don't see a problem with it. I'd love it. You know,
me too. Barter and trade, and
yeah,
you know, yeah. Well, you know, we'll see. I mean, there's also, honestly, the thing I watch a lot for is the nuke near New York City and the tsunami, because that is on the money, and Hoover Dam breaking up is on the money, and the OKC bombing was, and says 911 and everything. So, you know, it's money's a magic spell. They put their plans on paper, and they called it money. You know, basically is it.
Have you been keeping up with Westworld?
As I just a couple days ago watched the very first episode of the 3rd season, and
Yeah.
so far I think it's well, I may have to do a video. I did a video before. Even the opening sequence has changed a little bit. It's more as above, so below stuff now, but still the all-seeing eyes, still the white horse riding. But this looks interesting, I will say. Just the sci-fi geek, horror geek, film school kids side of me. I can watch some of this and try to just get the entertainment value, but I'm still picking it apart constantly and looking for the messages. And when we see a lot of the symbols and there's confirmation that it's something that's there for a purpose, we know that it's not a good purpose for us. That's one good thing about being awake to this, is we know that it's part of their spell. We don't know their intention, but chances are it isn't good. And usually these films will have some kind of mutated, sick message, like, the demon wins in the end or something, or, stuff like that. And that's how it's kind of putting it on you.
Well, no, totally. I feel like that show is a great preview in terms of where we're headed next. And I really do. And if you watch this last episode that came out last week, some of the people are actually wearing surgical masks on the show.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I feel like between augmented reality and the brain chip, the Elon Musk Neuralink, I think we're done. Because if they can get to your eyes, if they can manipulate what you see, you're done. I mean, like, the other lady we were just you were talking to with the firearm issue with the drone. Think of how easy it would be to hack someone's AR contact lenses and make them think someone was breaking into the house when they're, when their partner was just coming home.
Oh, for sure.
A cliff.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, these ideas, these smart homes, I did videos on that too. There's a smart home commercial they had with a child looking up at the window, and it turns into the 4-horned beast. Mm-hmm. And the child has a pentagram on her backpack. It's just off the top of my head. It's one part I remember from this, but it had to do with pushing the idea of smart homes.
All right.
But they tell us what they're going to do beforehand. So we know it's going to be a wicked system. We know that the devil is in the energy, is in the lightning bolt, is in the air, right? Mm-hmm. So what a nightmare that would be, what a nightmare. Everything you have, even your appliances, are connected to the internet, and AI, artificial intelligence, gets to run it. Oh boy. No thanks. I'll take a cabin in the woods any day.
Oh, me too, man. Me too. And the other thing that really scares me at this point is, I'll be honest, I took the money, but the fact that they're giving money away, it just, to me, it says that everything's out the window at this point. I've heard some people speculating that Blue Beam is going to become a thing soon. And if that's really where we're at, I believe it's possible. Then wow, yeah, we really are in the end times, and we're going to see some things no one's ever seen before. I mean, we've already seen things.
Yeah, I say bring it on. I'm cool with it. I know where I'm going. I know where we're going. Mm-hmm. If someone's out there and they're not sure, that's really what this is all about, guys. Again, I'm not a preacher, pastor, or priest, but if you don't know Jesus, if you haven't accepted Christ as your personal Lord and Savior, please do. You just have to admit that you're a sinner. You have to realize we're a wretch. I know that's not easy to do. A lot of us have big egos, but realize that we are born into sin, and we needed Christ's sacrifice for our forgiveness of all. It's by grace. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, KJ?
Yeah.
So the firmament, I've seen a lot. That's something that's honestly fascinates me, and I haven't seen a lot of content on that. But a lot of these rocket launches, like Elon Musk, some of the stuff that he's done, it's been speculated that the things that we're actually seeing when those rockets are taking off, and it almost looks like a wake in the water. Do you think there's water? Do you think that we're under a dome and there's water above it? I mean, what's your take on that?
I have never really been into that, but there's things I've seen that have made me wonder. There's a lot of footage you can see of, quote, space. Okay, they're saying it's in space, but there's jellyfish. Have you ever heard of the jellyfish in space?
No.
Okay, so there's this whole thing. I did a video way back on it, probably done a couple videos over the years about this, or included it in videos, but there's lots of footage supposedly in space, just outside of the craft or whatever, and they're working on something or whatever. Or there's a camera outside of the craft. You can see Earth in the background and things like this. But there's jellyfish. There's these things that look like jellyfish in a lot of this footage. So that's the big question: is this proof that they're just on the bottom of the swimming pool somewhere, and this is all CGI and not a swimming pool, would they be filming for some reason in the ocean? I guess, I don't know. I'm being real here. You look it up, guys. Space jellyfish. Okay, I know it's weird. I'm just looking at all the possible angles, as crazy as they sound. Or is there a firmament? Is there something else up there we don't know about? Maybe they are in water up there or something, and there are these truly like jellyfish and other creatures floating around. I don't know. It makes me wonder.
Absolutely. And there is something I just wanted to share real quick with everybody, give everybody a little bit of hope before I go. My mom passed away in 2017, and we didn't have that great of a relationship. But before she died, I told her that I loved her and that I forgave her. And also after she died, I actually prayed at one point because my mother died, living with a lesbian lover. And I told God, I said, my mom hasn't been a very good mother, but if what I'm saying counts for anything, don't send her to hell on my account. But at one point, I was living in northern Michigan in Traverse City in the dead of winter, and it was negative 20 degrees for about a week and a half straight, day and night. I was losing my mind, and I had this dream. And there was a figure on a hill with jeans on and a winter coat. And I couldn't see the face of the figure, but there was snow everywhere, right? Which was a given what was going on around me. But as I walked closer to this figure, there was all I saw inside the hood was just this white, like cottony substance. And as I got closer, everything just started to glow really brightly. And then I heard this voice just say, "Mom." And I woke up, and I'm not a when I woke up,
and then it just went bloop.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, you said I'm not a, and then it just went blop. So please, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. No, totally. I was gonna say I don't usually cry at all ever, but my face was covered in tears, and I woke up and there was just this feeling of love and joy and reassurance, and it said, "Don't ever worry. Everything's going to be all right, and you don't have to worry about anything ever." And I mention this because it was the exact opposite of sleep paralysis, 100,000 times in the other direction. And I realized, this must be what heaven is like. And I thank God for visiting me that night, or an angel, or my mom, maybe with an angel, I don't know. But that was just an affirmation.
Beautiful.
That I was lit. Yeah. And I'm being totally honest with you. No drugs, alcohol, nothing involved.
Oh, I love it. That's how, seen that. We have such a great Heavenly Father, man. Isn't that beautiful?
It was. I can't even explain to you. Cocaine, none of it comes close. I've never felt anything like that in my life. And it was totally clean. No hangover, nothing. Totally great.
It's amazing. Thanks for sharing that, man.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, KJ. And thank you for guiding me on my journey and guiding so many other people. Have a good night, okay?
Snow, take care. Thank you. And we'll talk to you soon. All right. Still got a full house, guys. So thank you very much for your patience, everybody. Now I'm going to go to John W. John W.
Hey, how's it going, KJ?
Hey, John. It's going great, sir. How are you?
Man, I'm doing great. I've been trying to talk to you since way past Halloween, man. It's
no way.
It's really a pleasure. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. You too.
So, is there such thing as an involuntary introvert? Because it seems like the more I've gotten into the truth community, the more I just can't really stand being around people talking about, oh, it's Trump and Hillary, and it just seems like two wings of the same messed up Roman bird. You know what I mean?
I do, and you're going through what we all go through when we start waking up to all this stuff, no matter what level of red pill we're on, because right, it's a process, it takes a while, but that's what we all experience. You go, I don't know if you went through it, but I went through the 5 stages of grief when I really woke up. And this is about 14 years ago when I learned about Bohemian Grove. That shook me awake really hard. And then when I started learning everything else, it just ripped my reality into shreds. So we go through the 5 stages of grief. But then we come out a new person, and you're right. There's even things we can't tolerate as much any longer. Just meaningless nonsense. Just some of this stuff I just can't tolerate it. But yeah, we go through that, and your friendships will change. I've lost friends throughout the years over this. I can say that for sure. Even from the very beginning, I'd lost some friends when I made the first movie. I lost some friends around the scariest movie ever made, the first one. So, that's a part of it, man. But, I say let the Lord do it. Let him do the work in us and guide us through it. Be like a leaf on the water, if you will, and go with the flow, and then let it happen. And then people will come into your life that are going to be good for us and renew us, and we'll renew them. And, we'll shake some of the old ones out. We'll bring in some new and the whole thing. Am I rambling?
No, you're good, man. So I'd just like to really tell you my story because you've played a big part of it. And I really owe you a lot, man, because it was you and a call for an uprising that shook me out of me being so dumb. I got into conspiracies because I loved them, but it seemed like I was looking for love in all the wrong places. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The UFO thing really got me, and I started going on Secure Team, and he's kind of milquetoast. He's not a bad guy or anything like that.
Yeah, he's had some trauma, Tyler has.
Well, yeah, recently.
Hey, but
I think he likes to sauce a little bit too much.
He seems like a genuinely nice guy, Go ahead.
When he's not beating his girlfriend or whatever.
That was an issue. Yeah, that kind of changed everything for me too. I never knew much about him, but after that stuff started happening, I was like, dude, come on. And then his explanation video, I showed that on one of my shows. I was just like, come on, Tyler, that's not helping,
Well, he's actually pushing what the agenda would want, in my opinion.
That's why he's so popular, not to be a jerk, but yeah.
Right.
That's why he's allowed to, be so huge and get so much growth. And then no knock on Tyler. I don't think he listens, but yeah, absolutely. And I've always felt that with him. I would still sub to him because I love UFO videos, new footage, and he'd have.
Me too. Yeah.
But yeah, I feel he's definitely. I think he even made some videos making fun of the idea that they're demons or fallen angels. So yeah.
Right. No, well, I used to feel the same way. I was watching all his videos and a whole bunch of other videos, and Stephen Greer, he one of the worst, I think. He's like, you got to get into this Kundalini mindset and really it's weird how you always have to summon these things like a demon, right? And so when I was looking into that, I kind of realized, wait a second, this is like Kabbalah, this is Kundalini, this is like really new age, crazy town stuff. And for a while I was like, okay, well, I'll try it. And I tried, meditating and doing all this stuff, and some really, I didn't see anything crazy or anything like that, but it felt so wrong in my soul. And so I started, looking another way. And I do believe that if you have a heart for truth, if you really care about the truth, you will keep digging until something feels right. And for me, it was your your YouTube channel, a call for an uprising, recently, Just See, and it's like, man, I don't have all the answers, but I think I'm pretty squared away. I got baptized last year, March 2019, and it was because of you guys. And
oh wow, man,
it really was. So keep doing it till the wheels fall off, man. You are changing lives.
John, I'm humbled. Thank you. All glory, of course, to the Lord. But wow, I'm just grateful I was able to play any role at all, man, in that. So thank you, man. And I'm proud of you. You made the best decision ever. That's even when I, man, this is going to sound goofy, but I don't care. I'll just tell y'all, because I've mentioned that, I went my own way after being baptized at 11 and all that for a while, but I was a kid. As a teenager in early 20s, I was in the military. Every place I was stationed, I would go to church, usually on the weekends outside of base, and I would find different churches, and I was just kind of testing them all out and trying everything. And I could probably write a book on my experiences in some of these churches, but I'll tell you, the one thing that moved me the most was every time any one of these churches, regardless of the denomination, somebody would go up front and get baptized and saved and accept Christ. It didn't matter which denomination I would, if I could get to them, sometimes I'd wait and they wouldn't even know who I was. I'm a stranger there, but there'd be a line, you could hug them or shake their hand. And I just say, man, you made a couple times the people I'd say, man, you made the best decision ever. Good for you, man. It's like this, but I've always felt that, but I always have to back it up and say again, and then, this, we don't have to have this religious spirit and be da 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 all the time or whatever. It's just we're all different branches of the same tree. We have different approaches to this world. The old time religion that we're beyond those days. People aren't being reached as much with that stuff. That's all. It's a different world now, and the Lord's got lots of different kind of warriors, men and women out there fighting, different battles and getting it done. I know I'm rambling again, but man, John, thank you for sharing.
No, yeah, and I've had the same experience. I got baptized in a Church of Christ, and they got a little weird, and
Me too.
so I went to the Baptist, and they got a little weird. I went to the Catholics, and I'm like, okay, clearly this is idol worship. Right now I'm going to kind of a Pentecostal church, but they speak in tongues, and I don't think there's a 501c3 out there that's going to give you the whole truth, but it's all in the book, And
Yeah.
I sit down and I read with my daughter, and that's the thing though that really worries me is, as someone that believes in truth, do I just teach her all of this as she's growing up? Do I let her be a kid? Because I do think we're living in the end times. I think time really is, I never thought that before, but so many things lately just been lining up. And I know if they get that license in Israel for that third temple and they do that sacrifice, which they're planning on doing, I think next year, then it's like go time, like, well,
Man, wow.
what are you going to do?
I'll tell you this is my feeling, John, and I'm not a father or anything, but my feeling would be this, because I don't know how old your child is, but I would say allow the child, of course, to be a child. The most important thing to teach your child is about Christ and about the gospel and is about, just the basics. I'm no Bible scholar, but I believe and even the Bible tells us to make sure you train up a child in it and they'll come up right. I was raised Church of Christ, same thing, man. And you know how some of the Church of Christ believe they're the only ones going to heaven. Like if
Mine was like that. I'm like,
oh. Yeah. So even as a very young man, I grappled and I had a very hard time with it for a long time. It's one of the reasons I went on my own for many years, because I had a hard time believing all my friends that weren't going to church with me were going to go to hell. That was what I believed for a very long time. So yeah, but anyway, I train her up, make sure that he or she knows the Lord. And, I don't know. Do they need to know? I guess, and I mean that I'm not being I wonder, does a child need to understand? I don't know.
Well, my belief is that before their voting age, they need to know, that this is all a lie. And if you vote for something, you're giving your consent for who knows what, war, abortion, death,
yes,
murder,
Good
and
point.
it's like, your vote is like money in the bank for these people. And, my point of view is this, she may not know the truth and go out and join the military or something and then go be scarred for life. That almost happened to me. And like, I hear your story. My dad, I grew up on Top Gun. I was like so Republican and so like gung ho.
Mm-hmm.
When
Yeah.
9/11 happened, I was so like traumatized that I just went out and was like, I have so much hate in my heart. Give me a gun. I'm ready to go. And the Lord really, because of an old asthma thing I had as a kid, it's like, nope, you're not going. And I always used to hate the fact that I have asthma, but now it's like, it's like it kept me from a really bad decision, like a life-changingly bad decision. I was trying to be like infantry going to Iraq and stuff. So, I don't know. I see the Lord's hand in everything now. And, I do believe though that right now I'm just teaching her about the Pharisees because that'll streamline right into Zionism. I'm teaching her all the stuff in the Bible. And she's 7 years old and she can shoot a dime at 30 yards. So it's like, if it has to go down, like it'll be all right. But hey, I'm going to take this last question off the air because I want someone else to get a chance to talk here. But if you ever figure out, what we're supposed to do as far as like fighting, like if it comes down to it, I've really thought like, what's the line, right? Like when they come to take your guns, like for me, no. I've got a kid, like just give them the guns. But,
mm-hmm.
Like that used to be the line. And now it's like, well, the chip, the vaccine, like that's gotta be a line. I mean, not the vaccine necessarily, but if there's a chip in there,
the chip, the line.
Like
that's
right,
it.
The chip is the line, and for me also if they come for my kid or something like that. But
right.
You know, it says in the Bible, it really does, that, you know, you shouldn't fight evil with evil. So anyway, I'll take that question off the line. And man, I just got to tell you, I love you, man. You really changed my life, and
John,
I appreciate it.
Hey, man. John, I love you too, my brother. And I appreciate you so much. And take care, okay? And
all right,
stay
you
strong.
too.
Okay.
All right, you too.
Bye-bye. All right, man. That was really nice. And everyone, thanks again for your patience out there waiting. Yeah, man, the mark's the line, you know, when it comes to the mark of the beast. And there's the whole thing with, if you try to fight for your life, you'll lose it. I feel like it'll be an individual situation. I feel at that point, the Holy Spirit's going to be so on fire with each and every one of us, and it'll be leading us in the right direction. You know, if we're still here, do you go to the mountains, or, you know, do you go underground, or whatever it's going to be? I don't know, but it'll be an individual thing. And I just think as long as we keep, again, the simple faith, the Lord has got us covered. You know, he's the creator that made us and loves us. He's got this, you know. We'll communicate with him, and we'll figure it out. You know, there's so many scenarios what it could look like, and so many possibilities, but yeah, we'll figure it out, guys. I mean, just look at I showed you over one of my last shows, all the backlash Bill Gates is getting on his Instagram. All these people, I mean, just tons and tons, and they're removing comments too. So I'm sure he's just getting millions and millions, because you can go read some of these, but it's all negative, and it's all calling him out. And it's just a good example of how much people really are waking up. I mean, it's happening very fast. Yeah, I think more people are awake than what we want to give it, you know, credit, I guess, sometimes. So anyway, let's move on. Next up, I've got Joshua. Joshua, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Joshua, thanks for waiting.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Hey, you're welcome, man. Just going to let you know your audio is coming in kind of warbly a little bit there.
Oh, great. Sorry.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Is it still kind of funny, or is it?
Yeah, it is. Sorry, man. It's still kind of wobbly and in and out.
Okay. I'll try one.
Okay.
All right. Well, I just I wanted to give, I guess, a bit of my testimony as far as the experiences I've had, especially in the last few years.
Okay, cool, man. I'm always down for that. And I don't know, man. I don't know if you can tweak maybe one more thing on the audio. You're coming in a lot clearer now.
Is that better?
Man, that's a lot better. Yeah, I just want to be able to hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. So yeah, go ahead, Joshua. I'll be quiet. It's all you.
It's fine. Like I said, I'm a little nervous. I've never much done chat rooms, let alone speak, but I have been listening to you and watching you stuff for quite some time.
Thanks, man. And no worries. I feel you. I know this is new for a lot of people. You know, it doesn't just come secondhand to jump on and do this in front of over 1,000 people at this point. And hi, everybody. Thanks for listening live. But go ahead, man. We'll be okay. They can't see us, so take your time. No rush.
Well, like I say, growing up, I was raised in a Christian household for the most part with my mother. But my mother and father separated when I was around 3, and I stayed with my father and my mother, you know, back and forth growing up, and ultimately with my father majority of the time. And at the age of 13, he introduced me to cocaine, and so I had a tough childhood. You know, not having a parent that wasn't a parent, you know, was more like a friend, I guess you could say. And it led for a tough time growing up, you know.
Yeah. And we can hear you better, but I hate to keep doing it to you, Joshua.
I'm sorry, buddy.
No, you're okay. I just really want to make sure it comes in clear, and, you know, make sure.
Well,
I know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if are you using the microphone from your computer?
No, I'm actually on my Galaxy.
Oh, there you go. That now you're coming in clear. That sounded good.
Oh, maybe I had to just back out. I had so much stuff going on. Maybe that
There
was
you
the issue.
go. Man, that's perfect. Now we can hear you. Okay, Joshua.
I'm sorry.
Welcome to the show. That's okay.
Yay! All right.
No, man. Thank you. It's
No
good
more
to hear you
technical difficulties.
loud and clear, man. So please go ahead.
So yeah, anyways, I was coming up in a hard time growing up, and even though I had Christianity when I was younger and it was instilled in me from a young age, like I said, I was kind of raised in a tumultuous, as far as my father raising me, he put me in bad position. He wasn't a bad parent. He just didn't. He treated me like a friend as opposed to his son, and tried to raise me and kind of guide me and give me good direction. So I made a lot of terrible decisions, but good. I guess as I got older in life.
Oh, sorry, man. I just lost you again. You said as I got older in life, and then it just went bloop. It went quiet. So it's still quiet. Still quiet. Sorry, Joshua. I still can't hear you. Sorry, man. That old wiener, the devil's messing with us. Sounds like. Seems like maybe. Joshua, man, I'm sorry, bud. You've totally dropped off your audio. I'll tell you what. I will come back to you. Okay, I'm going to jump to the next person. I'll let you get that set up, and then I'll come back to you, Josh. Sorry, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, next up is Taran, our friend Taran. Hi, Taran.
Hey, KJ, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's going on?
Gosh, just doing this live show, hanging out with you guys, global quarantine and all.
Oh my gosh, crazy, right?
I know, but it's one of the reasons I wanted to do the show kind of with the personalities and stuff too, because I know a lot of us we're already used to this, those of us who
we're feelers.
Yeah, feelers, so it's nice just to be nice, safe environment, stay at home, pets.
Safe
usually.
Environment. What's going on in the background, KJ? Something's happening.
I know. You can probably hear the sirens. I live out in the country, and there's like an old highway next to where I live out here, and it's like the main one in this little country town. So yeah, but no worries, we'll be okay. Sound like an ambulance or something. There's always something. Bikers are the worst. You'll hear bikers drive by real loud out there. So what's on your mind? What's going on? Wait, Taran, what in the heck's going on here? Taran completely dropped out. Okay, this is getting crazy, and I lost my other guy too. All right, I'm gonna try Theo. Taran, sorry, you just dropped. Theo,
Hello.
something's going
Hi.
on. Hey, man.
You hear me okay?
Yeah, how are you?
Oh, doing good, doing good. I'll try not to take too long here. I've been on your chats before, and when I saw that this was about INFPs and introverts, I thought, well, I have to call.
Good, I'm glad.
Years ago, I tested out. I took the Briggs-Myers test and learned about it, and I thought it was interesting. And I was an INFJ. And
Okay.
I retook the test years later, maybe 20 years later, and it was INFP.
Huh.
And I don't know if that's a thing that you can change or not, but it changed. I don't know why, but it's been that way ever since. So.
Wow. Well, that's cool. I guess it's pretty close anyway,
Close.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is close. Yeah. So it's interesting, it's just been such a blessing hearing the testimonies from people and that have talked to you tonight, and it's a special day. It's a special day for me. It's my birthday. I'm not trying to get up.
No, and happy birthday. And
Thank
and
you.
and I got to do real quick just a shout out to the guests I have and people who show up here. Seriously, I'm constantly amazed at just the amazing group of people we have. It's always really good people, always great stories and backgrounds, and yeah, so thank you. I agree, man. I'm really, really blessed to have that. Just a really cool community of people,
It really is. And I was trying to find the verse. I think it's one of the letters of John. where he talks about about how there are not many fathers, that there are true fathers in this world, not only just people that have children, but people that are fathers in their care for other people. And you said you don't have kids, but you are a sort of father, or at least a big brother, to many people that follow your shows and watch your shows, and just follow what you have to say. I think you really bless a lot of people, me included.
Wow, thanks, Theo, man. And
So,
really, that's exactly how I try to look at it too. That, because I struggled, and I think it goes with our personality types. Because I mean, a lot of INFPs get married and stuff, but I never had kids or anything. But even as a very young man, I have this book I used to write in, and I still have it. And I was, a kid, but I always used to write that I was, going to do something really big someday. A lot of kids do that. But when all this stuff started taking off, and I realized what I was made for, I tried everything else. It's like, oh, okay. Then that's what I've told people. The same thing, that this is kind of my family. We're all a family, and this is my group of people, and this is kind of what my mission and job is. And I've struggled though, kind of throughout the years too, because sometimes I feel like, I mean, should I married that girl? Should I got married? Shouldn't I had a kid? And don't I need a kid? But man, with what I do and the obsession, and you know how it is with us, when you're on something, you're on it. I am obsessed with doing this work and really trying to help the kingdom in a really weird, I know, kind of a unique way, but it's what he gave me. He gave me this strange job, and I love it, So thank you, man.
And you're reaching a certain portion too of those weird, strange people like me and others. I think that, and I don't mean that as a cut down. I mean that as, in fact, a good thing. A different kind of a person that just isn't being reached in other ways. And you're really connecting with people like that, and I appreciate that. I'd like to go into just a few things real quick. Then, growing up, maybe people can connect with this sort of thing. My favorite book when I was a kid was Walden by Thoreau, Henry David Thoreau, and it's full of some beautiful. He writes beautifully. He's an existentialist as far as religion goes, but everybody has something to say, but he does have some beautiful philosophy and ideas about appreciation of nature and the experience of being a loner. He said, in my cabin, he says, I have 3 chairs, one for myself, 2 for companionship, and 3 for company.
Yeah.
That was enough. But I think we can all, identify with that somewhat. Big groups and huge crowds just aren't the scene of most introverts, I think.
Some of my favorite people have always been introverts. I was thinking about this a while back. I wonder if he was kind of an introvert, because he spent the last days of his life on a penal colony, like an island, away from everybody else. And he's the guy, if people didn't know, that wrote the whole last book of the Bible. So he was having, can you imagine the visions and the times he was living in, and how he just kind of made it on his own? But so and then there's plenty of there's artists and writers and directors and musicians I've respected that are introverts. I've always been interested in Tesla also, just as a human. And he's definitely probably an INFP, most likely, just completely obsessed with his work. And he never got married and had kids, but he changed the world,
He did. He certainly did. I was also growing, as a young man for many years, was very, very obsessed with UFOs. And this was before the internet, so I read every magazine article, newspaper clipping, and probably 50 books, on the subject.
Yeah.
So, I really enjoy that you also, like that, and find some fascinating material about it. It really is interesting. I'll put my favorite author out there was Jacques Vallée. I don't know if you've ever heard of him.
I have, but I'm not familiar with what he wrote.
Just very briefly, he was first of all, he was portrayed in the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind by Steven Spielberg.
Oh wow, okay.
the guy who was the French expert on, you know,
Yes.
that guy was modeled after this man,
Oh,
Dr. Ali.
that's how
Yeah.
okay. I've read
Yeah.
something from him, and he's famous. I know who you're talking
Yeah.
about. Wow.
And the guy is fascinating. I think he has some of the best, you know, UFO ideas. And one of the early people who came out with the ideas that these UFOs are interdimensional, not just nuts and bolts, you know, not just people from flying spaceships. And so he was an early pioneer in that work. And of course, he was a true a scientist and astronomer. He worked with, you know, J. Allen Hynek, you know, and all that. So he was a true scientist and expert in the field. And of course, he's still alive too. So he's doing other work now. But fascinating guy. His book Dimensions is just, I think, one of the best books about UFOs. If anybody wants to read about it, that would be my certain place. But so, you know, those are just some interesting things. But from a, you know, a INFP who likes to read.
I want to ask you, INFP to INFP, if you have the same issue I do, and here's what it is. I really truly do love people, and I love everybody. It's almost like you want to love everybody as much as you can, but you can't. But you really do love everybody. But the one thing that I can not tolerate is cruelty. People who are mean and nasty and unforgiving, or even sometimes people who won't say thank you or you're welcome to, like a waiter or waitress. The little things. Are you with me on this? Just discourteous.
Manners. Yes.
Yeah, not having manners, you know?
Yes.
It'll drive me crazy.
It's true. I think, you know, people like us and sensitive people, manners is a very important part of life. And yeah, I agree. And the aesthetics of just of relationships and just even everyday contact with ordinary people, it can change things so much. You're right.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but I know I find myself overwhelmed around people a lot. I have to spend a lot of time alone to recuperate.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, I expend strength, expend energy being with groups of people, and I have to gain energy by being alone and spending time with God, and you know that's how it seems to work for us. But
yeah, it's hard sometimes with even like in some of my family and stuff that it's like I love everybody, but there's some of them that maybe have negative traits or something, or if people who complain a lot, you know, I can't be around complaining a lot. But so there's times I'll be around people, family, get togethers, and I just, like I mentioned earlier, I got to dip out. Like I can't stay. I'll stay and watch the movie we're gonna watch. I'll stay and watch the show. But when that's up, I just got this urge, like I got to go because I just can't. You know what I mean? I got to get out of here. And then it's like you got to figure out a way to do it. And I always have a hard time saying goodbye for some reason. My whole life, I've always had a hard time saying goodbye to people. I don't know if you're like that, but then it's like I've got to go. Then I have a compulsion to get out of places when I feel too much of other people's stuff.
Yep.
You know, but
I also found it reflects with me too, and I am not recommending that people not go to church. I think church can be a wonderful thing. A good church is a great thing, but I have a hard time going to church. It's very difficult.
Me too. Yeah, I'm with you. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. I always say it's relationship, not religion. You know, it's the one-on-one with us and the Lord through Christ, and then make of it, you know, let him do his work on us, you know. And some of us, it takes till the day we die. We'll never get it perfect, but just remember we're forgiven and saved, and that's the beauty, you know.
That's for sure. So, well, you know, God bless you, and I just wanted to, you know, just say hello, and I really enjoy your work, and you know, keep on keeping on, and you know, you're doing a wonderful thing for people. So just by being yourself, being who God made you to be, and that's pretty special.
Thanks, man. That's very touching. Thank you, Theo, and a real pleasure meeting you. You're such a great, calming person, and just thanks and take care. All right, and we'll talk again sometime.
Okay. God bless, and you too.
Bye-bye. All right, man. Well, just what a great group of guests tonight. I'm going to change the picture here in the background. And we'll jump to the next guest. Let me see if Taran came back in. Oh, yeah, she is. All right, Taran. All right, I'm going to jump back to Taran, then I'll go to Charity next.
Hey,
Hey, Taran, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Awesome. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Awesome to chat with you again.
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know, man. Things have been crazy around here. Like
I
legit
know.
nuts. I mean, hello. We are here, right?
Yeah, we're living in some really
Kind of,
amazing
sort
times.
of. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I know, I mean, I can feel it. I mean, being
Yeah.
an IF, man, it's just crazy. Like, KJ, you were talking about on an earlier show about Walmart, and like you were cracking me up about, are they on some kind of like ritual, whatever, spiritual building that? And I was laughing my ass off because I was like, seriously, every time I go into Walmart, it is soul sucking.
Yeah, there's definitely a strange energy in those places. You know, maybe it's the underground
Yeah.
bunkers. I'm not sure, but there's something's wrong. I've been going to. I really try to go to Target more than anything, but then it's
I
so
hate
funny.
Walmart. Like I never go. I only go there if like they're having like a seed sale, and I'll go and get my seeds from there because I garden and everything. Like that's my whole deal kind of right now.
Yeah.
But and all the things I don't know. It's just been crazy, man. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
I
I
didn't
was
mean to
just,
interrupt
no,
you.
I was just nothing major. I was just going to add that it's funny how everything. Here's an example of how things are controlled. So in politics, you have the right versus left, red versus blue, and then you have Walmart versus Target. It's like the Target's the red, Walmart's the blue, and they try to make the Walmart though for the Republican red staters, and then the Target red is real.
Or
Supposed to be
like
for
they're a little bit
liberals.
more like up. Yeah, they're a little bit more upscale.
It's so
You have the
dumb though.
Walmart. It's
It's
so
so dumb.
stupid.
I do like the
I can't
products at
even
Target,
stand
but
it.
yeah.
Me
But,
too. Like
but
I
all,
do. Yeah.
oh no, go ahead.
Sorry. What? No, me as well. That's another thing. Divide and conquer. Like that's what they do. We know this. I mean, we know how they divide us, and they are constantly dividing us, constantly, and it's so sad. Like literally, my emotions right now, and I'm I'm just saying, it's like I'm crying or I'm laughing right now at this point. But then I find Christ, and then I'm like, you know what? Nothing else matters in this moment. Nothing else matters.
Good. I'm glad that's helping. I mean, are you staying home basically every day? Or are you getting out and doing anything, trying to get out and walk or anything, or
Yeah, absolutely. I'm getting
working?
out, like well, not working because I'm not essential. I have an online business, so doing that. But things are good right now financially, praise God, and just trying to keep an open mind with everything.
Did you get your stimulus check?
Oh my gosh. In Virginia, they did get, we were like one of the first people. And I'm like, I can't even imagine. I just, whatever.
I still haven't got mine, but I
Really?
no, but I owe them money, so I don't know, and I don't really want to
Well,
pay them, but that's a whole other story
don't
altogether.
don't pay them, KJ.
I don't want to.
Stop.
I don't want to do it. I don't. But we'll see.
Don't.
We'll
I
see where
mean,
that
we're
goes.
rebels. Okay, hey, we're rebels. Like, we're not going to conform. I mean, I like punk rock. I mean, come on. I'm not old. I mean, I'm 37, whatever. Is that old now? I don't know. I don't know. But I also am like Generation X. Like, I am with you guys. Like, I am not all about this stupid millennial crap, man. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, there's good and bad in every generation, and even my generation, they called us the Doom generation, Generation X.
I remember.
They acted
Yeah.
like it was the end of the world with us, and we were going to bring on Armageddon, and especially with
Bring it on, right?
grunge. Grunge came with us, and it was like the
I mean,
mainstream
with
music.
with me too. Like I love old punk rock, like that's what I'm saying. I like great music, and like I connect with that, like that's what I mean, I like I say, like I'm definitely, I feel everything. I feel everything. Like I said, I've seen like demonic presence here lately, KJ, like a lot. And like my whole testimony is crazy. And, I won't get into all of that right now, but like it's constant spiritual warfare. And this is real, guys. This is not something to be played around with. And the most amazing people I've met is through you, KJ, and through this community. And I'm like you, like I'm like a very, I'm an extrovert, but like introvert as well. Like I'll come and hang around. Hey guys, what's up? I'm trying to be a moderator, even though I suck, but like still trying to understand the whole spiritual side of everything. And, it takes a lot out of you on a daily basis. And everything that you have been doing, KJ, has been a blessing. And like I told you, and like I've been saying, KJ, you have been a beacon of light to my life, and you have brought me to Christ, honestly. Because like you say, on like I say on my page, I am a believer, I'm a seeker, I'm a thinker. But you know what?
What?
Yeah. I found Christ. So amen to that.
Well, hey, that's honestly, that's all that matters at the end, and I'm glad that if I played any role, I appreciate that. And thank you. And yeah, that's it. That's really it. And the toughest part, one of the toughest parts for me has always been to want to tell people about that, but also not to be religious. I guess I had such a bad experience with religion and with churches. Not all churches. There's great people in a lot of, not to get it started on that, but that's always been the tough part is how can you make it actually seem, and not take this wrong way, but cool, like not cheesy and weird, like the people on TV with the weird hair and the touching the screen and healing you through the screen.
Yeah.
And
how that was my whole
get rid of that? Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. Like I was like, oh my gosh, Christianity, what a dorky perception that has been pushed on us through indoctrination our entire life.
Oh yeah.
And that's basically where I was like, wait a minute. So, okay. My whole, and it makes you question everything. And that's the whole where you can sit there and say, you know what? Everything that I have ever known my entire life has been force fed to me.
Yeah.
And when you come to that realization, and like I said that prayer, and you actually said another thing in one of your posts or like one of your things, because I went back and like I'm not a stalker or whatever, like weird person, but like I just connect
I've already
with people.
I've already called 911.
Oh my God.
I'll be there shortly. No, go ahead, Taran.
Okay. So they're going to be here soon. So I basically have to tell them, yes. No, but what I'm saying is like when you connect with somebody, like not even like in the presence of somebody, but you connect with them on a creative level, or you appreciate their work and you say, wow, they're not pushing this on me. They're not saying this is the right way. They're saying, hey, open your mind.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always been my attitude is just, in fact, I've mentioned this before, I never rewatch my videos. I never listen to my shows again. Like when I'm done with something, I'm done with it. And my feeling is always that because I put so much into my videos and stuff and myself that when I'm done, it's almost like a relationship that needed to end or something. And I have to get away from that person. And I never go back. I don't like going back and looking at these things because sometimes making these isn't a lot of fun, but so when I'm done with it, it's just like, I got to get it out. Just, okay, get it out there. And I pray that, the right people find the right videos. It might take a different video for a different person to kind of go, wait, what? Like, this is real? this stuff's
Yeah.
happening. It's like, yes, this is happening, you know?
Exactly. And that's
Yeah.
the whole thing. And then, like you were saying, like, and so many of your callers have said that it is seriously like you're mourning a life that you thought that was real, but not saying that all your experiences wasn't real. All of your experiences in life aren't real. But what I'm saying is, like, you go through the 7 stages of grief. It is very real.
Yeah.
And for some people, it takes a little bit longer. Like for me, it's taken like 3 years. Seriously, I started listening to you back in 2016. And it's taken me this long to be like, you know what? Christ is real. This is happening. You are not, this world has, and you also said an amazing thing as well, not to get whatever, but not to have that kind of whatever attitude about, I don't know how you put it, but I tend lately just to get down on things right now. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's not the right attitude to have. That's not of Christ. That is not of
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, no,
You
we
know?
don't. Yeah, we don't have a spirits of fear, and you know,
Yeah.
we're not downtrodden and beaten. I mean, we don't have that. You know, we have to remind ourselves of it. And I'm not the greatest at reading my Bible, but sometimes I have to. If I get too much in a bad mood, I'll be like, okay, I need to go remind myself. I'll just read a couple scriptures and be like, okay, that's right. Yeah, I remember. Okay, yeah, we're conquerors.
Exactly.
Everything's okay.
Right.
We're
And
good.
that's one of the main scriptures that have stuck with me. Like, we are more than conquerors, you know, through Christ, like through other principalities, through powers, to everything, because this is a spiritual battle. And when we understand that, and also I think when we understand that we cannot open other people's eyes unless the Father is
Right.
ready for them to be opened. That's another thing that I have had to like come to a, you know, realization. Like, I'm trying, like, hey, everyone, hey, mom, hey, you know, this, like my brother, or like, you know, anyone, hey, listen to this, you know, when they're ready, or plant the seed and
Yep.
wait for the fruit. And that's another thing that's hard, I believe, for people that are, you know, spiritual or empaths or INFPs, for us to wait for that. It's hard. And I think it does take obedience and discipline. And that's another thing I'm learning through scripture, you know? So it's all amazing, but
Yeah.
it's all very real. And like I said, KJ, like, I've seen demons manifest. Like, I mean, it's been, and like I was trying to tell you about, like, with Jonathan Kleck, like, I've listened to his stuff as well. And it was a huge spiritual awakening for me. I mean, I saw, like, it was crazy. I was sitting at my kitchen table and just like listening to Jonathan, and he's so passionate and he's amazing. And I'm like, oh, I love his passion. And I love people that are passionate. And like you say, take the meat and like leave the bones, or, you know, it just, I don't have to agree with everything that someone says, but I want
Right.
to listen to them.
No, same
Because
thing.
I appreciate them, you know?
I take a lot of heat for being friends with Jonathan. I mean, I got
And
people all the time that write me these
and that's
nasty
what,
things, and oh, KG, then you believe that we're all, you know, and I was like, whoa, no. I mean, I love Jonathan. He's a friend. I've been to his home, like I know him. We've hung out many times, and you know what? What does that mean? That every friend you have, you're a robot copy of? No, it's like we have our own ideas. There's things he does. There's things we do that bring us together. That's what makes us friends. Then there's things I'm into, he's not into. Also, there's things I believe he's not into. So, you know,
and that's what makes it so amazing to have that debate, and like to have that presence, and to not always agree with everything completely, but have that dialogue. And that's what I think that everyone is missing. One of the many things that we're missing right now. It's just to have that. But what I was saying was, when I was sitting at my kitchen table listening to Jonathan Kleck, and when he was talking about the sheep, and I saw a reflection of a sheep in my window, and I've had all these different experiences, and it's just like, this is God speaking to me. This is supernatural things happening. And I'm sorry, like, if you don't always agree with everything. And that's another thing, that so many Christians have been so judgmental as well to me. And I'm trying to like give truth as well. But it's like, I don't want to listen to your ridicule. But will that ever stop me? No. Will it
Good.
ever stop? Like, I feel this like burning inside my soul. And, you know, it's just, I just know that it's Jesus. And I've had so many, like I said, like so many experiences and whatever. I'm just saying, KJ, thank you so much for everything that you've done, what you continue to do for the body of Christ, and what you continue to do for people that are still trying to find their way and then aren't trying to be judged constantly, but yet are still seeking truth.
Well, thank you.
Much love, KJ.
Hey, thank you. It's good talking to you again, Taran. I appreciate you, and take care out there, and we'll talk to you again soon, okay?
Awesome talking to you, KJ.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Taran, thanks. All right, next up, I got Charity. Charity, thanks for waiting.
Oh, it's okay. KJ. By the way, it's morning, 4 a.m.
Oh, thanks for staying up. I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's fine anyway. I'm a bit like my dad, where just like I like the quiet at night, so there's no rubbish, really, rubbish people with the rubbish stuff. I can think clearly, and
Oh,
you know,
I understand you.
so it's a spiritual hour.
Yes, no, that's great.
Spiritual hour, you know.
Yep, I love that.
You know, so spiritual warriors like to go up and stay up night to pray against the witches' hour. By the way, Oxford is a very rich town, university town. I was born all my life in Oxford, so you know, you know, I live nearby C.S. Lewis House, so which I so it was a supernatural place for me. I love Oxford, but at the same time I hate it because there's too much weird stuff going on. I wish I have my YouTube channel, but I get a bit scared of the idea of actually doing YouTube channels on unusual things, because I just feel that the university people and some people I know will be after me.
Oh, hey, that's you know what? That's a very real concern. People have lost their jobs over YouTube and things like this. You know,
I'm an introvert person, so I'm actually an extrovert person. I have done the test several times, the link that you put on, and basically I'm a really like extrovert person, so I'm like a what's a campaigner person. So like I feel like I'm one of those empathic people who feel stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna try to narrate, because I was thinking so much of what to say for a long time. Basically I have to want to tell people to be very careful about the psychiatry, because I know people who in university study psychiatry, you know, and who want to believe in God and everything, but they want to and justify. So people be careful about the labels with being empath, introverts and stuff, because it will take away your belief in Christ and know that you can improve. Because
Charity,
the enemy doesn't want people to improve. They want them to be staying there. So I just want people to be aware of that. I don't want to be downer, but I've known a lot of university people, even Christian at church, who are university. Hello?
Hey, Charity, I just wanted to add something to that. I'm really glad you brought up that point. Not to get too addicted to the idea of the INFP or your personality type or being an empath or whatever. And this goes to something I've told people about studying occult things and esoteric books and Manly P. Hall and all this other stuff, because you got to be careful not to fall in love with the knowledge. You know, same thing. You can fall in love with this knowledge and then forget Christ. Same thing, I believe, with what Charity's saying is, you know, there's also a whole subculture of people who claim to be INFPs and they're not. You can tell they're like young, hot people on Instagram, you know, and
people, because I'm really like, I'm into the whole like psychedelic. I'm going very like hippie person, you know, because being mixed race and I'm Caribbean. I'm very like I'm a very tribal person because my mom's from the Caribbean, so we're very spiritual people. You know, the last Carib tribe people, like Native Americans, the last native survival people, where we feel very much about things, and you know, we love socializing people, but we always been like outsiders, where we kind of observe everybody around us and knows that there are people who likes to manipulate in saying that they empathics and stuff. You know, I noticed a lot of the trannies are like to use that a lot. I have a very good best friend. He's a transsexual person. He's come from a university cult. You know, his dad's university science. I love him and everything, but I have like only God sent me to help him when he sincerely want to change. You know, not to get into, but these Chinese people, they like to say they're empaths, so they can because the spiritual entities tell them that they're empaths, but really they are sucking people's energy, and I can't really explain. I don't know. Maybe I'm a really hypersensitive person, but I'm not going against people because like I said, my mom's family is very gender fluid people, and you know, my sister has her own sexuality issues, which she's at the moment decide not to know God or anything. But I noticed these people like to say that they are empaths when they're not, and they kind of like draw people in there with the entity gods to take them out. And like I had a male friend who wanted to get out from the cult, and I said to him, well, you need to believe in Jesus. I said to him, because he was renting out for my friend Dot, and I said to him, you need to believe in Jesus. But he was like, got sidetracked by my friend Dot, but his partner, because she likes to do a lot of tantric emotion powers. And I said to him, you better be careful, because you want to know Jesus. You can't have both. You can't use be a tribal spiritual master, you know, because in UK everybody's into now getting into ayahuasca, even though it's illegal. Some people are managed to get to it. And I said to him, look, you can go to the ayahuasca god or believe in Jesus. And I said, you know, but he got himself to be confused about his gender because of the group I in tried to persuade him that he was into same-sex attraction, when actually it was not his own feelings. It was just them projecting their tantric sex magic. I'm not being an awful person, but people have no idea. These things are very ancient practices. My grandma always told me about people, be careful about how people can use magic with their own emotions. I thought she was crazy at the time, because she's, you know, because people in the Caribbean are the old Caribbean people like say, be careful, don't touch the person, or you know, but these things are really, really true. Unfortunately, I'm sorry people to tell them, but they have to be very emotionally, you know. That's why people like Obama and all that stuff, they use tantric magic to get people's emotions, to get them to feel that they feel loved and stuff, when they don't. These people have no feelings, you know. But I'm off the subject. I'm rambling on.
No, it's all fantastic. I'm with it. It's all been really good.
I've been wanting to go on the show for ages to share some stuff, but anyway, what important about, I was saying about EMPs and stuff. I'm not a university person, so I want people to know that you don't have to go to university to know stuff like me and KJ knows. Just know the Holy Spirit will tell you everything you want to know. You know, I felt the world was spinning, and you know, and when I was a very small child, because I was born in Jesus, you know, so my parents born in faith of Jesus Christ, you know, as a Christian. So So I have both parents who are very spiritual people. So for me, the enemy was always after me, in my sister, my mom, my family. So so just because you believe in Jesus doesn't mean the enemy goes, because Satan actually came attack me when I was a kid, and actually said my name, everything, and I just said, I prayed to Jesus and said, well, because it was the same night, of 2 nights after he attacked my mom, Satan disappeared. I didn't see him, but I probably could, but I just probably pretended I didn't see him because I think because he make him mad. I was about 7. I had an angel that came to help me to manage. I didn't want to share it because I felt it was very sacred, but I want people to know, don't worry about the children, because angels will help them to protect them, because I always felt like I was separated from the world. I felt like I was bullied at playgroup because the fact that I didn't want to know people's rubbish about lives and stuff. I like being a late thing, and yes, I didn't take drugs, but I say music is very much a drug, because my mom thought that I was high when I was a teenager, because because I'm a millennial child, I'm 33 years old, and basically I would zone out some music and everything, and I have to admit, I have to say that some of the music did brought me into a trance.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm a big music geek too, and same thing.
My mom would come in and said, "I swear you're on drugs, Charity," and I said, "I haven't taken anything." I was like, but and it's funny because I suppose so I said, no, I haven't taken anything. I just but I have to admit that sometimes I would be in a dark place, and I would like listen to dark music, that amplifies how was I feeling, killing oneself, and I hate my parents and all that kind of stuff. Blake, Blake 182, and kids who once was Christians now hating being misunderstood and anything. And looking back, I was like, well, that makes sense why I kind of like dance with the dark feelings I was, but I do believe in God. I kept going, and as times I decided I didn't want to go to church because in my 30s, because the fact that I just couldn't deal with people who didn't understand me. But yeah, I believe in Jesus, but I came back, back to church, for my own personal reasons. But I think people, just if you don't feel like misunderstood, just go to ask Jesus to help you, even though it may take you 10 or 20 years or something. I have no medications. I don't have any medication anymore to help me with my mood swings or anything. I've been diagnosed a personality disorder. I had injury when I was a kid, and so that made it worse, opposed being natural hypersensitive. But I managed to be balanced. I was able to be a bit extrovert because I kept praying to God to help me to speak to people. I was 2 years old. People didn't thought I couldn't speak or anything. So, because I was terrified about the world every day. I was terrified, terrified of people, terrified of everything, which is normal for a lot of tribal Caribbean kids in Dominica, the small tiny island. They're still my mom would say to my sister, it was quite normal. Most of the people will hide in the mountain. The little kids will hide, not talk to anybody. This is part of natural survival. So so to offend people saying it was normal, but just, I think people, if you feel that you can't overwhelm the world, just ask Jesus to help you. You don't need to take drugs or see a psychiatrist. If you are going to see a psychiatrist, pray to have someone a Christian. I'm very fortunate that I had some Christian psychiatrists, but some of them were a bit introducing me some witchcraft stuff, but I have to like ignore that kind of thing, kind of use the Christian side of things. But yeah, yeah, just just try not people not to give up really. But I'm gonna leave this to say, just people just don't quit on God. I know it's very hard. I came to abusive boyfriend. My parents don't understand me if I'm sent, but I keep going, and just as long as people do that, you'll be fine. And people don't worry about millennial children. Okay, most of us hasn't survived a lot, but we are pretty strong people. I have like always thought about the future a lot, and then be the time where God will have to pack me up and say, okay, I might have to help help in helping other people to leave Babylon in a militaristic way. I don't know how, but us millennial people have got dreams and visions. It's that some of us are not ready to leave it behind.
That's a good way to put it.
Yes, so people, please pray for the young generation, because I went to a psychic party last year for my friend Dot, and well, some people take drugs, some people not, but old hippie people, and I had this girl who's atheist, and she said that she was saying, she had a vision of how adopting children and how her rich parents are troubled. And I said to her, I prayed I silently took her out and prayed outside, and I said, go home. They don't want you to know, but I pray privately in the party, with the noise, and pray with her and say, to let this demon to not destroy her mind. And I said to her, you can always come to my parents' house to talk about Jesus, when you're ready, but just know, that your destiny is true. It's not too late, but yeah. So yeah, but yeah, we may be weak, but we also strong, so
yeah, great message.
So I love you all, guys, and I hope I come back to share some stories another time. If not, God bless everyone. Bye.
Well, Charity, real quick, everybody's asking, do you have a YouTube channel? Do you want to tell them what it is?
I got a YouTube channel. It's just basically me about it's me just crying a lot about being disabled and how I'm frustrated about the system. Because the system just makes you so mad about
hey, that's
things.
Okay. We like that. How do we find you?
It's on YouTube. It's Charity Gordon. I hope but yeah, there was one part I was spied about my testimony.
Okay.
About the vision, because I couldn't get in, so it said, so I mentioned about you about how I had a vision about when I was a teenager where I couldn't felt belong. Because I dream walk a lot. I do dream walk a lot. There are times in my life where I kind of walk in, and I kind of like where I meet people too, I meet people. It's kind of cool actually. But I'm terrified sometimes in my dreams where I walk through people and stuff. But yeah, it was the one testimony I did. YouTube hasn't buried it, but
we'll look it up.
But it's about me, about I can't remember what it's called. It was it was about, I was just said about how my visions about my as a teenager, about how I was walking in a building, everybody telling me where to go, and then I'm these fancy buildings, and I just felt it was a parallel universe.
Huh. Well, hey, I look forward to looking that up, and we'll find them, Charity.
It was a vision kind of thing, what the real world is. I what my testimony at the time was in that video was just basically, that the world will never accept you, because the fact that you got so much more to offer, and I think, KJ, you got a lot of offer. I could do relating to you a lot. You feel like you don't, no matter where you go, you didn't accept, because I did art and design. I have done art design and fashion, cool. At college, which I was drugged out because I didn't believe they're rubbish. And both because I'm disabled, so it was too expensive. Community school, even though my parents paid, they kind of exiled me, and and they always said about hate things about people who was in my nomination of Christianity, which I don't really want to mention because I know people get upset, but but it doesn't matter. But basically, of me not always agreeing that rubbish was possibly, I just wanted to do my own thing. I didn't shove Jesus on people, but I just love to, like, I love art and philosophy and stuff, but I didn't really go the idea of actually joining to take drugs or anything. I just wanted to just make my clothes and that's it.
Charity, I appreciate it. And it was Charity Gordon, if you guys want to find her channel. And hey, it's been a real, man, you're amazing. You've got a head full of great knowledge, and it's been real nice meeting you and talking to you. And I appreciate you.
It's a pleasure anyway. The reason why I have head is because I live in my brain too much.
Me too. That's why I let you just go. I like to hear it, but all right. Well, hey,
I like your JJ story hour. I think
cool.
I think it's a way. I wish there was loads of people with grown-ups that say, about their story hour, whether it's embarrassing or not, because I think that's the only way to get rid of the transgender stuff.
Yeah.
It's grown-ups going in the library and telling about the story to teenagers or young kids. I think that's the only way you can fight back, is basically you saying, I like to have story hour with Chris. Don't say Jesus or anything. Just like say, well, I like to join the library and to a bunch of Christian people to share their experience about their identity. And if you felt the spirit to say Jesus, then say Jesus. Yeah. That's the only way to fight back.
I love it. Thanks, Charity.
Anyway, bye.
Great message. All right, take care. Bye-bye. All right, man. Okay, here's what we're going to do, guys. So I'm at the point I'm not going to be bringing anybody new on. I'm not going to put the link up anymore because it's 10:20. I've been going since 7, but I've still got Pastor Nick, Joshua, Reed, Lewis, and Nono Jenkins, and then that's the list. So thanks for all you who've been patient and waiting. Sorry if you couldn't get in. I'll do another show here real soon, another one of these kind of shows. So, we'll get you in there. We'll have a different topic. We'll figure something out, all right? This week I'm focusing on getting my videos up. All right, Pastor Nick, are you there, sir?
Hey, brother, can you hear me?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm well. You and I go back a little ways on your platform. I used to leave comments all the time, and
I feel like I remember.
Yeah, Minister Nick Gentile. I mean, you've communicated with so many people, so I wouldn't be surprised if you don't remember me, but it was probably, I don't know, 2013, 2014, maybe before that, 2015.
Wow.
And in that range. And I used to always leave encouraging comments, and you'd see them and like them and respond. And we're actually friends on Facebook. So, cool. I mean, I've been following your work for a long time, very inspired by it, by the grace of God. And I'm just really appreciative that you're not afraid to touch on any topic whatsoever. And you do what you do for the glory of the Lord Jesus Christ. That's the best part. That's my favorite part. And that's what has always touched my heart. Because I'll tell you, anything that exalts Jesus, I'm for. When I look at what he's done in my life, and I'm also an empath. I'm also an introvert. I've never been diagnosed as an INFP, but I've always been sensitive to the spiritual realm ever since I was a small child. Things that my mother told me that I said to her, basically talking about spiritual warfare at a very early age without knowing what that was. And just what the experiences I had, the various experiences I had growing up of a spiritual nature. And then, for about a decade, being caught up in New Age occultism, divination, necromancy, or communicating with the dead through psychics and mediums and channeling and all that type of stuff. And also, praying to my ancestors, praying to my dead relatives, stuff like that. And just having a whole host of supernatural experiences, but of a very negative kind, demonic encounters, and not knowing what they were because I didn't believe in demons at the time, before the Lord opened my eyes, before he saved me. So
that's interesting. So while you were in the New Age thing, what did you think demons were? Or did you just not even acknowledge any of that stuff, you say?
I really didn't want to acknowledge it. It was more a lack of willingness to acknowledge that this was something demonic. I feared that it was, because in the New Age movement, you know, you're told demons don't exist, the devil doesn't exist. You create your own reality. You determine at least the brand of New Age occultism that I subscribe to, because there are various, you know, that's an umbrella term. There are a lot of different aspects of it, but there are various kinds, and the kind I subscribe to said that, you know what, when you die, you determine how many incarnations you have. Of course, reincarnation is a big part of it. Not the kind of reincarnation that Hinduism teaches, like the transmigration of the soul, but you know, you can incarnate into this world as many times as you choose, and you're your own judge, and you know, God doesn't judge you. So it's a very very comfortable, very palatable belief system that I subscribe to. And I was really an adherent of Sylvia Brown, you know, the old psychic medium, for a good portion
Oh
of that
boy.
time. Yeah,
Wow. Oh
yeah,
boy.
the fraud that she was.
Yeah.
And you know, I was into James Von Prague and John Edwards and people like that. And I used to go to Lilydale, which is the oldest spiritualist community in America. Because the region I'm from upstate New York. A lot of supernatural stuff going on here. You know, Mormonism was created in this area. Spiritism rose up in this area. There's Jehovah's Witnesses and Seventh-day Adventists and all that have a presence in this area in terms of their origins. There's a lot of spiritual activity that's gone on
Oh,
in my
man.
area.
And I got to hear about the spiritist hangout. That has really got my interest. I wonder what that was like. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was crazy because I went there 3 consecutive years, always in the summer, always in July, between 2005 and 2007. And the most profound experience that I had, the most powerful experience, was in 2006. And I went to, because every time I'd go there, the first place I would go to, the first attraction was something called Inspiration Stump. And it was basically, it was a pretty widespread area, and there was a bunch of pews or benches that people would sit on. And at the front of the place, everyone would be focused on a psychic medium, and they would be communicating with the dead. And they would basically zone in on people and say, would you like a reading? Would you like a reading? Would you like, or would you like us to would you like me to read for you? And they would always inevitably come to me, zoom in on me, and say, would you like a reading? And I was always fascinated with the stuff, because you know, I'm curious. Okay, what am I going to hear? So in 2006, leading up to coming to the spiritualist camp, the spiritualist community, I was planning on taking my younger cousin to Disney World, because I promised I would take him to Disney World. And I was trying to figure out a way of doing that. And I was racking my brain, and I was trying to come up with ways to get the money and all that. And the only people that knew about it was myself, his mother, and him. So I'm getting this reading from this psychic medium, and they start giving me details about what the trip was going to entail. Like, you're going to be going to Florida, and you're going to be doing this, and you're going to be doing that. And it's like, again, I was just kind of taken aback, because only a few people knew about this, and the details were somewhat specific. So I was like, wow, this is powerful stuff. But at the same time, I said, you know what? I even said this to myself, and I believe this was the grace of God. I was like, what if I'm being deceived by demons? What if it was demons they were communicating with? Because I had heard that that's, you know, going on the internet and reading about psychic mediums. You read the Christian stuff that says, oh, they're communicating with demons and all that. So I was wondering that. But, you know, I pushed that thought out of my mind. But I now look back in retrospect, and I know that was the enemy. Those were familiar spirits that the enemy assigned to me from the time that I was born. And so they know all my moves. They know my weaknesses, my strengths, whatever, all my vulnerabilities. And they know how, and so they can pose as, you know, my dead relatives. And that's what they do when people go to psychics and mediums. It's really demons communicating to these people, and telling you things that you know about, that only maybe you know about, and they know about it because they've been around you your entire life. So there's a lot of deception in that arena. But I can tell you this, brother, it's only by the grace of God, like anyone else, that I'm a Christian today, that I'm a pastor. You know, it's just amazing, my journey and all the experiences I had and all the belief systems I was involved with, all the stuff I dabbled with or I entertained prior to the Lord saving me. And he saved me in 2009. It's 11 years ago this month. I give the Lord Jesus Christ and our triune God all the praise, honor, and glory for that, man, because I would not be a Christian today if it was not for God's grace. It's the only reason I'm a believer today. And I look back in retrospect, and I know the Lord allowed me to go through all of that to recognize his grace, to recognize that it was only by his grace that I'm saved. And so I can see that the supernatural, I know for a fact it's very real, that spiritual warfare is very, very real. I mean, I've heard demons speak. I've seen demonic presences and specters, and I've had, you know, like a lot of people had the experience of sleep paralysis, where I'm held down. You know, these experiences have bled into my dreams and woken me up out of a sound sleep. And I'm someone who's never touched drugs or alcohol, any mind or mood altering substances. I've never been sleep deprived. I've never been oxygen deprived, none of that. And I've had hundreds of these experiences. And it was all
Wow.
because of my involvement in New Age occultism, which is witchcraft. And so if anyone who listens to this is involved, get out, turn to the Lord Jesus Christ, man. He'll set you free. He said, whom the Son sets free or makes free is free indeed. He said, if I am the light of the world, if any man walks after me, he will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. And he means it. He means it. And so real quick, I don't want to take up too much time. What I wanted
I'm
to
loving
say
the
is,
passion. You're doing great, man. Go ahead.
praise the Lord. Thank you. Praise Jesus. But there's a ministry I want to turn people onto that can help them with, if they have addictions, if they have broken relationships, if they have diseases. It's called Be in Health. Be in Health. And guys can find out about it at beinhealth.com. And you can check out the testimonies. And I don't get paid. I'm not associated with them like that. But I've been so blessed by their ministry since the Lord saved me in 2009, because the focus of the ministry is about holiness, is about sanctification, is about being conformed to the image of the Lord Jesus Christ. And so this ministry can help you in so many different areas. They deal with the spiritual roots of disease, of addictions, of broken relationships. And one of the doctrines they have, or one of the things they focus on, is separation. What causes disease and addictions and broken relationships is separation from God, separation from others, and separation from ourselves. And they deal with it in a very biblical fashion. So it's beinhealth.com. Check that out. And for those people who, and they have a lot of free information. And if you want to get in touch with me, if you don't mind, if I share my email address, if that's okay, KJ, real quick.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Okay. It's ngentile. First initial of my first name, my last name, Gentile. My Gentile is my last name. 1985 at yahoo.com. If you have any questions, I'll share with you whatever I have. And also there's something that I'm well versed in that I teach called lymphology. And it's really powerful stuff. It deals with your immune system. It is completely valid scientifically, and it lines up with the word of God. If you want information about that, you can go to speedhealing.com, and there's a lot of free information there. And I have a lot of good information that I can share with you if you get in touch with me at ngentile1985 at yahoo.com. And I just, we need to come to Christ. If you don't know Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, not to get too preachy, but I am a pastor. I just want to encourage you, cry out to him today, man. He loves you. He's a friend that sticks closer than a brother. He'll never leave you nor forsake you. And he's waiting with open arms. And I look at it, and the gospel is very, very simple, man. People complicate it. How do you have a relationship with God? How do you have a relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ? It's simple. You trust that Jesus is the Lord, right? The Bible says that in Romans 10:9 and 10, and Philippians 2:9 through 11, that Jesus is Lord, that Jesus is God the Son. And in Matthew 16:16 through 17, and John 20:31, says that Jesus is the Christ, the Messiah, the anointed one of God, the Son of God, right? And that Jesus died on the cross to pay the penalty for our sins. We've all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Every one of us has fallen short of that perfect standard that God has. In order to go to heaven, you have to be perfect. None of us are. We all fall short. Jesus Christ is the only perfect man who's ever lived, but he's also fully God. He's truly God. So he died for our sins. He took the wrath of God in our place, so we could have a relationship with God. And he was buried, and 3 days later, in fulfillment of the scriptures, he rose victoriously from the dead, defeating death, hell, the grave, and Satan. And if you trust in that alone, that he's God come in the flesh, he died for your sins, and he rose from the dead for your justification, you will be saved. That's the gospel message. And if anyone wants those scriptures, again, it's Romans 10:9-10, Philippians 2:9-11, Matthew 16:16-17, and John 20:31, and 1 Corinthians 15:1-4, which is the gospel, the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. And so I'm not a theologian either, brother, but I've studied the word and I like to share it with people. And really, what is the New Testament all about? What is the main message? That we would believe that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God, and that believing we may have life in his name. And if you come to Christ, you have life. You go from death to life, from darkness to light, from Satan to God. And it's all by God's grace. That we're not saved by what we do. We're saved by what Jesus, who he is and what he did. And good works follow trusting in Christ alone for our salvation. And not too long ago, I donated a kidney to someone I don't know. And I did that after 10.5 years of pursuing the donation of this kidney. Why? To show the love of Jesus, not to get people to look at me, because if it wasn't for Jesus, I never would have done that. It makes it very clear that the love of God is shed abroad in the heart of everyone who trusts in Christ alone for their salvation in Romans 5:5. So it's the Holy Spirit that gave me the desire to do that and the perseverance to push through all the disappointments and frustrations and things like that. I only bring that up to say I did that because of what Jesus has done for me. He'll transform your life from the inside out. He'll give you a new heart and a new spirit, and he will transform you. I'm telling you. So trust in Jesus. And that's really all I got to say. I mean, and what does he save us from? Hell and the lake of fire. Those things are very, very real, man. You don't want to go there. That's the wrath of God. That's what Jesus saved us from. That's why he went through what he went through on the cross. That's why he became a man. But he,
respect on that, Pastor Nick, for real. I love it, because that's a component I'm missing. Again, that's why I enjoy when someone comes on, they know the word really well, and it's nice to hear. It's always nice to hear the words. You know what I mean? Like, again, right. I know my strengths, my weaknesses, so it's good to hear it. Good to hear the passion too. Thank you. And great message. Real stuff, guys, for those out there listening. I know not everybody's on the same page and as far as their religion, but that's it, man. I hope I've got the message across myself over all these years of showing everything I've shown, that God's real, devil's real. Jesus really is the key. He's the answer to everything. Try to get what I had to work on, and still do sometimes, try to get the negative thing that pops in your head the second you think of Jesus or religion or followers of Christ. I struggled with that for years too. Immediately, it's that programming we've all been raised in, that Christians are idiots, they're weird, they're creepy,
right.
They're killers, they're monsters. Yeah, you got to get out of that, because Christ is that song, Personal Jesus. I don't think it was written in a nice way, but the terminology, the idea, he really is. He'll show himself to you in a way you'll understand. You'll have a personal relationship. Understanding the word obviously helps to know God, what God
Amen.
wants for you. And but even on that, just talk to the Lord every day, man. The Holy Spirit guides you too, as Pastor was saying. So
Amen.
Thank you.
And can I say one thing real quick?
Yeah.
This is very important. I was sexually abused as a little boy. Okay. I was raped. It was terrible. Jesus has healed me of that. So anyone who hears this, who has been abused in any way, you may be asking, why did God allow you to go through that? I'll tell you just from my perspective. Okay. He allowed you to go through that because he knew you were going to come to him. He knew he was going to save you and then transform you and heal you and then empower you to minister to other people who go through that. So it was for a very specific reason. I want to say that the Lord says in Isaiah chapter 55, his thoughts and his ways are higher than ours, as high as the heavens are from the earth. So we don't fully understand why these terrible things happen to us, but everything that happens is for our good. If the Lord, if we belong to him, if we're Christ's sheep, everything that happens for us is for our good and for his ultimate praise, honor, and glory. Right. So just trust in him. Just understand it is for a reason, even if we don't understand it, and he will heal you. He'll set you free. If you're like, why would God allow this to happen to me? Why? Cry out to Jesus, man. He will heal you. He'll make you. He just, like I said, whosoever calleth upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. The Lord is Jesus Christ. Right. And I love talking about the deity of Christ and how salvation is only found in Jesus, the Yeshua, the Messiah. That's it. He said, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no man comes to the Father except through me, but by me. So it's not through Hinduism, Buddhism, There's no other path that saves you. Jesus is salvation. He's eternal life. He said, I'm the resurrection and the life. Even if you die, you'll live. And if you live, you'll never die. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, I could go.
I love that. No, it's good, Pastor Nick, man. I feel you, man. Guys, I hope you'll check him out at his email he'd mentioned as well, which if you want to tell him one more time, it's go ahead.
And Gentile 1985 at yahoo.com. And my channel is not to promote it, just so people can communicate with me. I want to share all this stuff with you freely. It's Lord and Christ Ministries. Lord and Christ Ministries.
Cool, man. Definitely, Pastor Nick. Thank you. What a pleasure. It was so nice to meet you. Thanks for sharing with us.
Yes, brother. God bless you. Christ bless you and keep you. Jesus is Lord, Lord of all. He is risen, risen indeed. Amen.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Last three. I got Reed, Lewis, and Nono Jenkins. Thanks for your patience, guys. Reed, how you doing, sir?
Doing good, man. How about you?
I'm great. Hey, thanks for your patience. I appreciate you.
You're welcome, dude. Hey, I just want to say thank you for your really big ministry.
Thanks.
I woke up probably 2017. I'm 23 years old.
Wow.
Young. Yeah, I know. And so I was raised up in church and everything else, and heard voices when I was younger, saw shadows, pretty much met a couple demons and been to hell and back, and it's just been a wild ride. And
what was the hell and back like? What happened there?
It was like,
if you don't mind talking about it.
No, I don't mind. I don't. I was sleeping one night and I was young, very young, like not even double digits, and I was sleeping and I had this dream of actually being in my bed in hell, kind of, and this Nephilim or giant picked me up by my bed and threw me into the lake of fire or this volcano.
Whoa.
And I woke up when I hit the volcano, the lava. Scared the heck out of me.
That is scary.
There's this another time when I was walking in Walmart. This was actually let me see. This was actually a couple years ago. I was walking in Walmart and not there's nothing bad about Walmart. I'm just saying I had a vision like down, I guess, on the ground. I saw hell and people screaming and flames and all that stuff, and it was just terrifying. So I just kept on walking. I'm like, oh crap.
Well, there is definitely something we joke about. I do sometimes about Walmart. You know, we're talking earlier about maybe it's on Indian burial grounds because there's something weird there. But we know that FEMA does work with Walmart. That's one thing that's, you know, that we know is a part of it. And also Sam Walton, you know, the guy that started Walmart, after he died, his sons took over. And that's when they changed the logo to the sun symbol. Under their new corporation. That's why I started. And then that's when you found out they started working with FEMA and all this other stuff started popping up. So the way I process stuff, and I don't know if I'm right, that's why I don't make a video and say, this is exactly what happened. But I feel like maybe they're the Masons and maybe they signed the deal and now they have to represent with the symbols. And we see them working, you know, kind of along for the beast system, if you will. And who knows, you know, but there's definitely something off about Walmart, you know, but anyway, go ahead.
Definitely a possibility. But yeah, so I just woke up when so how I woke up is I was like pretty much kneeling beside my bed one night and I said, God, open my spiritual eyes and heart and everything. I didn't know what I was asking for. So God just poured it all out. And he showed me Daniel Duvall, Discovering the Truth with Daniel Duvall. Have you heard about?
No, I haven't. Go ahead. I'm curious.
Okay, check him out. Bride Ministries is an amazing ministry based in Dallas, Texas, and he ministers to satanic ritual abuse,
Oh,
SRA, and DID.
wow. What's his name again?
Daniel Duvall.
And he's on YouTube?
Yes, and he's on actually Spotify. He's
Okay.
actually on his website is Bride Ministries.
Wow, I'm really fascinated with people who minister to SRA victims. That's why I've always really liked Fritz Springmeier's work, because he ministered and helped deprogram people who are programmed under the Illuminati, you know. So
yeah,
those people are doing a really special job. So go ahead.
He has interviews with actually Illuminati survivors, all kinds of people who've been in the horrible depths of the earth. You know what I'm saying? Like horrible things. And he just is an awesome minister. And by the power of God, of course, and by God's grace, he's being a tool for the Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But yeah. So anyways, Bride Ministries, that's one of the things that actually broke me out of kind of the bondage of Babylon and went forth into kind of like kingdom thinking in that case.
What is kingdom thinking?
Pretty much setting your mind on things above and not earthly things.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, okay, I get it.
Yeah. So it's beautiful, man, and it's awesome. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, I am an INFP and Empath all the way.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's great. It's hard for me to tell sometimes with people, but now that you say that and just the way you process and talk and think, I can feel that and see it too. And how did you learn? Did you take one of these tests like me and just kind of be like, oh, that's what it means? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I did. It was really a shocker. I'm like, what the heck? I'm an introvert? What?
I know, isn't that funny? Because I feel like all my life I looked at myself like an extrovert, just because I do like people, and I like to joke around when I'm out with people and stuff. I always thought, okay, I'm the extrovert, but no, not so much. It's a mix. Well, we do good, and I think we do good in all scenarios. It's just we do really good with ourselves. We need time alone, and it's great. I definitely can't be alone all the time. I get out, I go to the gym, or now I walk outside and see family and friends. I take a lot of trips. I like driving, to other states to see friends and things. And, you get out and do stuff. But some of my favorite times is just driving by myself. I did it a couple days ago. I live out in the Midwest, and I head out towards one of our lakes out here, and there's nothing but just small towns, grain elevators, nothing else out there. And I love just driving and talking to God for like 4 hours, on these long drives out in the middle of nowhere, and, listen to some good music, but mainly talking to God, and just it's where I get some of my best ideas doing that.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Seriously. The best part about like being an INFP is you're just pretty much, you can feel others' emotions and you can take on their role pretty much, and kind of be with them and be yoked together in a sort of sense, like Jesus is yoked to us. And
I like that.
You can actually carry the burden along. Jesus says, my burden's light and my yoke is easy. And Jesus, he says, my burden's light, my yoke is easy. So you're going through life, and it's like you're having an empath or an INFP right there, but right beside you.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great way to look at it. I love that. That's a really good way, because we are healers, and like I was talking earlier to one of the guests about, that's one thing I don't like in people is just cruelty, no manners, not being, I don't know, just, anything that's just, and it's like most people can say that, but it's different, I think, for us, because I'm very hypersensitive to it sometimes, or like really gross, stories about like people's personal sex experiences and things. I've never been one that enjoys hearing this kind of thing, or talking with the boys, hey, trading stories, I've never liked that kind. Are you with me on that?
Oh yeah, I'm with you all the way. Like, if anything comes out of somebody's mouth that is like provocative or anything else, I'm just like, I'm out. I'm gone. Oh yeah. When you were talking about pretty much stay in one place. You can't stay in one place.
Yes. I forgot to mention that. Yeah.
I have an example for you. A couple times, actually many times. I was at the lake I was at the lake with my family, and I drove my own truck, and I cannot be there for like, I only be there for the weekend. You know what I'm saying? And I go to another place because I'm like, I cannot be there unless you want to see the monster in me. Then we can't do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. You're right. We do kind of have I mean, everyone's got a temper, but my experience has been this, and I've had to really be careful, is that people should never become our enemies, because, I really have to lean on Christ on this stuff now, but I used to not. And I could really get devious and go after people and get them in ways they wouldn't see coming, and they would never know it was me. And I wouldn't tell people either. There's times I would do that, that someone would get me in a really bad way, and then I would just like start planning. And it was never anything dangerous. No one get hurt, but just it'd always be a really classic way to get these people back. And I did it several times throughout my life, and it really hammered these people, man. Some of the things I did. So, even that I had to deal with, because I don't like being devious. That is kind of and just kind of doing stuff under the behind the scenes like that. But we have that side, man. And I'm also can be a fighter, but only if I'm, again, defending like the underdog, or if I'm the underdog and just defending myself. Then that's, you said, the monster comes out. You can start. I'll fight somebody, and
right.
You really got to be pushed to that point,
Oh yeah.
Right.
Hey. Yeah, seriously. I just want to say that my generation, there's a call on the millennial generation, and it's really big for this generation right here to rise up. And there's a lot of prophets that are coming out and really just kind of just exposing darkness, pretty much like Watchmen, saying, hey, this is about to happen. Like, y'all, this is about to happen. You need to be prepared, or you need to trust in the Lord above all and lean on the Lord.
That's a great message. Yeah, it's absolutely true. I mean, I've been seeing it on my end, just from doing the work I do with. I've seen the popularity of this kind of stuff grow through the years. Now it's a manufactured decline in popularity, but it's still just as popular. We just don't see the accurate numbers on anyone's channels anymore or videos. But the people that need to see the stuff seeing it, I see just the awake comments in people and the number of channels that come around and everything else. But yeah, there is a massive awakening. I've been saying it for years. We really are seeing that division between the sheep and the goats, if you will. That's the way I perceive this. And I really feel that's what it is. It's all narrowing down to Jesus. It is.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as the world don't talk about it and it's coming, because these Satanists, these creepy pedo Luciferians, they're all coming out, man. Like we talked about, Gates just did that commercial with Marina Abramovic, folks. I mean, I've been telling y'all they're coming out of the, behind the shadows for years. It's coming. When that happens, man, it's the choice is going to be obvious at some point for whoever's still left here. It's like, you're either going to choose to go with these people and you're going to get what's coming to you, or you're going to choose this character you thought was just a mythological thing created a long time ago. You'll start searching, it'll all come very true for you. I mean, I had the other day, they did the Bible series and on the History Channel. And I know it's a History Channel, has Illuminati symbolism. I know all this, but still, regardless, I watched the Passion version, the 2 hours, just in the background while I was doing something. And I'm not even, tears like 3 times throughout that 2 hours, it all dealing with Christ's crucifixion and everything leading up to it, bawling. And I was just like, and that reminded me, I need to see that more. I need to go back and watch these scenes more, even from other movies, like the Mel Gibson one. But it's good for me to visualize things like that. I kind of forget, I don't know. I forget how important that was. We take it for granted sometimes, and I try not to, but we do.
Yeah, we definitely do. I find myself like going through life, and I do one sin, then the other is like, man, I forgot who Jesus was or what he did. And thank you for saying that. I really need to go back and watch The Passion of the Christ, and just reevaluate my relationship with Jesus Christ, and just get right with him pretty much. And I just want to say to the audience, just 2 more things, and
Okay.
I'm done. I know it's late, and you got callers on the other line, but number 1 is, how can you cast out, or in Jesus' name, you can only cast out demons. You cannot cast out any other anything by another name. When somebody hears Jesus, I mean, it's like penetrating to bone and marrow, and it's amazing. And I just encourage you to research yourself, like, who is Jesus? And second, the numbers. Okay, I've been seeing on numbers 11:11, 12:12, 13:13, 14:14 over and over again. Do you have any like knowledge of those things, AJ?
Yes, I do, sir. Hey, I have a video. You can still find it on my channel. Good luck finding it in a YouTube search, but it's on there, and it's called I See 111 Everywhere. What does it mean? And I made it in 2012, so it's still on 2012. And man, same thing. And so I was talking about earlier about the people talk about the ascension in December 2012. That didn't happen, but something else triggered, and a lot of people started seeing these sequences of ones, and I was one of them. And I mean, it just freaked me out at first, but then I went with it. I read everything on it. I was never into the angel number, and this is your angel. I just don't do that. But after praying about it and seeing it so much, man, it showed up in some of the crazies. Someone stole my car one time. This happened throughout, this is, I don't know, 5 years ago now. Someone stole my car after I went to a wedding. I went to go watch a friend of mine get married. And I didn't realize it when I got to the parking spot, it was 111. And I was right in the thick of seeing these 111s. I was like, are you kidding me? The car showed up a couple days later. So I've got it back. But I mean, so yeah, it's just, but I've had them forever. And I just got to the point where I even told the Lord, I said, I feel like that's you just popping and saying you're on the right track. Keep doing what you're doing. And I told him, every time I see it, I'll acknowledge you. I'll say, hey, Lord, hi. Thank you. I love you. I appreciate it. And I do, so yeah, they're still there, man. I see it all the time too. I think that's, in my case, I feel that's the Lord communicating with us in a way we can understand. And just, I take it as encouragement, man. He's saying, I'm here with you, and it may mean other things to other people. I have no doubt about that, but that's just my experience. But I no matter what, as a child, I see it. It's just the Lord kind of tapping your shoulder and saying, hey, what's going on?
Right.
That's me, but go ahead.
I was doing some research on number 1111 and what other people did in this time when they were seeing it. And they actually, one of the persons, they actually looked up the 11th chapter in the canon in the Bible and the 11th verse in every book of the Bible. And there's a message.
What is it?
Pretty much, God, he's taken us out of the wilderness and into the promised land, into the promises of his word, I guess.
I love it. I love that. That's great. That's a great message. Thanks for sharing that.
Welcome, dude. And God bless, man. Godspeed. Doing great.
You too. What
Yeah.
a pleasure. Nice meeting you, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care out there, okay?
Talk to you soon, man. All right,
Okay,
bye.
bye-bye. All right, Lewis and Nono are left. Lewis is next. Oops. Sorry. There we go. Lewis, are you there?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Oh man, I'm doing pretty good right now.
Thanks for staying up. I hope I didn't keep you up too late.
Oh no, that's not a problem, man. I feel like I need to be here right now. I've been put here for sure. Like I have
Good.
to say some things.
Okay, let's hear it.
Um. Okay, well, I feel like I've been put here to just talk about a lot of things that's been going on in my life recently. God has been coming into my life and just revealing things to me and having me, you know, make realizations and giving me understandings about the world and what's going on with his plan and how I fit into it and how, I need to go and do things for him, that further his plan to help save souls and, all these things. And I guess I just want to start with kind of like the last guy said, I had also like a hell and back experience.
What
And
was yours? And what brought it on, if you don't mind me asking?
for me, I was addicted to drugs for a while, and what brought it on was I was taking acid at the time, but through these times I was praying for God to really reveal to me, and use these situations to just do nothing but good and help me move forward with Him. So this experience was just a really big point for me to help me grow with Him and move forward with Him. And so I went to my friend's house, and we had took some tabs, and it was just another normal day. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and things started going downhill. We started to play this. I just want to say real quick, I'm 17.
Oh,
so,
no way. That's fine. Welcome, man. That's great. I had no idea. You're
so
doing great.
I still do kind of like kid things. I'm barely starting to go into adulthood now. So
Yeah.
it's just
that's a fun age to be, man. You're at a great spot. It really is. I mean, the whole world is before you, so it's great.
Yeah. And God has really He has some great plans for me, man. He has some really great things that He wants me to do. But
I really, really like that you already know that at 17. That's so great. Good for you.
Yeah, I've kind of realized He's been in my life since forever. Since I like around 5th, 6th grade is when I was introduced to church, and around 7th grade is when I actually became a Christian. So He's been working in me for a long time, and I have a great purpose in my life that I kind of know that He told me I'm going to be like a pillar for the Church of Christ, and I'm going to be like a man that brings like leaders of leaders together so that we can work in unity against Satan and his people that are
What a great mission. That's fantastic.
So I'm still kind of unpacking things, and I just want to apologize right now if I kind of get confused or like I sound
You're fine. You're talking to the rambling king over here, man. I go off tangent all the time. So
yeah,
no,
I'm kind of
great.
the same. Yeah.
It's okay. You're doing great.
Okay, so I just want to say I'll just pick up where I was. We had just taken these tabs, and I was in my friend's basement with him, and we had put on this game Borderlands, and we were just playing. Everything was cool. I was like, oh yeah, we're off tabs, and I was like bringing Jesus into situations. So my friend next to me, he had started to he was getting trapped in a thought loop. When you're off this drug acid, it does things to your brain. Yeah. So he got like stuck in this thought loop, and I could see. I have the spiritual gift of being able to like see like demons and angels and things like that. So I could see a demon was messing with him. So I kind of like I was trying to calm him down, and things just kept spiraling and spiraling.
Lewis, I dropped your audio, or your audio dropped. There you go. You're just about to get into it about him, but go ahead.
Okay, so he started to get like messed with by these demons that they were just getting him in a thought loop, and they were making him feel anxious and making him start to panic. So I was trying to calm him down, and at this point I started praying. You know, I'm like, you know, Jesus, you know, come into the situation, please help. I don't know what's going on, but I don't want anything bad to happen. So things kept spiraling further and further down, and he got stuck in this thought loop, like a really bad one, where he felt like he should lay down on the floor, and then he would be like, no, I want to be on this floor because it feels like I'm in an ocean right now and I am floating. And he would he was like rambling. He was just saying like these really weird things, and I could see he was being messed with. And I'm trying to pray. I'm trying to do anything I can help. And his dad had like found out, came down. That just brought more issues. So I'm just kind of like bringing up concepts so that when we do get to like the Christ experience, you understand we're just getting tormented. More and more torment just keeps happening. The demons are like coming in, they're attacking us because they know we're off this drug, and they know that they can manipulate the situation, and that's what kind of led into like us going to hell. But he got to this point, you know, where I kept trying to pray and I kept trying to help, and the thought loop just getting worse and worse, and we were confused, and the pain of the situation just kept increasing, and it felt like everything was closing in around us, and it felt like we were like that something had a tight grip on us. And at some point I started preaching to him, because I was like, look, I know you don't want to hear this because we're off acid right now, but like there's demons right now. I know what's going on, and I want you to know that like Jesus is here. He loves you. And I started, you know, preaching to him, and he is like so far gone that it's not even my friend anymore at this point. So it's a demon using him, and he is trying to get me into a contract with him so that I shut up and I don't talk about Jesus. Because he knows that if I keep talking about Jesus, I'm going to help this man. So he says, if you don't come into this contract with me, he doesn't say anything explicitly to me. He just shows me like through actions of how he's controlling my friend. He like gets down in like a kneeling position, and he starts like doing this praising thing, and like a thought popped into my head. It was like, you better start worshiping me and come into a contract, and I just won't hurt you. Because he was putting in my head, if you keep talking about Jesus, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to hurt you, and I'm going to make sure that, you know, you're forgotten about, and nobody loves you, and they're tormenting us. So it gets to this point where I'm still praying, and I'm not feeling Jesus. Things just keep spiraling worse and worse, and I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. I need some help, and I keep praying to Jesus, and I feel like things, you know, I feel like Jesus is here, but you know, the circumstances are saying otherwise. You know, there's a demon in my friend, and he's trying to get me in a contract with him. So I'm just like, at this point, I'm starting to freak out, and I'm just like, I don't even know if my prayer is working, man. And I'm just like, am I condemning myself right now? Am I condemning my friend? And like, what's going on? And I stopped trying to help the situation. I started just having like this conversation really with God, and he's using this to like kind of like slap me back into reality, like slap some sense into me, like, because at this point in my life, I'm addicted to these drugs, and I am so far gone, and I'm like so self-absorbed that I'm messing up all these plans that God has, that he kind of needed this to happen to me so that I can, you know, get back on track. So I end up leaving his house. It's like 12 o'clock at night, or like 1 o'clock, and when I leave his house, it's because at this point, like my friend, he just went ape. He started hitting me. His dad had came down. He was yelling. It felt like I was gonna get killed if I stayed there. So I ran. I was like, I can't stay here, because I definitely know something bad's gonna happen. So I leave. And when I leave, my sense of reality is so far gone. Like furniture is disappearing. I'm literally seeing like the universe like tear apart, and I don't know what's going on. So I'm just like, am I in hell? So I start praying to God. I'm like, God, please, look, I'm I understand that I've made mistakes in my life, but I love you and I need you in my life. And, like, I don't want to be in hell. And he's telling me, he's like, look, he's using the way that I have been working against him, and he's kind of like putting that on me. So the more I keep praying, he's using the way I've been acting towards him on me. So he's just like, okay, I'm listening to you. And then what I would do when I would be with God and I would ask him for help is I was like, God, please help me in this situation, reach my friend. And then I would go to that situation and I would start doing something right, and I would just veer off in a whole nother direction, and I would just submit to the enemy. So God was doing that to me in a way. He was showing me how it felt when I did these things to him. So I would pray to him and he would listen to me, and then he would just completely subvert my expectations. So I would be like, look, God, help me. And then I would start walking, and it felt like I'm getting somewhere. And then I'm looking at this GPS because, like, this is what I'm lost at this point. And I feel like God is telling me, like, look at this GPS and I'll lead you where you go, or where you need to go. And I take my eyes off the GPS and it starts rerouting. It says it's lost connection. So I was like, whoa, what's going on? I try and reconnect it. And for some reason it says I'm at a different location now. So I'm just like, whoa, what's going on? I thought, this is what you wanted me to do, God. I'm listening to you. So he's just kind of showing me what it's felt like for me to, like, treat him the way I have been treating him. And I just kept praying and praying. And this entire time, he's just been revealing to me what it is that I need to do in my life and what it is that I've been doing wrong. So I just keep praying and praying and praying. And this whole time, I start to realize everything around me is demons. I'm getting horribly attacked. And I kind of realized that even though I'm in this world, everything that I'm looking at is just like a vast expanse of nothingness. Every time I turn a corner, I go back into, like, the same place. So, like, I'm in this neighborhood, I turn left, and it's like I just turned back into where I was. So I'm like, wait, that doesn't make sense. I just left from this place, and I'm looking at the GPS. It keeps rerouting, and it keeps saying I'm 40 minutes away, and then it says I'm like 20 minutes away, and then it says like I'm 11 hours away. So I'm just lost. My sense of reality is being just completely subverted from what I expected to be. And that's God's way of telling me, like, look, this is what it feels like when you come to me, and then you just completely go against whatever I planned for you.
Yeah,
so,
man, that's good. I keep going. I definitely feel that's what we were saying earlier, that he makes these experiences personal to you in a way that you'll understand. You totally got what this test was. So go ahead, though.
So at this point, I'm understanding that this GPS isn't working, and I'm understanding that I'm going nowhere. And I start to realize I'm tripping balls, and it's like 1 o'clock at night, and I am lost, wondering where I am in this neighborhood that keeps going back into itself. So my sense of reality is gone. And by some miracle, so God, he sent me to this house of this man that we had called earlier that night, that we told we were tripping because we thought he could help us. It just so happens that was the one house that I went to in the neighborhood. And I get there, I'm like, look, man, I am tripping right now. I don't know what's going on. I left this man's house, and I start, begging him for help. Please help me. I don't know what to do. So he says, all right, come in. He calls the paramedics, and I end up getting taken to the hospital. At this hospital, God, on the way there, he made it seem like when I got into the ambulance, like, truck, that it was like a ride to hell. So I'm in this, like, I'm getting sent to a hospital, and it's gonna help me. But as I'm going there, it feels like I'm on a personal trip to hell. Like, I'm getting taken to hell, and I start freaking out. I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, what am I doing? Like, no, God, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. And then he would be like, oh, okay, I forgive you. And then, he just keeps subverting my expectations, just to kind of get it across to me, like, this is continuously what you've done to me. So I get to the hospital, and my saving grace is they called my dad, and he came. That was God's way of, like, putting an anchor down, saying like, you're not in hell, your dad is here, like I've got you, like I'm answering your prayers right now. So I'm just like, oh my God, thank you so much. And I start like realizing what it is that, you know, God has been doing. And I'm just like, thank you so much. And my dad, I'm talking to my dad, and he's using my dad to like talk to me. And he's just like, wow, like I can't believe that my son would do this. And I know that it's really like God then across to me, like how sad he is that I am in the state that I am. And I'm just so thankful. I'm just so grateful and appreciative that God was willing to forgive me despite me continuously turning my back on him in so many ways. And I'm just like, you know, thank you, God, thank you. And I'm saying to my dad, look, please stay with me. I love you so much. I'm sorry for doing these things, you know. And he takes me home. And when I get home, you know, the hospital did what they had to do. They flushed, you know, as much as they could out of my system. I'm starting to come back to reality. And I realized after I went through all this, that was like my hell experience of God telling me, like, look, if you keep going the way you are in your life, you're going to end up in this place. And if you don't start listening to me now, I can't do anything for you. So I'm just like so grateful and appreciative. And I prayed to him that night. I'm just like, look, God, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm going to start listening to you, and I'm going to start doing what I have to. And he reveals to me that, you know, he has a great plan, a great purpose for me, because he shows me that he's been in my life since like my birth. And I have, you know, like personal like stories, but those also like, that's something else. I'm trying to talk about this. So like, I pray to him. I tell him, Lord, I'll be with you. And the next day is like, it's this beautiful, gorgeous, great day, because it was God's way of telling me, thank you, you know, my son, for coming back and for realizing that you need me. And he gives me this great day. I'm with my family, and I just feeling his love. And I see the way he's working in these people around me just to try and make me happy, because he's trying to show me like, thank you for coming back and for having this sense like put into you. Like, yeah, and man. I just felt so overwhelmed with like how humbling of an experience that was to just be able to go through something like that. And it really proved to me like God loves me so much that he was willing to do something like this to me just to try and help me. And
yeah, that's a great testimony.
Mm-hmm. And since then I've had a few slip ups, but now I'm completely drug free. I've helped, you know, convert two of my biggest like druggy friends into Christians, you know, and he's been working in my life, and I'm seeing that, you know, like this generation, my generation, there's a lot of special people, and there are many people that are destined for great things. And he's kind of appointed me to be the man to like try and help these people find God and do great things in the world. So,
man, I love it. I can hear it in your voice, and you've got the energy and the man, Lewis. That's so good, and I'm proud of you. And you're already inspiring people that are listening right now. So you're going to be a big inspiration in people's lives, and I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I really felt like, you know, I've really admired you, man. Like I discovered you kind of like in my middle school days. And,
no way. That's great.
Yeah, and he's always kind of had like me think of you, like you're always the person that stood out. I've always listened to so many truther communities like the Vigilant Christian, Up TV. It was like the Spy Cat lady or something. She talked about like, you know, Illuminati things. And
did you hear what happened to her?
Nah, what happened?
I put it on one of my shows. It blew me away. I do a KJ's What Happened, and I show people all kinds of things I find throughout the week. But one of the things is that so Spy Kitten, if people didn't know, she has a YouTube channel that, you know, there was a period of time there. And remember, I was here in the beginning. I was here when it wasn't popular to talk about Illuminati stuff. So I got to live to see it become this just massive, like really an enterprise. And people were just jumping in, and they could make a video uncovering something and get, viral. I mean, millions of views. People were blowing up, becoming almost overnight conspiracy celebrities. There was a whole thing happening, and Spy Kitten was one of them. I mean, she still has more subscribers than me, and this girl showed up like, again, maybe 2017, I think, or something, and then just made one video, and it went 2 million views or something, and suddenly she's got 1.5 million subscribers. But anyway, she wound up completely turning on all of that, and now she has a YouTube channel where she reads tarot cards.
What?
So, yes. So see, this is the thing, and this is why people have to be careful. This is why I'm so cynical towards other so-called kind of truther channels I see out there, because again, I've been in it so long. We also had Round Saturn's Eye. That was another thing like that. He came in doing a lot of Jesus this, Jesus that, uncovering things, but he was living a dual life and doing other stuff, and mocking Illuminati things and mocking the same things he was trying to expose. So, and that's from a long time ago. But I'm just saying these things happen a lot, and we got to be careful. But that's why that Spy Kitten thing, I never jumped. No offense to the girl, but I never jumped on board with it. I mean, people would be sending me her videos. Hey, KJ, have you ever seen this before? It's like, man, I was uncovering that stuff 5 years ago, guys. I get it. I understand. No offense, but and that's what still happens. People will send me new things. I'm like, I get it, but this is old stuff. I covered that. But Spy Kitten, yeah, she was a superstar, man, from out of nowhere. But now I feel like maybe they're showing who they really are. Perhaps that's what it is. Again, it was very popular to jump into that Illuminati conspiracy thing for about 3 years there. And lots of people just showed up on the scene and I don't think their intentions were right. I know this for a fact with some of them.
Yeah.
But that's a whole other story. I don't like to use, I never make videos about that kind of stuff, but trust me, I know there's some stinkers out there. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, I just pretty much just wanted to come on because I felt like I should say these. It's the least I could do for God saving my soul. It's something that I had to say. And I prayed before I came here to talk. I was booted out like 5 times. I had to re-enter and like re-queue up. And it was definitely like demons trying to prevent me from talking. I know, because I casted one out like while you were talking to the previous man. I was starting to like think to myself, and God started like putting this situation in my head, and eventually it got to like the point where I was rebuking a demon, and I was just playing like a hypothetical situation in my head, but it actually ended up being real. And I found out its name, and I cast it out. So like
it worked.
Yeah, it definitely worked, because I'm here talking now, and I'm definitely here for a reason. I had to say that, so maybe God could use this situation to save some other people that are listening to this right now.
I'm sure he will. I bet there's young people listening right now that probably not even close to being close to Jesus, and I bet them hearing you and your passion and all the rest of us old timers talking about it, but they get it. People are listening. You just reached people, man. I guarantee you. Lewis, thank you. It's been a real pleasure meeting you. I'm excited for your future. I hope you'll keep me updated. Okay.
Definitely, man. I'm really grateful that I'm able to meet you, man, and talk on this live stream. It's something that I since I seen you, like I've always thought so highly of you, and now I'm here just talking to you. So
thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you, really, because this is like something that I'm really appreciative of, and I'm grateful for this opportunity that I've been given. So,
well, it's been a blessing for me too, sir. So you get out there and set the world on fire, if you will. Don't let anything get in your way. You won't. All right.
All right, man. I'm definitely gonna start tuning in, because for a while I just kind of left. God had some other plans for me. I had to go through some issues, sort through them, but now he's calling me back, and I'm gonna start tuning back into your channel and doing things. So
okay, man. Well, take care.
We can talk again.
Yeah, we will. All right.
Okay, man.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. I got my last guest now, Nono Jenkins. Thank you so much, Nono, for your patience. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you're there.
Yeah, man, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nono. Hi. Hey, thanks again for waiting for so long. I appreciate you.
Oh, it's good, man. I feel like I've been waiting for years to talk to you.
Well, nice to talk to you. Nice meeting you.
Yeah, it's cool. Hey, I like how you put those backgrounds up with like the river there and the stream.
Thanks. I mean, I do too. I'm glad y'all like that. I just love nature, and I mean, And once, YouTube took away their live broadcasting, right? And everybody was tripping out like, oh my gosh, but then the great thing came out, StreamYard. And that's where I found the StreamYard. And yeah, I started realizing you put GIFs up and things and make it active and cool. And I don't know, man, I love it. It's just creative. This is a new one I just found today. So thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of like it takes you there for a second, it takes you away from like having a device right in front of you,
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, and I feel like, man, I like nature too because I'm a part of it, And so, like, when I think about like the body, I've always, because I'll talk to God in a strange way, I guess. It's like that introvert thing you say, man. I just kind of go really deep within myself.
Real deep, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, I'll meditate on something like a thought, and just kind of go into it, and like the body it's like nature, man. Like when you look at the body, the skin is like the bark on the trees, and like the cells inside of the leaves. Like if you look at it really close, it's almost identical.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see the metaphor there.
Yeah, and then like your veins are just like little rivers and streams, and they carry like these minerals through them, and they sort of like cycle and re-cleanse themselves, like the
Yeah, that's
hair.
a really cool way to see it.
Yeah, man, and your eyes are like these black holes with like these little universe spirals around them,
Gosh, that's so true. I mean, a while back I did a video, gosh, it's a while back, but part of it was talking about the eyes, and there's a lot of close-ups of the eyes, and you're so right. It looks like a little mini universe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like
Beautiful.
a unique, like we're bringing it into creation, like
Man, yes.
yeah, man. This whole time, like when I think it was Lewis, man, when he was just talking, I felt like I was really like there with him, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he's on fire, man. That's great. I love hearing that, especially 17 years old. That's so fantastic. Wow.
Yeah, it's good. And he's right, man. These young kids, they're about to be the ones, man. They're going to be prophesying and stuff, dude.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see a time of miracles, right? Because I mean, the more the show becomes obvious and the Antichrist shows, and the more of this stuff happens. I mean, we're in a global lockdown, first time in our history ever of anything in this world that they were able to lock down the planet. So we know that things are coming. So yeah, as the dark, scary stuff is revealed, I'm with you. The Holy Spirit's going to be boom. I mean, people are going to be laying hands on each other, and you said the children are going to be prophesying. People are already having dreams and visions, and
Right.
it's all happening.
Oh yeah, no doubt. And I think, and I give analogies a lot because it's easier for people to get their own meaning from it. And so, like, I'll give this one. This is something God showed me. He said, it's like creation is like a river. Okay, and so when you're born, you're pushed into the river at the head, and everybody gets in their boat. We're riding in our boat down the river, man. And some people like to go really fast, and some people take their time with it, man. And these kids, like when you're real young, you're closer to God because you're close to the head of the river where all of it's being coming in, And so as you go on down, you start to forget what it was like, man, to be at the beginning of it. And so you get kind of lost. And then there's things on that river, man, that'll pull you any which way. There's obstacles, rocks, things you can get hurt on, man. And so what I did, and this is what I think a lot of these kids these days, hopefully they'll get into, is they'll pull off to the side and go camping, so to speak, and just kind of reflect on where they've been, where they're about to go. And that's what I did, man. I woke up 2008, man, and it was hard to grab the truth because all I had was like Alex Jones and a few sources,
Yeah, that's true. There wasn't much back then. Well, you had Prophecy Club. I don't know if you ever saw that back then or not, though. You ever seen Prophecy Club?
Yeah, I think I remember them, and I remember God, there's another one.
Freeman, maybe he was around back then, probably, or I don't know if he was back in 2008.
I was turned on to Project Camelot, which is kind of new agey and weird.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Do you remember a guy named Jonathan Adam Pants?
Well, funny thing you mentioned that. I don't know. Have you seen my movie, The Scariest Movie Ever Made 2020 yet?
No, I don't think I've seen it.
It's okay if you haven't, but it's on my website. If anyone's interested for free, I just put it up a few months ago at whoiskjosborne with a z.com. It's playing for free there, or it's on BitChute. But in that movie, it's about 3.5 hours long. But at the very end, there's about a 10-minute sequence that I took from Jonathan Adam Pant's old recordings from a long time ago. And I put images and stuff over it. And that was one of the parts of the ending to my movie, actually.
Yeah, dude, he was deep, man. I don't know where he went to, but
He disappeared. Yeah, he just disappeared.
I think he did it on purpose because he was like, he didn't want people, because people were like, give us more, you know?
That's what it was. Yeah. And man, that's such a great point. You listen to him. He was one of us. He was an introvert. He's probably an INFP or J, but he was definitely a deep processing, thinking, loving, caring person. And this isn't the easiest job, again, for us. This has taken my everything. It's put me in tears. It's gotten my parents' address put online. It's a whole other story that happened years ago. I had people do creepy stuff like that, but it has been insanity at times, doing this stuff, especially for a caring, sensitive person. So that's why I think a lot of channels we've seen come and go throughout the years, they disappear. There've been a lot of really great people that show up that really mean well, and they have a gift, but then they have to face all the gross stuff and the nasty stuff. And I think a lot of them just give up, it's just not worth it.
Yeah. And I think, man, he even mentioned a few times in his videos, he would say if people don't need to listen to me, they just need to seek the spirit and they'll just find it out. You can't fake it. Like he was, if you listen to, I think it's Parables, Propaganda, and Perception, that one, man, that was when he was talking about the bike analogy. Do you remember that?
I'm trying to think. I'm not sure off the top of my head if I remember the bike analogy. Go ahead.
Well, I'll just kind of water it down. He was just saying that if the Bible was a manual on how to ride a bike, that Christ came without the manual riding the bike. So he was kind of trying to show people, hey, you're naturally a bike rider. You don't need this book. You know what I mean? Because he didn't come preaching from a book. He just came doing it, man. He just was riding a bike in front of everybody, and they were like, I've always been told that those exist, but I've never been able to ride it. I've always fallen off, but you're doing it right now. And to take from that, I'm not saying that the word of God is not the word of God, right? But the word of God comes through you too, just like it came through Christ. And I think that what Christ was trying to show us is you don't have to ride me into heaven. We can ride in together,
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's kind of like my analogy for it is it's a tightrope. Okay. And so when you finally start to do things right, it's like walking on a tightrope. It's very hard to do. And you will fall off that tightrope if you listen to either way, but the right way. And it's very narrow. And so, but if you get about halfway and you meet him halfway, you won't even realize that you're riding or you're walking that tightrope anymore, man. You'll just be doing it, and people are going to see you do it and they're going to want to do it. And that's why you lead that way. You don't have to, hit people with it all the time. You could just do your thing, and they're going to, if they like it and respect it, they're going to want to know how you did it,
Yes, I completely feel you on a level, because that's how I live. That's how I just be. I've always felt it's important to just be honest with who you are in this kind of work, if you will, and then he takes care of the rest. That's why there's people, again, throughout the years, will hit me up. You don't use enough scripture. You don't preach enough, and all that. And it's like, that's not my makeup and my mission. Of course, I don't feel that. But what I do feel is showing you these strange things. This is what makes sense to me. So that's what I do. And I've just stayed true to that throughout the years. You can't let anybody shake you off one way or the other. And it's been ride or die with the Lord, for real. He's always been there. Even when I'm not sure, it's boom, something happens. There you are again. So yeah.
Yeah, you fall back into it. Yeah, man. I've been listening to you for a long time, man. Kind of silently. I've never really gave any comments up until like just last year and this year.
Well, thank
I
you,
remember. Oh yeah, it's cool, man. Thank you. I remember. I think you had like the shadow-looking guy with on the like cascading onto some bricks as your logo for a long time.
I still do. Yeah, it's on my website. Yep.
Yeah. That was back in the day, man. Like when you first started out, and then you.
Thanks.
I think you moved like to South America or something like that, right?
Yeah, you remember that? Yeah, that was a whole other. That was back in the heyday of the kind of conspiracy stuff on YouTube. That's when it's like people could do what they want. We were all becoming huge. My channel was, every video was hundreds of thousands, millions of views. And it wasn't about that, like, oh, I got to get them views. It was just happening. I was so blessed. I could do what I wanted to do, make what I wanted, and it was getting a lot of traction, which was cool. But
yeah,
that's where you saw the superstars showed up. But that's also when they started pushing flat Earth, was in 2015. That's when that came onto the scene and just bam, like, I mean, took over. But yeah, so go ahead. Sorry.
No, I remember thinking to myself when you moved out, I was like, man, he did that to get out of this country. Like he doesn't want to be a part of this.
It's so true. The Lord brought me back. That's the thing, man. I was done. I never wanted to come back to America. I'd come back to visit. I have family and friends here. Of course, I'd still come visit. But just for me and just the energy and knowing what I know about everything and it's just, I felt like I just wanted to go to the jungle. And I did. I really went to a jungle. And I moved around a few places out there. But yeah, if it wasn't for my accident, I wouldn't have come back. Someone asked earlier why I can't go back to Costa Rica. I had a motorcycle accident. I broke my clavicle or scapula and a couple of ribs. So I really mangled myself. They did an operation on me out there. I got metal up here now, but they did an operation on me. And the night after they did the operation, about 10:30 at night, I'm on all these drugs, all hurt and stuff, still in bandages and everything. They send some guy in my room with a suit and a tie and a bunch of paperwork, and he explains that I owe them $30,000. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, well, I'll get on a payment plan or something. You know, I figured I could do a payment plan. They're like, no payment plan. So this happened around Christmas. They gave me till this March 1st to come up with the money. And until I started making payments with them, they wouldn't give me any aftercare for all the staples and sutures. So I'm a veteran. So I called my dad. I told them what was going on. They freaked out, said, you should come back to America immediately, because I needed to go to the VA to get aftercare. So I pretty much dumped everything in Costa Rica. I had a girlfriend, had a house. I had a 2-bedroom house. You can get a lot out there for very cheap. Plus, this was the heyday of YouTube. I had ads and stuff, but I had a really crazy setup out there. But I left everything, man, and just bounced back, came back to America, and we went from there. You know, I had the aftercare. It took about a year to where I didn't hurt as much anymore, but it was just insanity. But
yeah. You know what? I think during that period, I kind of like stopped listening to anything. I'll tell you, it was around 2013 to 2015. I stopped doing any research, because ever since 2008, I had been just like, you know, Morgellons, chemtrails, you know, Alex Jones. I was all over it, man. And I would listen to a lot of alternative music that would have like little clues as to what was going on in the music. So I would listen to a lot of that too. But I cut all that off for a while just to like reflect and come back into the matrix, if you want to say that. I feel like I had to do that for my family, because I lived in the woods for a while. I just took off. I live in Alabama, and I took off to Birmingham, and I stayed in a national park up there at night. And I had a job, took a shower, wasn't like a bum or anything. Found a couple dogs while I was living out in the woods.
That's a cool life, though.
Yeah, it was cool. I learned a lot about myself, and I learned a lot about how to listen to the voice within myself and not be confused. And I think a lot of people should try that, if not live in the woods, but just go out and take a walk with yourself, you know, and reflect.
Trust me, I do it a lot. But I know what you mean. Everybody needs to. Even now, with all the gyms closed, I've been walking every morning. And I was just thinking the other day that when the gym opens up again, the one near me, I was just using mainly for the treadmill anyway, but was like, I think I'm just going to keep walking. Like, it's just, I forgot how cool it is just to walk out in nature and get off the beaten path. And I live near a university too, so it's nice walkways, but there's also cool little nature trails, and why not? But the whole time I'm just talking to God, I'm just like thinking about life and thinking about what's happening and thinking about the end and wondering what heaven's like, and just thinking.
Yeah, man, I'm with you. That's why I like you a lot, man. You provoke thought.
Thanks.
Within. Yeah, you question things really in a very special way, and you bring up a lot of obscure material that doesn't get touched by other people. So I appreciate that.
Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what brought me to you. The first vid, man, I was like, man, this guy's on it, and I just kept following and following and following.
Oh, great. I appreciate it. I'll tell you, this is for real too, and I made a comment that I don't watch my videos or shows ever again. It's not that I don't like them, but because when I'm making them, I get really excited because I'm excited to show you guys things. So when I'm making something and it comes together, I literally in my head, like, I can't wait to show these guys this. They are going to love this, So it's such a fun process still for me. That's the one thing that hasn't ended, is that I really love learning, and I love the gifts the Lord gave me and connecting things. And when I find I got something right now that somebody else discovered this. I found it in a forum a couple days ago, but I'm making my own video on it. I'll put it up probably tomorrow or the next day. It's one that I'm really been heated on ever since I found this. And it's another one of those that I just can't wait to show you guys. It's going to blow your mind. It has to do with this C virus thing, and it's something that I haven't seen anywhere else, and it's crazy. It is just crazy how this was programmed in a huge event in public. So that's all I'll say for now. But my point is, I love making them. I appreciate you guys like watching them and hearing the shows. And so, yeah, man, thank you. I'm rambling. That's what I do. No.
No, it's good, man. You can call me No. My name is Matthew.
Oh, okay, Matthew. Cool.
Yeah. This is just like a burner account I made to be able to have an account on YouTube.
Right on.
But man, I tell you, it's really interesting because I had when I was a kid. Have you been dreaming recently, man?
Well, my thing is with dreams is that for many years I could never remember them. I probably did because I use marijuana at night. I don't ever use it during the day usually, so I'd always use some at night. And that kind of goes with it. A lot of times I've read that smoking marijuana or taking it in the evening or something, it kind of blocks your dreams.
Yeah.
So I had that. But then when I do have dreams, they are incredibly vivid. They're very realistic. I have recurring themes in dreams. One of them is I'm on top of large buildings that are about to topple. That happens all the time. And the other one is I'm in water. It's always around water.
Man. Have you ever had where you could breathe underwater?
Yeah, I've had, sure. Don't know if I was breathing, but I've been underwater doing things and it didn't affect me. Yeah, I've had stuff like that. I was in the Coast Guard, so I've been around boats and had a lot of dreams about being in the Coast Guard. But no, I'm not a prophetic dream person. I don't get those. I've had 2 dreams that may pass as that, and both of them had to do with things happening in the skies, UFOs, all the stuff I'm always looking for, the stuff I really love to find. I've had 2 dreams where very realistically, but they were all different colors and shapes and sizes of orbs and massive just madness happening in the skies. I've had 2 dreams like that. But that is, I've never felt like it was prophetic or anything, but then again, who knows what it's going to look like when it happens, if we'll even see it. I don't know. But
yeah, no, I'm with you, man. When I was a kid, I used to dream very vividly. I still do. I'm with you on that pot thing. I actually, God kind of enforced me, man. He told me it's straight up sorcery, especially the way that plant's been modified now. So I stay away from it. I don't condemn people for it. Everybody's got to go down the river,
Yeah, and I understand that. I've had that with other people. I've told them it's always an agree to disagree, and like it's no offense, same thing, and I definitely understand the side. I've known a lot of other people that won't smoke it for the same very reason. They feel it allows things in and everything else. So it's all different experiences, I think, for different people. But then obviously it's not a good thing for you, it sounds like.
No, not at all, man. Because what it does, this is just me talking. You you don't have to believe a word I say. You know, I'm not.
Right. No, it's okay. And I do think if you can be fully sober minded, that's, I'm sure, the very best way to be. You know, don't get me wrong. You
Well,
know,
it's the same. Yeah, like when you're a kid. When you're a kid, you're completely sober minded, and so children have this access to heaven that other people don't have. And so and this is my point: is like I've always felt like there's two worlds here on top of each other simultaneously. Okay, and there's this world, which is sort of the Lego world, or the the pretend practice place, where the gathering place. And then there's heaven, which exists right on top of this world, on the same, a little different plane, but in the same point of space, whatever you want to call it. And so what we're doing here is we're manifesting things from there. Like your body's just like a conduit, you know? And what you're doing is you're coming into this place from there. And that nothing ever really dies, man. It's just this place is a gathering place to bring that energy. And so it's a gift. It's special, not to steal from heaven or to try to, make false creation from its gifts. And so, like, I can give an example of music. There's a lot of talented people in this place, and you can have a musician that is bringing pure gold from heaven, dude, and it's just like healing people, because that's what all art and music, like music especially, that's what it does, man. It hits you like a vibration.
Oh yeah,
man, it will heal you because of the way it gets your energy flowing through your body, man. Then there's another type of energy, it's sort of like the reverse of that, and it will make you sick.
Well, did you ever see those experiments they did with frequency and water?
You talking about like
the Kyoto? I think his name is Miko Kyoto or something. He was a scientist, but he did an experiment with water where he would take water droplets and put them in front of speakers, and he would play like heavy metal music, and it would alter, the water would alter and turn into this blackened, crazy looking, just kind of mess of a thing. And then he would play like classical music over one of these things, and they would turn into those beautiful looking snowflakes and crystals and amazing colors. So frequency is a big deal.
Yeah, I've heard that. And that's not to get too caught up in the new age movement, because I feel like that's a lot of that too, man. But I heard that that's how they cleaned up those oil spills down in the Gulf, man, as they went down there with some kind of frequency machines or something and started amplifying that stuff, and it sort of cleansed the waters up. I don't know how true that is, but
I don't know. That sounds interesting. But there were a lot of weird things around there. Do you remember there was a guy on YouTube? Here's one of those channels that I think he just disappeared, but there's a guy on YouTube that was every day watching the cameras that they had underneath that oil tanker or whatever after the oil spill. Mm-hmm. And he kept finding these strange alien looking, all different shapes and sizes creatures on the ocean floor on that camera. And that's all he did on his YouTube channel 24 hours a day, is watch that footage, and he would find stuff and put it up on the YouTube channel. And he found some of the strangest looking creatures I've ever seen in my life. I didn't know what existed down there. You don't know what exists down there in some of these levels in the ocean. That's so scary.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
I just watched that movie Underwater the other day. It was pretty good. But even in that, the monsters are it's all Lovecraftian. A lot of that Lovecraftian stuff's coming back too, I've noticed. They just did a movie with Nicolas Cage called Color Out of Space, which is based on Lovecraft. But the guy Jordy Rose from D-Wave was talking about that. That's what they're doing. They're literally bringing in these Lovecraftian things. He was like, don't call them demons. They're not demons. They're more like these Lovecraftian Cthulhu creatures. It's like, no, they're demons, dude. They're the ancient gods, if you will. Some of these things. I know that went way off the path, but go ahead. No,
it's good. It's good. Yeah. But going back to that dream, man, when I was a kid, man, I used to wake up, and it's only happened a couple times, but I would wake up in my dream and know I was dreaming. And the first time it happened, I was in this prison cell, man, and there was this dark entity at the end of the corridor. And all I could, I would look left and right, and I would see everybody that I knew. I saw my parents, saw a lot of people. They were all locked behind these prison bars. And I could feel as I would walk down the corridor, I could feel my fear sort of amp up. It's like that fear of being on something really high up and you look down, like that roller coaster feeling. Or like when you're sitting in your house alone, you think you see something out of the corner of your eye, or that little black shadow at the corner of the door. That's how it felt, man. And like for a long time, I couldn't sleep in the dark. But when I got to the end of the hallway, the whatever it was, it didn't speak like we speak. It speaks like God speaks. It sort of pulsed its words at me, and I could pick it up like a feeling. And what I felt off of it was, I'll let them all out, but all you got to do is shake my hand, you know? And I wouldn't do it. I said no. And as soon as I said that, that fear hit me hard, man, and everything disappeared. I was just like whisked out of that dream instantly. And then I was put back into my house, and I knew like I was inside of another dream. Like that's when I was aware that I was dreaming. And then these other beings who spoke the exact same way, they pulsed the words at me. They were different though. They weren't dark like that. They had light in them. Not like a white light, but I'm real cautious to describe exactly what they look like, because I feel like I tell too much anyway. But they were cool, man. They gave me 2 sets of instructions. They said the time will come when you'll need to eat the right foods. And then they showed me a table full of foods, like all different kinds of foods. And they pointed at the shower. They said, you need to bathe correctly. And I didn't know what any of that meant, dude. But they were like, if you don't do these things, something will come and eat you. And then I woke up, and I remembered that dream for, man, it's been 25 something years, man. I've remembered that dream vividly ever since. And so years ago, about 2012, 2013, this guy came into my life with, like I was heavy into drug use, man. Like I would trip acid and take a lot of 2CI, which is like a research brain altering chemical, and smoked a lot of pot, man. And this guy was like, man, you should move to Colorado with me. We'll start a pot farm, and you know, we'll make T-shirts and hang out with girls and go to festivals and this and that. And I was really down to go, man. I almost went with him, and he gave me a contract for like an apartment, and he said all I had to do was just sign it, and we would go. He would move all my stuff for me. This guy was like, he was balling, man. He had his mom. You know, I don't know if he was a total liar, but he told me that his mom died of cancer. And we were going over some bank statements one day with him, and he kind of like showed me. He was like, man, look, he was like, I'm willing to share this with you. And this dude had millions in the bank, man. Which is, I don't, you know, like I said, man, I don't know if this was just a fake page he was showing me or what, but what I saw, you know, was like millions of dollars in his bank account. And I was like, it was like he was trying to seduce me, you know?
Yeah.
With that. And I came home, and I just went outside and just talking up to God, man, because that's all that I've always done. Even throughout my drug use, I would go to God, kind of like Lewis, you know? And I said, just show me something that I'll understand, so to help me with this decision, you know? And instantly I looked up, and there was this female deer standing in my backyard, staring at me. And wasn't scared, just staring at me. And it was like, you know, I just knew exactly what that meant. It meant, you know, this is home, something about it. Well,
yeah.
As soon as I made the decision to stay here, things started getting weird, man. I started getting really sick. Like anytime I'd get around Wi-Fi or any kind of electronics, man, I would get so sick, dude. And I remembered that dream. I remembered having that dream. In my hands, man, I had this sore inside of my mouth that would not heal, dude. And especially when I would drink water, it would get worse. Like if I drink pure water. So, I mean, even now, I don't drink pure water. I make a thick, like black tea or green tea, and I drink it that way. It just comes back. I start getting real hot, sweating, and I think it's because of all the drugs I did with him, man. I don't even know if some of them were drugs or if they were just, if he hit me with some kind of like microchip and it's still in me or something, you know?
Let's hope not.
Yeah, right. I don't worry about it so much because of what I've seen since then. But the dream a long time ago, man, after I had that one, I had another vivid dream, and it was a woman on a horse, man. And I looked at her and I said, "I'm dreaming right now." She said, "Yeah, you are." And in that dream, man, I was whisked off to an old neighborhood I lived in, and I took off from the ground, just started flying, man. And God kind of has confirmed that to me, that's how all people will live one day. It's in the dream. It's, you'll wake up in this reality and know that heaven is manifesting here, and that basically, if you think about the veil lifting, it'll just be revealed to people. Oh, that's what we're doing, you know? That's what we've been doing this whole time, and it'll just click.
I'm ready.
Yeah, man. That's kind of like, he was like, everyone's going to see what you saw. They're going to, you just saw it early. I don't know if, because something happened to me when I was a kid, man. I came home from the bus ride one day and something clicked inside of my head, man. And I started looking around and I was wondering, I was like, am I the only one here? Is this all just for me to, have you ever had that thought, man? Like, am I just witnessing all these things and I'm the only one in existence and all this is just a story for me to look at?
I don't feel that way, but I do feel completely alone sometimes in rooms filled with people, and even around people that I've known for years, I still sometimes feel completely alone, but not like in a sad, depressing way. It's also part my fault because I am dreamy minded and in my head a lot, because I'm constantly creating in my head. Or if I go out to have dinner with friends and do whatever, I'm there and we're having a good time. But 25% of me is inside my head thinking of the video I've been working on for the last week. I just can't help it. So
yeah, you're trying to get it out, man.
Yeah. But I know what it means just to kind of, I know what you mean, just to kind of get lost and feel, like it's, I feel what you're saying,
Yeah, I felt like that when I was a kid. I felt like, and as soon as I asked that question, God did something to me. And I was forever changed. And that night I had that dream. And that's when I was so scared of the dark, man, because I would see stuff. I saw these little monsters that would they were like little silhouettes on the wall. They looked like little lion heads, and they had feet and like these wings, and they would eat at my ankles and stuff. And there was thousands upon thousands of them, and they would chase me. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But not to get off into all that, but just to kind of sum it all up and come to where I'm at now, man.
Okay.
I had this job. I was a locksmith for a while up here, and it was a great job, dude.
I trained for that in Austin, Texas, man. When I was a bounty hunter in Austin, Texas, but for a little while, just for my training, I met a local guy out there that was a locksmith, and I tried to apprentice with him for a while. He wasn't very patient, though. That wasn't the easiest job, man. I mean, getting into locks, that was all easy. I get that. I still have all my tools, too. But, putting locks together and putting them into doors and things, man, I was having a hard time with that stuff.
Yeah, some of them can be complicated, like the commercial sets and stuff. Depending on what year and brand they are, it'll throw you. They're like Legos, though, man. All that stuff's kind of like Legos.
That's how I should have looked at it. I wasn't, my head wasn't in it at the time. I don't know. I just couldn't get it. But I could see where the money was really good at it, too. The money was really good. And, the guy that ran the business was just him. And he had a little truck with everything in it. And he could make keys. And, he had it down pat, man. It was great. I'm glad he taught me what he taught me. I just thought I could use it eventually in bounty hunting if I needed to get into someone's house or something, to go get them. But never had to. But anyway, go ahead.
So, man, I know you're probably getting tired, but so I had this job for a few years, and as soon as I got this job, man, I was like, the dream started coming back again. It was like, this is it. This is it. And I practiced this hardcore diet, came in real strong, and about halfway through it, man, I like sort of kind of backstabbed a little bit and started smoking a little pot every now and then. And this guy, dude, out of nowhere, comes into my job, and I've always had this. Get off subject for a second. I've always had this weird thought about the number 3, 13, and 33. And I don't know why. It's just always been some numbers that stuck with me. And this cat comes into my job. He was real cool for like 4 days. I'm training him how to pick locks and do all this stuff. And this was very recent, actually. And I had already quit smoking pot and reconfirmed my stuff with God, man. And I'm pretty strong on it. And like I said, man, this guy out of nowhere on a trip out of town just started telling me, by the way, I was locked up in a mental institution for thinking that I'm the return of Christ, and I'm here to anoint people with cannabis oil. And like he spilled a lot on me, dude. And I was like, hey, I understand, man. I've thought that I was one of the returned witnesses for a while, because I've witnessed Christ stand before me in a blue sweatshirt, and he sort of gave me some instructions. And that was in 2013 when I started getting right again.
Wow.
After I'd done all that acid and stuff, man, it was a super hot day too, man. Like one of those days where you're just sweating through your jeans, and I was in the driveway just in so much pain, man. My mouth, man, that sore coming out of my tooth, it was horrible. But this guy, after he did that, this is, like I said, to sum it all up, I felt like I was tripping on something when we came back on the return trip to town. And I told him that. I said, do you see the sky getting a little dark right now? He said, no, I don't see that. I said, dude, I feel like I'm tripping on something. And the sun, like the shadows started getting elongated along the road, like almost as if the sun was moving at a really fast rate of speed behind my vehicle. Like the sun was setting really fast, and it was like these really sharp shadows shooting out. And he said, well, do you feel scared? I said, no, man, I don't feel scared at all. He said, well, do you feel sick? I said, no, I'm not sick. He said, well, I have that effect on people. I'm the return of Christ. And in my mind, I was just like, dude, got to get away from this guy. Got to get away from this guy. But I was on like an hour-long journey with him. I had to drive him back to the town I live in. But I get him back, man. And he was like the whole time I was getting sort of more quiet. And I could tell he was getting nervous, man. He started like rubbing his hands together. I could tell his palms must have been just sweating bullets. And the last thing I told him when we got back to my office was, you can fool one of God's people and you may take them out, but you can't fool God. There'll always be somebody to come back and just take their place. So even if he were to get me, or take me out, there's always somebody as a backup ready, has been ready for years, to go. And I think that really like freaked him out, man, because he got out of that van, he took off, man. Mm-hmm. And like I lost my job over this, man. I came home over that weekend, called my boss and said, hey, did you do a background check on this guy? I said no. I told him like everything that guy told me. And my boss didn't take me seriously, said that this kid was probably just joking with me. And I was like, no, he was not joking with me at all. And as soon as I told my boss about that, no lie, man, can't make this up, a male deer that was scarred up on his side, looked like he had like just ran into a fence, came running within inch, like a foot of me, man, through my front yard. He was like a 12-point buck too, man, just huge, massive deer. And for that to happen, it was like a confirmation, like, and I knew exactly what it meant. It was, okay, so if I had not stayed here, if I had gone to Colorado, I would have never found love in my life. And that's what I take from the female deer. And if I had never stood up, and because I love my country, man, and I feel like this guy was some kind of terrorist, because everything I see in the news about these guys claiming to be the return of Christ, because Christ would never come back and have to say that at all. You would just know. And so, I was like, this guy's I work for a security company. They'll let you in anywhere when you got the shirt on. So I had to do something. And when I did that, man, I saw that male deer. It was like confirmation, like you would have never been a man or a leader if you wouldn't have stood up to this guy. And dude, I lost my job. I lost everything, dude. It was kind of like that same when I got sick, I lost all my health. And this time I lost all my wealth, you know? But I came back again and I got a new job now. I'm with an alarm company. So we do, I'm still in the security business, which is sort of interesting, man, because I always look a little deep into things. And like when I was picking locks and doing locks, I always thought, because I would tell people same things I'm telling you right now. There's like a local radio show and we talk about chemtrails and, different things. And I always felt like with each job that I was sort of like God was trying to show me something. And with locksmithing, he was like, you're opening doors and you're closing them every day. That's what you're doing. And you're giving people the keys. And like now I feel like it's really about to be time, dude, because I turned 33 in August. I'll be 33.
We'll see, man. There's definitely, it's in the air. We know we're in that time, and I hate to go ahead and have to cut it out, man, but I've gone over 5 hours. I need to eat and go to bed, but but it has been a pleasure though, man. It's been really nice meeting you, Matthew. Anything else you want to leave us with here? Go ahead.
Nah, man. If anybody has never heard of Jonathan Adam Pants though, you should probably check out some of his videos. There are a lot of re-uploads from him.
Yes. Or watch my movie, guys. Go watch my movie at whoiskjosborne.com. Watch it for free. Share it with your friends. I'm burning copies now. I'm going to offer them to my Patreon friends first. I've got to give them out for free, too. I can't sell these things. I didn't make them. It's just what I created as a compilation. So, but then I'll eventually get on my YouTube and I'll offer some, too. I don't know how many I'm going to make. I'm doing this by myself. But I'll give you a P.O. box and you can send me the self-addressed stamped envelope and I'll send it to you. Go ahead. I had to add that in.
No, you're good. I was just giving Lewis some contact info, man. He's kind of trying to connect up.
Okay,
but
cool.
Yeah, man. I enjoy your show. Like I said, I just made a new connection with Lewis. I've talked to you now. It's awesome. It's really about time, for everybody to connect in a way, because with all that's going on with the unconnections and the no handshaking and the no hugs, it's about time to rebel and stay human. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's what it's coming. We've been seeing it for the last week. It's coming, man. People are getting tired of this. But hey, man, thanks again, Matthew, so much, and all you guys have been great. And hey, have a good one, okay, Matthew? Thanks.
All right, no problem, man. Talk to you later.
Nice meeting you. Bye bye. Hope that wasn't rude. I don't mean to be rude, you guys. I'm tired and hungry. But I am kind of tired and hungry, to be honest with you. But I do love doing these. That's why I do them so long. I don't realize sometimes how long I'm going. I just kind of go next to guest, and then we get in a whole new conversation, and I enjoy it. It's so much better than television or movies or anything like that. This is real life, real experiences, real connections with people, learning from each other. Also, it helps us to realize we're not alone. It's real easy to feel alone with all this, everything in the world, and also with our personality traits. I know we didn't stick strictly with personality, and that's fine. It's that's okay. We don't have to. We did a lot of that though, and then we did extra stuff, and that happens too. I don't want to have too many restrictions with what I do when I do these kind of things or these shows. And my main objective most of the time really is just to offer you a platform and give you a voice too. Why not, right? Join in, literally come in, tell us your story, tell us your situation. We all learn from each other. It's a beautiful thing. So I appreciate all of you. I really do. Moderators always do such a great job. Thank you so much. Patreon and PayPal supporters, thank you so very much. Links below or will be up below later if you're interested in supporting my work. Also, I'll have a link to prepping food supplies. If you're interested, a company sponsoring me is running a special. You can get 2 weeks, 25-year shelf life food under 100, or 4 weeks under 200, 25-year shelf life. Good stuff. So that's it. I also like to leave on a short prayer, if you don't mind, folks. I always like to do this in the end of my live shows. I'll say, Heavenly Father, Wow. Thanks again. Thanks that we can do this. Thanks for the platform. Thanks for all these great people. It's always nice meeting all these people, and we're all coming from different places in the world and different lives and different experiences, but for the most part, we're all seeking you. Even for those people who don't realize it yet, we are all seeking you. We know this. So some of us know this. So thank you. Thanks for guiding us in these times. It's getting crazy. It's a real roller coaster. Help us not to live in fear and go through these things and watch these things ultimately just in hope of your return. And also in hopes that we can get other people on board and understand the importance of accepting Christ as their personal Lord and Savior. So, Father, please help us in all these things. And thank you so much. I love you. And in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, guys. You're all awesome. Much love to all of you. A couple videos coming up this week. I've been working on them for a bit. Thanks for your patience. Been focusing more on live shows because of the lockdown, really. But got a couple videos coming up, and then I'll have my news show Fridays. So you guys take care, and I'll talk to you soon.